Here at Hobbymaker, we only charge one P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and checkout and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Shopping made easy at Hobbymaker.
For those of you hoping to tune in and see Zine, unfortunately you can't make it with us today. She'll be back later on this weekend, so you are stuck with me. But don't let that put you off though, because we have got a great day coming your way. We've got a lot of really, really good prices. I know you hear that all the time, but specifically almost sale prices and actually formats that you might not have seen that often here on a Hobbymaker before. In fact, she'll give you the heads up of what's coming up. Let's do it. Someone's put the menu together, so it's only polite that we read it out. Right, we're going to kick things off with the Carnation Crafts. Now, this is the Crafters Select Style show. If you haven't seen that before, it's an opportunity to see collections that you may have seen before, but we're all about really, really low prices. Photogenic is one of the items in here, and we're anticipating that's going to be a very, very popular one. Carla is here as well. Now, following that, we've got Sheena's with us, and we've got another sales show. We have got an amazing price. You may have picked this up relatively recently, the Shimmer Watercolour and Acrylic Stamp Set. We've got it back in stock at an even better price. So make sure you don't go too far away and come back and join myself and Sheena at 2 p.m. Pearlywinks are back with us. Simon is with the Forest Friends collection. Really good value set of stencils that will work in conjunction with some of the tools that have bought us before. So that's with you at 3. Carla's back with Dave at 4 p.m. for more of the unmissable deals from Carnation Crafts. Sheena's back at 5. At 6 o'clock, we welcome back into the fold Amy Dodd. She's bringing us her brand new USB, Fantasia Days USB. So a lot of you look forward to those shows. Amy's back with us with a brand new collection at 6 p.m. And then we've got template plates, blimey, too many plates, and tools from Pearlywinks. So a completely different show at 7 p.m. So there's lots for you to enjoy, hopefully, this afternoon here on Hobbymaker. Remember, we are the home of the all-day postage and packaging of only £3.95. So if you do buy something from this show, you can order anything you like up until midnight tonight, and all you'll pay is £3.95 postage and packaging. You've also got a free phone number. It's there, bottom left of your screen. It's 0800 001 4433, 0800 001 4433. You can call that 24 hours a day, and you can place your orders there as well. You are calling a UK call centre. They are literally just on the second floor, about 15 metres away from where I am stood. We'll also talk a little bit later on. Of course, next weekend is our Craftopia crafting retreat. Carla's going to be a big part of that, and we'll talk more about that as well, because we're just about to sell out in terms of spaces, and that should keep you going for now. But if you have watched Hobbymaker in the last 24 hours, you'll recognise this lady. She was with us yesterday with the incredible X-Tool, but she's changed hats. She's come out from her sleeping bag that she sleeps in when she's not on air. It's, of course, Carla Bagshaw. Hello.
I'm not quite a hobo here yet.
Not quite, but you're on your way.
I'm nearly there. Hi. So we've got a really special show for you today for Carnation. So what we're looking at here is something called Crafters Selects. So these are slightly different from the normal Carnation collections. A lot of them are individual dies, and historically these have always been on Carnation's own channel, and it's just a little something they do. Some of them are quite tongue-in-cheek, so they're just lovely, and they're nice little samples. If you ever wanted to have a go at a Carnation Crafts die, this is your time to grab them. But wait till you see what we've got, and you'll see what I mean. They're beautiful, they're gorgeous. It's all the hand-drawn art, everything's the same. But instead of being collections, these are kind of individual dies, and we've got crazy prices for you today. So grab them while you can, shop ahead, because some of them, if you wait for me to go through all of the boards, other people will have grabbed some of the ones that you want.
Yeah, you can do that by checking out on the website what's coming up on the show. You can click on that section when you look on the live page, and you can see everything that is coming up. But we're going to start off with, well, being honest with you, we're going to start off with the item that we have the most amount of stock of. Carla's quite right. So a lot of the collections or the individuals we don't have deep stocks of, but we're going to start off with the one that we have the most amount of stock of, because we want to ensure that everyone can get exactly what it is that you want. Now, another thing we'll do as well to try and keep things moving, we're not going to drop prices, we're just going to come in with the prices.
Come in with the price.
Straight away. Old school craft telly, all right? All right, so this is OM9C43. This is the photogenic collection. It's down to £49.99. I'll flip this around so you get an idea of what you've got within there as well. There are actually two sets in there. You've got the photo booth and also the superstar in there as well. Carla has the boards that will show this a bit more clearly.
It's beyond sweet. I love this. All of these are always really popular anyway, the Crafters Select, but this is just delightful. You've got a photo booth, a full photo booth here that you can see with the little red curtain, the stool behind it, and then the little photos with a slot that they can be pushed into or pushed down into. Really, really cute. You've got the little label for photos, all the elements you need. And then we've got our little figures here. They've got the little she's like a little Marilyn Monroe mouse. She's so sweet. And then you've got your photographer here. Now you can put several together to make paparazzi. You can just do one if they're sweet. They can be sitting inside the photo booth for you. You've got your old-fashioned camera. Then you've got your more modern camera, the microphone in case it's the press trying to interview her. And you've got all your little pieces. This can be used as a red carpet if you cut these into blocks. There's so much you can do with it, and it is beyond sweet. We've got some really gorgeous samples to show you so you can see it come to life, but you're going to get both of these. Not just one, you'll get both of them. As a collective, it's called a photogenic.
Lovely. So again, would you say this is a good opportunity not only to enjoy the characterful mice that you see through these collections, but you can also start to incorporate some of your own photos in here as well. Digital crafting and the use of digital photos is becoming so big now in terms of personalisation within crafting. But whether or not you're making small cards or you're making the larger cards, it's going to be ideal. There are elements that you can take from this. If I show you one of the biggest cards that we have within here, you'll see that's where you're taking elements from that collection and creating your own scenes. That's a big, big part at the heart of what Carnation want you to achieve with their collections, to give you that longevity, to create your own scenes and hopefully bring a smile to your face as well. I've just noticed this has two split pays as well.
Thank you very much.
So that means all we need to pay today is £24.98, I think, by the power of maths. As OM9C40, £24.99. If you don't want to add that into your basket, which plenty of you are now doing. That is, I mean, listen, if you've watched Carnation Crafts here on Hobby Maker or indeed watched Carnation Crafts TV, that's brilliant value for money.
It's
two sets for that price.
2 sets, but also it's when you start looking, if I show you the photo booth one again, where you're actually looking at how many dies you get into it. So you've got your card base, your mats, then you've obviously got the photo booth itself. Now this is all snippable. So the curtain's separate. You don't have to have the curtain. You can use it differently. Of course you can. You can do whatever you choose to it. But this, you see where there's cut lines going all the way down the curtains? You can actually do it and pull them to one side so you can see the little character having its photo taken inside. It's beyond sweet. It's got all the engineering we expect from Carnation, the joy that comes with all things. It's just sweet, and she is an absolute delight. All the artwork's free on the Carnation Crafts website, and that's www.carnationcrafts.co.uk. Head yourself over there, get to downloads and free downloads. Type in whichever one you get. Go and get your free artwork for it. It's just a joy, and that'll be the same for each one for your artwork, and I will run through that again for you towards the end as well, so I won't leave you hanging, I promise. No,
absolutely. Wonderful. All right, so listen, so that is the first set we've got for you. That is the photogenic, already proving popular on the phone lines and indeed on the website. It's OM9C43 if you do want to add that into your collection. I'm sure we will come back to that in just a couple of seconds. Let us move on, and let's take a look at the feline friends. Feline friends rather than feeling friends, cats, which was something we thought it was. But no, it is far more innocent. If you are a cat fan, this is absolutely made for you. Good size on these as well. And again, lots of character as well.
Yeah, but wait. Because wait. Have a look at the board. Because you're also going to get your little scratching post, your little bell. You're going to get your wool, your food bowl, a little wind-up mouse, and a cat bed. Got your lovely cats. But wait. But wait.
What? A cornucopia of cats?
That's what I call heaven. Give me a pot noodle and a television and an armchair, and that's my heaven.
I can see you doing that.
Look at that.
Now, is that highlighting? Is that through the vignettes? We get that through.
That's through the vignettes. So the wee cats that you've got here, they can have different coats, if you like. So it makes them different cats. It's just beyond sweet. Feline friend. Look. They're just delightful. Look at that. You can't say no to that. If you like cats, that's just the best thing ever.
Well, thankfully, not a lot of people are saying no. Already 20% of the stock of the feline friends has now gone. So again, that's going to be when you're going to need to be quick if you do want to add that into your basket. Remember, if you order once a day, you can order as many times as you like, and all you pay is £3.95 postage and packaging. £29.99 for a carnation kit is absolutely superb. Couple of examples just in front of me here, just so you can see. I think this is a case where Carnation do a lot of the thinking for you. It's really, really hard to make a bad card with Carnation, particularly with the support of those vignettes. And you can see whether or not the cat is the focus, the environment is the focus. You can make this really, really personalised. And listen, I don't have cats, but I do have a dog. But if you receive a card that looks like your dog or looks like your cat, it means that much more, doesn't it? And let's be honest, if you're a dog owner and a cat owner, I know that you're both, Carla, you do celebrate their birthdays, right?
Oh,
you
yes.
do celebrate their birthdays. Now, only 40% of the stock of the feline friends has now gone, so you do need to be quick again at £29.99. That's NR9C96 if you'd like to add that in. However, let's move on. And speaking of birthdays, this is actually a perfect one to go for. This is entitled Made with Flowers. It is a big collection because you can see, look at these floral numbers. I think this is going to be a very, very popular choice. If I flip it around, you'll start to see the actual dies that you are getting. You also have the ordinals within there as well. We don't have many of these, Carla. When you see the price it goes down to, I don't think we'll have many left at $44.99.
No, and when you see the artwork for it, you'll understand why they're always so popular. Made with Flowers is just stunning, and you see them with the decoupage elements on the board here. Now, I don't know how well you can see them, but the texturized, they're so pretty and so lovely. A base die for each single number as well, which means you're also getting the two. You can raise them up. How beautiful are they? While you've got it there, let me just move that so you can see the texture and depth for it. Just stunning. Each one of them so delicately and so beautifully designed. And again, all of your artwork for free. Now, note with Carnation, what they don't want us to do as crafters is struggle. We want to make this as easy as possible for you. So those dies for your decoupage, they'll cut more than one flower at a time for you. So they're going to do all of that. Plus, you get all your ordinals in there as well. So imagine cake toppers, toppers. There's so much going on with this. Beautiful on white. Those colours are extraordinary. So it's a really valuable one to get hold of. And you'll use it again and again, of course, because it's come in for everybody's birthday. Absolutely stunning.
Have a look at some of the finished examples I've got in front of me here. So far, I think these are just about my favourites because I think this is a real longevity purchase, isn't it? There's no doubt that you will use these numbers. And I think it's all too easy to get hold of milestone birthdays, but 57 you might not readily have available. 21st, of course, is another milestone. So I thought there was some quilling going on there. But actually, could you use these in quilling? Are they big enough to be able to incorporate
You could quill around some of those florals if you wanted to. I've never had a go, but it's absolutely something that you could do. Of course you could. And they would be beautiful. If you imagine where you've got, say, the zero, if you were to quill round the edge and then round the inside of it, so those flowers are really boldened out, and choosing some, similar colours. If you were there for the basil stuff, you would have got hold of some. So absolutely, yeah. And it's always good to mix your crafts, isn't it? It's always nice and fun to sort of mix it up. But they're beautiful. It's part of, we had, Carnation had a whole collection called Sheer Delights, and it uses some elements that look similar to this, and they're so pretty. Look at that. Isn't it really nice?
Yeah,
on the tulle? It's called tulle, I
Tulle?
think. The netting behind.
Yes.
Really nice way to make a card. So that's a really nice, beautiful way of using these.
I don't see this phrase often, but I generally think this is a bit of a must-buy because I think the versatility, the value that you've got there, the beauty that you can incorporate, and something that you'll use genuinely almost every day. Nearly 20% of the stock of that has gone, so you need to move quickly. I just want to say a warm welcome to those of you who are shopping with us this morning, afternoon, what world am I living in? Lots of new customers as well. Thank you so much. If it's the first time you're shopping with us, if you've never shopped with us before, it's easy to do so. You can order via the website, obviously, hobbymaker.co.uk, or you can use a phone number. It's a free phone number, 0800 001 4433, 0800 001 4433. However we move on, we're going to move on to the next one, which is called Jungle Friends. Now, again, very, very cute. Again, it's something that the team at Carnation Crafts do incredibly well. And I know you mentioned this earlier on, but it's important to highlight that even though we are reducing prices, the quality and the standards that Carnation hold themselves to in terms of the artwork, all designed in
the highest I've ever known
still
in
prevalent.
the industry.
Yeah.
Genuinely. They are so professional in what they do, and the quality of the dyes. Anyone who's crafted with carnation knows the difference between a carnation dye. The quality is insane, and the Jungle Friends are beyond cute. These are so sweet. They sold out. So that's prehistoric you've got there. You want jungle.
Okay.
That's a dinosaur, not a monkey. In case you were wondering. There you go. There's a monkey.
Ever felt you've been stitched up? I do regularly, like just then.
I was going to say something about, you know, the card that you're holding in a mirror, but we'll move swiftly.
Fine, okay. It's actually the cover of my biography. So, yeah. Anyway, go on.
Oh, sweet of these. So Jungle Friends, super popular. This sold out very quick when we launched it on Carnation's channel. People love this, and the dinosaurs, the prehistoric friends. I'll just give you a heads up that they are super popular. So if you want to shop ahead, advice is go grab them. But can we just say that Jungle Friends has got a sloth?
Oh, yes, so we can see.
It's got a sloth. Because look.
It's rare you see a sloth.
It's got the best hairdo this side of Manchesterford. Then you've got a little tight look at his face and the little hippo look. Just so cute. And obviously it flew, you can tell. I mean, the way they do their artwork and the fact that you're getting the artwork for free is a delight anyway, isn't it? But when you're getting these kind of prices from Carnation, it's time to sort of, you know, jump ahead. But they're so sweet. They're lovely for any children's cards, aren't they? But also they're kind of a bit cheeky for other cards for your friends and things like that. And there's loads you can do with them. Absolutely awesome.
If you're wondering where to find a sloth, often you'll find them in the garden shed. As you can see there, just hanging around. It's gone crazy for this, unsurprisingly. Bridget's got hold of hers, Linda's got hold of hers, Jane's got hold of hers. £17.99 if you want to add that into your basket. However, we do move on. We're going to move on to something, well, it has almost been designed for Carla, I have to say. She's really off it. It's the naughty step.
It's true.
As you can see there. Now, we hear the naughty step being spoken of so often. We have a lot of young people working here in the city. Do you understand that reference, the naughty step? You know what that means? Because I remember it. Do you remember Super Nanny?
Yes.
She was the first person that I remember
to do the naughty step.
Naughty step.
They didn't have naughty steps in my day. Let's put it that way.
They got thrown at you.
Slightly more brutal in my day.
Yeah, pretty much.
The reason that we've got naughty step is that for those of you who follow Carnation and have for a while, there's a standing joke. Whenever there's a collection that comes out, everybody goes, can you move up and make room on the naughty step? Because they're all on it.
Yeah.
Everybody who follows Carnation, because you get where you just want in every collection because they're so lovely. So Carnation brought out a crafter select of the naughty step. So you've got the little step here. And you've got all your parcels. Look, there's one from the Zon. You've got all of your parcels sitting there. They're really, really cute. You've got your alternatives here as well. Oops, it happened again. Because it does, doesn't it? We sometimes end up on the naughty step. Do you want to know what I'm on the naughty step for today, for buying?
It's 1:15 in the afternoon.
I bought something this morning that placed me on the naughty step. Do you want to know what it is?
Go on, what?
A chainsaw.
That is a worrying combination.
I'm allowed to use a chain. I'm a grown-up.
Where are you going to use a chainsaw?
In my garden. I want to chop stuff down.
Okay, good. Lovely. All right. I can just see you there with that special mask on, howling at the moon. So it's £12.99 if you'd like to go for the naughty step. A couple of examples here in front as well. So again, a nice little humorous element for you to add within your card making. But it doesn't be about naughty step. It can just be about an actual step within there as well. But again, £12.99, again, exceptional value for money. Let's move on to the next collection we have for you. Now, I don't know whether or not you have many of these, but it's four here available. Spooky Friends.
Your Halloween craft is so cute. Look. We've got a little werewolf. We've got the cutest Dracula you ever did see. We've got a little skelly belly, and we've also got a ghost. These are just gorgeous.
Yeah, they're pretty.
Look, they're pretty awesome. Come on. That's so sweet. The little skeleton is just epic, and I think the little Dracula is just beautiful looking.
Do you know,
really cute.
It's sometimes quite tricky to get Halloween correct because we know it's kind of celebrating, but the cuteness here is just about right, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. It's not too sickly, is it? It's just fun and lovely. There's nothing, offensive about it. Carnation are very good at doing that. They're very good at stepping very carefully where they go and getting everything right. And the Spooky Friends is just a delight to have.
Lovely. A lot of people are emailing in about Carla's chainsaw. at the moment. I think people are just worried about that combination, Carla Bagshot and a chainsaw together.
The chainsaw was invented
okay,
to
right, we've just got a message to do. I'm not saying that out loud. I don't think
invented to help ladies give birth.
I just said don't say it out loud.
I'm not using that for that. I just want to cut some trees down.
Okay. In your garden?
Anyone's
garden.
really excited about it.
All right, so listen, now the Spooky Friends, 20% of the stock of the Spooky Friends have now gone. It's QU9C95 if you want to add that into your basket. Now, as a sneak peek earlier on, and Carla did mention, this is the Prehistoric Friends.
This was really popular. You might want to grab this quickly because when we launched this, I think it was almost gone before we ever got to air with it. Everybody was going nuts for the little dinosaurs because who wouldn't? I'd like to be able to name them all, but I can't because I don't know the names for them.
Oh, what, the actual kind of...
I don't know.
Botanical.
I know T-Rex.
Great band.
Is it Diplodocus?
Diplodocus.
And then is it Stegosaurus?
Stegosaurus. Pterodactyl.
Pterodactyl. What's this one?
That might be the Stegosaurus.
What's that one then? Triceratops. There you go. See, I'm so good with the names. No. That is your Prehistoric Friends. It is beyond cute. And you can do really sweet cards for the Littlies with these. So really nice to have about when it's a Littly's birthday that you can just be, you know, it's all your little birthday cards for little ones, isn't it? It's all done and dusted. Or if you've got a dinosaur fanatic friend that you know, and lots of us have.
But you can also, if you know someone very well, you can make a slightly cheeky card about someone, you know.
Being a bit old.
Older. Exactly. There you go. £17.99 for the Prehistoric Friends die set. That's £17.99 if you'd like to add that into your basket, which again, plenty of you are doing. We're very, very busy this afternoon. Thank you very, very much for placing your orders with us. We're about halfway through, about a third of the stock of that has gone. Let's move on though. Moving on to the next one, which is entitled Proud to Be. Now, this one I rather like because you've actually got elements of, well, a little bit of military in here, a little bit of pride.
Nope.
Oh, go on then, what?
England, Ireland, Scotland, Wales is what you've got.
Yes, in their natural military style clothes.
And then it gets better, okay? So you've got your wee Scottish one with his bagpipes and his kilt. Obviously, the Irish one, the look of the Irish. You've got the dragon, etc., etc. Prepare yourself. Because every single flag of the world...
What?
Every single flag of the world.
That's amazing.
Nick is pretty convinced he got every single flag. Pretty convinced. There's also pride flags in there as well. There's starter flags for when, you know, with the car doing the things. You've got all of the elements there. You've got the white flag for surrender, all the fun bits as well. Yeah. And then you've obviously got the rest here for your proud to be. And that is every single country in the world.
That is awesome, I have to say.
That's pretty cool.
You said it like that. That's very, very good. Again, it's £17.99. So the vignettes will show you how to get hold of those if you don't know how to get hold of those. Here you can see if you've got anyone in the family with Scottish heritage. That's absolutely superb. And that's really, really cool.
Isn't that awesome?
I think, again, you know, what you get, again, we were talking about this much about lack of options for gents cards. You've got every eventuality covered here, haven't you? I think that's brilliant. Again, it's £17.99. It's CT9C97, CT9C97. 20% of the stock of that has gone already. Mary and Jerry, Lydia, Leanne, Tracy. In fact, we have people who've ordered it from Wales, from Scotland, and from England so far.
Of course. It makes sense, doesn't it? It's the best thing ever. And you're never going to be short of a card. You know those moments where you're making a card for someone and you're like, I cannot, for the life of me, think, I don't know you well enough. I can't think. That's just going to cover us. That's our safe place, isn't it? It is the proud to be, because there's always a card to make for somebody with it, and that's nice to have.
Very true.
Everybody's from somewhere.
Yeah, lovely. So again, £17.99 if you'd like to go for that CT9C97. All right, but we move on because we need to move on. Let's move on to the ornamental fish that we have just here. It's rather glorious koi carp that you can see here. If I flip that around, again, you'll see the actual size and the detail that's also within this die as well. I'll bring you an example. This is coming in under £10.
Great for your masculine cards as well, this one. So your koi carp, there's two different colourways for it. You can get one that's in the gold and one that's in the pink and white that you see here, or the pink is all sorts of silvery colour, I suppose. really beautiful, and you can really go to town with them and make very, very pretty elements. If you're doing shadow boxes where you've got the layers of the water coming through, this is all the detail inside for you, and it's just absolutely stunning. Really, really beautiful these are, and might I add, really unusual. Again, reason why we sold so fast with Carnation with them, because stuff like this doesn't come out a lot, because especially with that kind of artwork, and it's the detail through as well, where you're getting all the scales for that gorgeous fish coming through, that beautiful fanned tail. It's a stunning, stunning set.
Really good. All right, so that is the ornamental fish, again available at only £9.99 if you want to add that into your basket. However, we move on to the next one we've got for you. And again, this is something Carnation do very, very well. I think when they talk about people's vocations and what people do in everyday life, there's kind of cards you can make that celebrate otherworldly fantasy elements, but I think there's actually very much have a healthy dose of reality within there as well. And Hard Day's Work is a good example of that.
Well, they always try to cover for masculine and feminine as well. The craft market is dominated with the feminine aspects, feminine dyes, feminine sorts of elements, of course it is, and sometimes it can be quite difficult to find those masculine elements. Carnation are very good at doing it. Obviously, Nick is, you'll be pleased to know, a male artist, and so he's very good at knowing what sits well. So things like that, where it's a really nice Father's Day card, and it recognises the fact the males are now alive who do lots of hard work. It just recognises that. It's a really beautiful set for a dad, for the man in your life, for an uncle, something like that. It's a really nice set for it.
Very good. So if it's a bit outdoorsy, that's a good way to celebrate that element. So it's YK9C46. If you'd like to add that again into your basket, YK9C46 at £12.99. All right, let's move on to, again, another type of card that people enjoy largely to make that, of course, celebrating the birth of a new arrival. That's what this was called, New Arrival.
It's so cute. You've got your pram, and you've got, obviously, the mum mouse and the dad mouse. And mum mouse is very happy. She's very proud. Look, little one in the back. You can just see tiny little elements of the little wee baby mouse sitting inside that pram. And then dad is carrying everything. So he's got the car seat, he's got the bags, he's got all of the things needed that we carry when our little ones come, they come about, don't they? We've got so much stuff for them. Look how cute she is. She's so happy. Any newborn card that you need is now covered by this one. Really sweet. Add a bit of bunting onto your card. You've made something delightful, haven't you? And so that's really sweet. That's your new arrival. And it's just perfect because you don't really need much more than there is on the board to make a beautiful newborn card. Really nice celebration of a new birth.
We have quite the pile of finished examples here, so I'll show you a few just as a starter for 10. This is where obviously you can start to incorporate some of your more foundation dyes that you can enjoy from Carnation to create backgrounds for your cards, or indeed other suppliers as well. You can see here another design where obviously the central focus is the young families. You can see where the dad, of course, if you take the ribbon off, it could be 2 women or 2 men. Yes, it's 2024, folks. Alternatively, you can, of course, make something a bit more slimline, a bit more tall in terms of the design of the card. Beautiful deckled edge around the outside there. So get a beautiful finishing touch or main focus for any card celebrating a new arrival for only £12.99. Did you say a third of the stock has gone already? My word.
I'm going to get on a limb here. I could be right, I could be wrong. If you go onto Carnation and search their collection, Bundle of Joy, which is a full newborn collection, there's some digital newborn stamps in there that you can download and print, and you would be able to use those with the new arrival. That's where you've seen the ones with the digital stamps that are there. So you would be able to combine the two, and that is a finished card. That's the joy of Carnation. You need very little to make a stunning card, and that's done for you.
Good, well done. All right, let's just move on. A couple more to show you. This one I think is going to be very, very popular.
Yeah.
We've got some beautiful finished examples to show you. This is the
crazy.
Heart Locket card shape, to give it its full title, because that's what it is. This die allows you to make a concept card, I suppose.
It is a concept card. So it's designed, as it cuts, you can literally snip into it and you can fold it up. So it becomes one love heart, all concertinaed together. It's absolutely stunning. Now you can use it exactly as it is, of course, or you can choose to use it in, as Andy's got in his hand there, where it all opens up, folds out, to create something quite spectacular. It's really beautiful, isn't it? And you're getting all these elements on it. So you get florals with it, you get butterflies with it, there's a key with it, small love hearts with it, a little handle if you want to create it as an actual sort of locket, if that makes sense. You can use that too. Loads of beautiful filigree as well. And you design each heart as you want it to be. So it's really, really pretty.
There's a magnet in the middle of this one.
Yeah, to keep it shut, which is really nice. You can get, I think Hobbymaker have got Carnation's magnets. They do specific, very, very slimline magnets designed for card making. So the magnet doesn't protrude, so it's not in the way. But if you look at the board for this, it's absolutely gorgeous. Those reds and golds coming through, which are really stunning. And of course, you could cut it in white cardstock if you want to change that up. But look at the filigree and the little lock hole, you know, the key lock there, and you've got the little key that sits there. The tiny wee butterflies in that white and gold that are so pretty. A little tag for you, everything taken care of. Those florals, your decoupage elements here as well to create on here all the extra hearts. It's a massive set. There's, you know, all your extra elements here, all your cut line detail, and that filigree is to die for. It's so pretty.
Very nice. Just to show you how you can incorporate into like a flat card, if you like. There's a couple of examples, one on the counter just there, but you can see you can still incorporate, so that could include a private message, a personal message if you so want it to, but it simply just sits in the centre of your standard straight edge card. Really, really nice set, lots of metal included in there, for only £39.90.
It's a bargain.
It is a bargain, isn't it?
It's a bargain. That's a lot of metal for that.
That's all about those bargains. Right, let's move on to the next one, which is called The Enchanters, which would be a good name for a 1970s style detective show, I think.
Oh.
Imagine like a pair of detectives who have paranormal powers. Sapphire Silver, Andy Love and the Enchanters. What a band they would be. Yes, the Enchanters. Do you remember Sapphire and Steel?
Do you know that you're still talking and that it's not just thoughts in your head?
I'm talking
There's
because the
actual
more I talk,
words.
the less you talk about chainsaws and stuff. So I think that I'm the safe bet here. I'm the safe bet.
Moving along from Sapphire and Steel, this is your next Halloween set, which is beautiful. So it's got all the Macbeth feel to it, hasn't it? When shall we three meet again? It is absolutely stunning. You've got the three mice, you've got the little witch's hat, you've got the cauldron. It's beyond cute. The artwork for it, you've got the green steam coming out of the cauldron here. It's all bubbling away and it's all really, really delicious. Really gorgeous little elements. You've got him on his, or hair, should I say, on that little, what's the word I'm looking for? It's gone. Broomstick.
Yeah.
All the words went away out of my head. This one's about to drink the broth, like Lord only knows what's in there. It's just a storytelling, gorgeous little piece for us, The Enchanters. An absolute delight to craft with. Beautiful samples. Look at these.
Really?
There's somebody there, where there's one at the front, Andy, where somebody's just made a full decoration. It's the top one, yeah. So instead of making a card, it's a Halloween decoration for your house. How cute are these?
Even painted the back as well. Very
really
nice.
sweet, aren't they? So
Really
the
nice
Enchanters, obviously majorly popular because it's just gorgeous.
Really good. And again, a nice price as well. At only £14.99. It's MB9C63. MB9363, if you'd like to add that into your basket. Now, there is one more.
There's loads more. But you just don't have samples for them. I've got the boards, but there are loads more. I'm going to go through them with you. I've got them here, I believe.
Okay, fine. So this one is, I've forgotten, you told me earlier on.
Where are you looking? They're all separate.
Oh, okay. Oh, you said they were a kit earlier. Fine.
No, I said those ones were. They're the quick cards.
Oh, okay, fine. Let's have a look at these.
You can't get the staff. That's the problem. And
hence
taking
why
it
I'm
out of
here.
order.
Right. So, have a look at it. So this is Nature's Grace.
No, it's quick cards.
Oh. They've called it Nature's Grace Quick Cards.
If you saw the USB last week, you'll have seen the digital versions of these, which we had for the USB. But we're bringing you here today because they are a Crafter's Select. And it's a set of 3, really stunning. And they are so beautiful, these little cards. And they're instant. So these cards are so quick. You use your dies. Everything's laid out for you. So it's really, really easy to create beautiful pieces. Let me just, hold on, find all the bits and bats. Let's see if I've got the full elements here to show you. just so I can, I'll do one for you. So you've got your card base, then you have your mats and your layers, and then your overlays here. So it tells you exactly which set you do. That's your first one, that's your first mat, that's your first layer. This will all cut out in between, so you'll get these beautiful depth inside there, and you can raise it up on foam tape. Then you've got the peacock, which is separate, and he sits on top, and so he's another decoupage layer, and then this piece, the wing, where we bring it forward, and that dimension comes through. So super easy to use, and you get 3 of them in the Quick Cards collection, and I'll show you them all. You've got the owl here, all the best. He's so beautiful, and it's a really nice quick card. Now, you don't just need to make the little quick cards with them. You can do loads with these, but as a base, for if you just want to be like, here's a card, they're amazing. Great for teachers' cards as well. Look at that. 2 colorways for your peacock there. So you've got the standard sort of blues and greens there, or your white peacock, which I just think is absolutely delicious. Loving the fact that that's in Carnation's colors, because we're very proud of our colors, and that's a really, really beautiful card set. And then finally, and the most popular, the Serene Swan, which is stunning. Lots of love. It's absolutely stunning. And you're going to get all 3 of those.
Yeah, that's really good value. All 3
Really.
sets for £39.98. They'll come to you like this, but again, flip it around, you'll see the 3 sets in there. That's £39.98 if you'd like to go for those. They should be £20 each, so about £60 worth you're getting for £39.98.
Amazing.
Really good value for money. Well done to Linda. And again, 2 brand new customers who've ordered from this show. So thank you very, very much. Right, what have you got next signed up in terms of boards?
Nestled in nature. Look at this set. This is everything you need to fill in your cards. We've got your gorgeous little mice here, Dandelion and Burdock, the little squirrel. We've got your frog, who is just, look at his toes. He's delightful. Then you've got the cutest snail you ever did see, the cutest little hodge pig. Then we've got a blue tit flying. We've got the little, shall we call it a wren? I don't know, birds, I don't know them. Then you've got a rabbit. Then you've got a robin. Then you've got a bird, and then you've got a blue tit again. Absolutely stunning, right? And so imagine these as your little tuck-ins, your scene builders when you're making cards. So you've got if you've got a tree in your card, for instance, you can put the birds in it, you can put the squirrel in it. If you're grounding out your card and you're making that grounding device at the bottom where you've got your foliage coming through, those little animals just peeking through, because that added interest is something really important in composition. And there's enough there for any card that you go forward and make. Absolutely enough there for you to go at. It's such a lovely little set. It's Nestled in Nature, always been popular, and it's just beyond cute. It's got a snail in it.
It's rare you see that. Very nice. Nearly a third of the stock has gone. So again, nice little extra elements you can add into almost any card that you're making that features anything to do with nature. So again, $19.99, really good value for money. Well done to Fran, to Sandy, to Yvette, who's bought from the Ronda, Kim as well. So well done to every single one of you so far. Right, what have we got lined up next?
So we have got Place Mouse. Place Mouse is very, very sweet, and he is very specifically designed for your table. So if you have got people round for lunch, if you're doing Christmas dinners, those kind of things, he can be used for a multitude of things, of course he can. But the idea that you put somebody's name on, so if you've got your little Christmas dinner party, he's got his piece at the back here, so you can make a little card from him, cut this twice, and just put a bit of red liner in, and then put him on top, and that's your card base. So he will stand in front of somebody's seat setting, and he holds his little plaque here. He's got a little Santa hat, because he's very cute, little crown party hat for you, all the different elements coming through, little sweets, little pieces for you to build up your scenes if you want to add them to it. Obviously, he can be a million other things as well. So what, again, I've said this loads of times about Carnation, but they never try and force us into a corner. What they could have done is put him with a Christmas hat on for us, and they could have put this in front of him for us, but then that would be all it was useful for. But instead, we get the whole kit. That little Santa hat could go on. You remember Nestled in Nature?
Yes.
Where are you going to put your Santa hat? Can you use your Santa hat on your little hedgehog? Is the snail going to have a little Santa hat?
Snail?
Christmas snail. So you can use all the elements. This is what Carnation do. Everything is designed to work with, together. They're friends. All of their collections are friends. And so Little Place Mouse is just a delight. At such an awesome price as well. He's cute.
Very, very good. Also, I think if you take away the plaque, it looks as though he's coming in for a bit of a hug as well. So if you want to send a virtual hug to someone, then you can do that with your little mouse, as you can see there. Again, it's £7.99. Again, no extra postage and packaging to pay if you do add that into your basket, which I'm pleased to say plenty of you are now doing. A third of the stock has gone already. Okay, what's your next board?
So sweet. So mini garden friends. Now, the reason they're called mini garden friends is because there is a larger set of these, but we're not dealing with that today. This is the mini garden friends. These are very cute. You've got the hedgehog there. So this is obviously much bigger size than the nestled in nature that we just saw. The stunning squirrel. Look at he's just got the most glorious tail, hasn't it? And it's even when we're doing tiny things like that, it's easier to see here. All the white linings that you're seeing around here are cut lines designed so that you can sculpt these animals out, create dimension, and they're designed in specific areas to make it the most sort of beautiful. So if you take the hedgehog, all those tiny little spikes that are made then in metal. So Nick draws it with all the tiny little pieces in it, and then that gets made into a metal die so that he is fully texturized. Remember, with Carnation, we do a mirrored vignette, which means you're going to have an image on the back and the front. So that you can use them in any which way. It becomes important with things like the fox here, because with most companies, when you get that, that's your option. That's the way he's facing. But with Carnation, we can flip him. You get double for your money with Carnation because you can flip them all. It's brilliant.
Our director Dan's just come up with a really good suggestion. Because you can invert the fox, if you put them side by side,
Love heart with a tail.
you could make a love heart with a tail. Good thinking, Dan.
But it's absolutely true. You absolutely can, and they're so cute and so pretty. And again, those ground and devices is how we tell the story, isn't it? Each one with its own mat layer, so there can be a card on their own. If you know someone who's a squirrel lover, you can send them a card that's just a little squirrel. Sometimes we just want to say, thinking about you, that kind of thing, and you would be able to do that with these. Super cute.
Well, certainly. Again, £12.99 represents exceptional value for money. That's IG9C72. IG9C72. Again, if you want to add that into your basket. Okay, what have we got next?
Excuse me. Oh, I nearly choked then. Okay. Teenage Kicks.
Teenage Kicks.
Have you got that as a full collection?
Okay.
Cool vibes.
Cool vibes.
It will be. Have you got the controller as well? Are you doing it separately? They come together. That is the Teenage Kicks collection. So, yeah, I was just making sure you weren't doing it individually. So what we've got here is actually something really cool, literally. So you've got those headphones with the music coming out of it, designed so that you can snip away the music pieces if you just want to use those headphones. Now, we all know people in our life that like to sit with those on their lugs the whole time. And so these are appropriate for those, but they're really nice for doing cards for younger people. You've got the cool vibes sentiment there as well. The love heart with all the nested love hearts, so you can build it up. And again, absolutely your choice. Are you going to use the music part of it or not? That's your choice. It's always designed so that you can change it up the way you want it to be.
Nicely done.
And that doesn't finish there.
No, doesn't it? Because you've also got a controller as well for gamers.
My child would love this.
Yeah.
So this is designed to be kind of your Xbox, PlayStation controller. So you can see, I think we all know a certain amount of people in our life, be them adults or children, who would love this.
Yeah.
It's when I can't remember a time when gaming was not popular, and it's getting ever more so. Mats layers, so you can create a card just from this. You've got your base card, then you've got your mats, and then you've obviously got your detail pieces in here. Again, when we struggle to make cards for people of certain ages, if you've got maybe a nephew or something along that, and they're in their teen years, and sometimes it can be hard, can't it? So, you know, to be able to just go, I've got the perfect thing. And it can be a cake topper. It can be a tag for a present that you're getting someone for Christmas. So you don't have to use it just as a card. It's got variants too. So you're going to get both of those, the headphones and the controller in this kit, which I think is incredible, right?
No,
and that's really good value.
And I think it's also it's great, obviously, for both boys and girls as well.
Absolutely.
Teenage Kicks, a great title as well. I would argue that Teenage Kicks by the Undertones is one of the greatest songs ever written. Honestly, it's a brilliant track. John Peel, when he played it many, many years ago, look him up, kids, when he first played it on the radio, he thought it was so good, he played it immediately afterwards because he thought it was that good a song. Well, I agree with him. Anyway, IQ9C19 if you do want to go for the Carnation Crafts Teenage Kits collection. very, very limited on that one, so I think that could sell out by the time we recap that later on in Sure. That's IQ9C19. Okay, moving on from there, what have you got next?
Table for Brunch. So Table for Brunch is a really delightful collection. This is slightly more, shall we say, pared back. It's very classy. That's where we're going, isn't it? It's that table for brunch, that beautiful iron table there with the glasses of fizz and that beautiful bottle of fizz as well that sits. This is your greeting card, isn't it? This is where you say to somebody, do you want to do lunch? It's where you say, I hope you're feeling well, I'm thinking of you. It's a really beautiful piece, but it will also fit in with a lot of other things that you've got to create with as well. Gorgeous garden scenes. And honestly, if that doesn't smack of summer, I don't know what does. And we're really, really ready for it. We want summer to be here properly. It keeps thinking about it, but then it keeps reloading. So really, really gorgeous, isn't it? And you can obviously cut that in white on its own if you just wanted it to be a plain table. That's entirely up to you, but it has got that as a matte layer, so you can make a card just of this piece with maybe a sentiment on top of the table. So it will work on its own lovely on a DL card. It'll work on its own, or it'll work as part of something else as well. So that's just your table for brunch.
Lovely. All right, so it's OV9C29 if you want to add that into your basket. It's got very much a celebratory tone to it. And 20% of the stock of that has gone. You have been purchasing ahead, haven't you? Getting very, very busy. All right, so the final one we should have is Snow Much Fun. Is that correct?
I love this. I may have saved my favourite to last. It was intentional, yeah, because I love Snow Much Fun. Snow Much Fun is all about little mice sledging and throwing snowballs at each other. And then little Carol saying, look at his hat. He's just cute. And then you've got all of these little pieces here for the snow, for snowballs. Now, they're really useful for other things. So just think in terms of cutting them in black cardstock and having coal if you're making something like the magic fireplace, something along those lines. You've got all the elements for it. He is whizzing down a hill. He's very excited. His scarf is going really, really out fast. You could be going to Hill 360 in Beverly. That's what he's doing.
Okay.
And then you've got this one who's throwing his snowball, this one who is singing in the choir. This one probably the most versatile because it could be anything, couldn't it? He could have a little handbag draped off his arm there, or her arm, whichever way you look at it. Loads of different ways of using that particular mouse, but the little carol singer is beyond sweet, right? Cut a few of those.
Do you know what? This could be, because these things are cyclical, this could be technically the first Christmas die we've shown this year.
There you go. No, because we did the other Christmas one earlier, but yes.
What was the other Christmas one? Oh, yes, we did, didn't we? Okay, the second one. Oh, with the Christmas hat, but specifically, I think, for Christmas time.
Okay.
That is well.
It's no much fun.
Christmas will be launching here on June, I can tell you the date, actually, 13th.
Just as it starts to get hot.
That's when we do it.
That's
Crafters do it early. That's what it says on your bumper sticker. So that's SW9C06 if you want to add that again into your basket. Right, two other things I need to let you know. One, you mentioned, I know a lot of you know this, but we have brand new customers, particularly today all the time, vignettes.
Yes,
where do we
let's
find
talk
those?
about the Carnation Crafts. First of all, we'll talk about the angel policy. Anything that you make from Carnation Crafts, you have to cut it. Once you cut it, you can sell it. So you don't need to make a card, you can make anything you want. You can sell it, but you've got to cut it. To get the artwork for free, and this is hand-drawn in-house by Nick, who is our creative director, and his team of artists. So nothing comes from stock images. So they give you that for free, and there's lots of backing papers and things like that that you can go to. You need to go to the Carnation Crafts website, which is www.carnationcrafts.co.uk. There's a banner menu across the top, and one of the options is downloads. Click that and go to free downloads and type in the name that you're looking for. That could be Snow Much Fun. It could be, you know, Proud to Be, and you'll find all photogenic. You're Proud to Be, there you go. You'll find all of the digital artwork for you. So there's Proud to Be, and you'll get this extraordinary amount of stuff sitting there. Then, can you see the word? Free. Nice. We like that word.
Everyone's
favourite. And so you just check that out. You've got the die coming to you. Can you look at all those flags there? It's insane. 240 flags in total. So you'll be able to craft away with that. It's absolutely brilliant. And then loads of great backing papers there as well. So get all of that into your basket. You can check that out today, and because it's free. And so you can print them all out and get them ready, because Carnation will get their orders from here at 8 o'clock. What day is it today? Friday. So they'll get it at 8 o'clock on Monday morning. They will pick, pack, post, and it'll be out to you as soon as they can possibly get it. But you will definitely have this in your hands by midweek next week. They do not hang around. They are the fastest people I know at delivery. They will do everything they can to get that to you with an amazing support system for their customer service as well. So please do go and get your free papers. Whatever you've ordered today will be there for you. You can go and download those for yourself now and have fun. Some of them have got a black line down the middle. That is a mirrored vignette. It looks like that. That's a mirrored vignette, and we're going to show you that in a second. So this is a photogenic, and we're going to fold it down there, and I'll show you what I mean. We'll cut one so you know what that is about, so you know that when you get home, you know what you're doing, because I think we've had lots of new crafters today. You may never have crafted with Carnation before, and they have a completely different system to anybody else. So we're going to show you that system so you know exactly what you're doing.
Lovely, thank you for that. Second thing I did just want you to mention, because next weekend, Carla, myself, Wendy Orlando from Sewing Street, John Scott from Sewing Street, Debbie Kershaw from Jewellery Maker, and Sandra Rushton from this here parish. We will be a huge part of the very first Gemporia Craft and Craftopia Craft Retreat taking place next weekend at the Abbey Hotel in Redditch. Tickets are still available. We are on the verge of completely selling out. We deliberately keep numbers small because we want everyone to get enough time to enjoy every single one of the workshops that got planned. All of your accommodation, all of your meals are taken care of as well. Thank you very much to those of you who have already sent your meal choices back to us. Looking forward to that. Saturday night includes not only a 3-course meal, it also includes some fun games. We're going to have a craft quiz. We're going to have bingo. Carla,
Yay!
We're going to have that. And we're also going to have a raffle as well. And we are putting together just about the best goodie bag I've ever seen. We were hoping it was going to be about £100 worth of goodies. It's going to be way more than that, and that's going to be for every single person who attends. And there's also going to be an exclusive discount only for you to use throughout the entire weekend as well. So let me run you quickly through the two details. Carla will talk through what she's going to be doing there as well. So there are 2 tickets to go for. Number 1, let's bring the single details first of all. So if you want to go, if you are someone who's coming on your own, or you're coming with someone who isn't going to be crafting, that's the one to go for. It's £549, and your item code is TOUP56, TOUP56. That's available on a 3-way split pay as well. If you are wanting to share a room with someone who is also going to be doing all the workshops, all the meals, all of the extras that we're going to include, then you want to go for a double occupancy. Pound per pound, or per head, this is actually slightly cheaper as well. This one is really, really limited. We have literally about 3 left. So it's HOUP 98. If you want to go for that, again, it's £799. Again, available on 3 split pays. As you are here, Carla, and we're going to talk about it earlier on, what are we going to be doing in your workshop?
Yeah, so we'll be making journals, and we will be professionally binding books that we make. So if you want to bring any ephemera with you, or photographs that you might have, recipes that you might, anything that you might like to put in a book. If you don't worry, we've got paper, and also I'm going to do some diary pages as well, so we'll be able to put those inside them, and we're going to create, because what we want you to do is take home a full project at the end of it, so you're not sitting there with bits and bats that you can't finish. So the idea being that we'll do that. I'm going to force Hobby Maker to give me some ephemera and various other things from American Crafts, so I've got other things that you can put in there as well. We'll make sure you have a full make and take while you're there. Also, I will be taking one of the goodie bags.
Oh, okay, fine. Well, that's news to me. Anyway, so if you'd like to join us, this is your last chance to join us, so you can go for the double options at £799, that's HOUP 98, or you can go for the single option. If you want to find out more information, if you go to the Hobby Maker website, and if you know, the banner at the top of the website, when that comes up with Craft Retreat, click on that. All of the information you need to know is there. So hopefully we will see you there next weekend. But we're coming to, well, we've got a few minutes left on the show. Are there any particular favourites that we wanted to have a look at first?
While you're doing that, can I just cut one for you so you know what it is? A carnation mouse, and it's incredibly detailed. Carnation make incredibly detailed dies. They also have this really awesome cutting edge on them that create a beautiful beveling on the little metal pieces that they've got. So your outlines are just super beautiful. They're incredibly detailed. Now, my vignette has been folded down that black line in order to be able to create a mirrored vignette. You can spray glue the inside of that, and you can also use a Pritt stick, or there will be other crafty ones, but that's the one I know. And then I'm going to place that on there. And you're just going to chuck it through. When you've done this, I don't like using cutting machines, and I'm terrible at them.
Well, that you're doing.
I'm not getting in trouble for breaking it. If I break it,
do you know what? That is the limited edition never been brought back since. A limited edition Gemporium craft die cutter machine. That is colour proof.
Nothing's colour proof. Nothing. Nothing.
Yeah, this woman still wants a chainsaw.
No, I bought the chainsaw. It's coming.
Oh, okay. Do you not have to sign like a, to prove you?
Well, I had to say I was 18.
Oh, okay.
Look, this is so beautifully compressed in there. I'm not going to be able to get the little mouse. Have you got a poker tool?
No. Is there
want
one?
no help to me.
Dot around. Let's have a look on the tool board.
Don't slam your dies against tables. It's really tempting, isn't it, to just sort of slam it. But if you do that, you really stand a chance of ruining the metal of your die. Please, please don't do that. A pin, a needle, anyone. Get me a thing, please.
On the toolbox.
We'll find one in a second. When you're cutting out your dies with carnation, when you've got something like this, because they're so beautifully compressed with carnation, using cut tidy really helps to just release them because you're trying to get the best cut. Well, Sheena, that's a bit fancy. Nothing's colour proof. Is that a pokey tool? I need a pokey.
Oh, good.
Was that like a thing between Scotland and England then, Sheena? Did we do a thing? That was.
Thank you.
Well, this is a lot. Thanks, Sheena.
There you go.
There we go. So we've got these little pit marks, these little holes in all of Carnation's dies. They're in every single one to allow you to do a release without damaging. Now wait for the quality of that. That's the difference between Carnation and any other die. The quality is exceptional. You want it to stick in that die, don't you? Because the result of it, when you just use your pokey and release it, it's extraordinary every single time.
Very good.
That's Carnation.
Proof is in the pudding, and it happens every single time that we demonstrate with Carnation Crafts dies. But that's why you fall in love with their dies, and particularly at these amazing prices. Let's have a quick look at some of your favourites, and we're running short on time. That photogenic collection that Carla got that die from is right here. It's where we started the show. At £49.99. There is 2 split pays available on that collection as well. It's OM9C43 if you do want to go for that one. Unsurprisingly, the second one we had a look at, and pound for pound, is proven to be the most popular so far. It is the Feline Friends. Do you have the? Oh, sorry, put it away. The variety of different coats. Do you have the cats of many colours? Which really does highlight the versatility that you have by utilising those vignettes that Carnation provide for you. If you are a cat fan, then this is definitely one to add to your collection. Right, here we go. Carla's ready to show us all the different varieties.
If you can even get to that and see all of the elements, that's still not all of them. Let me show you this one first, look. So you can see the detail. Scratching post, little collar there, ball of wool, food bowl with the cute little cat face on it. Then you've got the little mouse, you've got the bed for the cat and all the different varieties of cats. They will then cut all of this. That's your artwork. That's the power of the artwork for Carnation. Look. Look.
Yeah, very cute.
You see the little putty tats?
Beautiful.
I love them.
So it's £29.99 if you'd like to go for the Feline Friends. There's plenty of you who are doing it. It's NR9C 96. We've got time to show one more? Which one should we show next?
Nestled in
Nestled
nature.
in Nature. Bear with me 1 second. Here we go. This one just here, which is, as Carla said, is almost an essential to add on to any kind of card or scene that you're creating that incorporates the outdoors. Adding these little elements within here just gives that a little bit of extra interest, whether they're poking out from behind a tuck-in or behind like a bush or a tree or something like that. You've got something here for everyone. But again, really good value for money at £19.99. Carla has the board.
See it? There you go. Look, so these two, that's Dandelion and Burdock. That's their real names. I didn't make them up. Then you've got the little squirrel. You've got the gorgeous little frog. You've got, I love him. I really love snails. I used to have a giant African land snail that was this big called Lavinia.
Yeah.
Then you've got a hedgehog. Then you've got a blue tit. Then you've got, I think it's a wren. Then you've got a little bunny. And then you've got the beautiful robin. You've got the white bird,
yep.
And then you've got the other blue tit, so one in flight and one settled. So all those gorgeous little tuck-in elements that we just see, they help to tell the story. They fill that card that you're making, and they're an absolute delight to work with. So they're all there. That's one stonking set of dies.
It's good, isn't it?
Massive.
Again at £19.99 if you'd like to add that into your collection. That's UM9C70. Now we're coming towards the end of this show, but Carly, you'll be back with us later.
I will, with Mr. David
Mr. Dave Bradford, traffic permitting. He'll be here at 4 p.m. But of course, you can check out everything on the website. That, of course, is hobbymaker.co.uk. So for now, thank you, Carl. We'll see you later.
Thank you.
Don't go too far away because you might have heard Sheena's in the studio. But we're going to be revisiting some collections that you may well have seen before from Crafter's Companion, but at brand new lower prices. Amazing value for money coming your way on Hobby Maker in about 3 minutes' time. We'll see you then.
Did you know at Hobby Maker that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
What sets Dalton Manor apart, that it's predominantly paper and card. A lot of us forget how important paper and card is, especially when we start to make cards and other projects. That is your base item. So I think we sometimes use inferior products to use as a base because we know we're going to be putting things on it. So it kind of feels like that's the smaller, less important part of the project. To me, that is probably one of the more important parts of putting a project together. So I think if we can get a really, really great base card and base paper for you to start creating with, I think that's the important thing. And I'm hoping that that is something that people will look at before they start to craft. I would like the Hobby Maker customers to get exactly what I get from it. So I want them to, see it, buy it, get it home, take it out of the packets, open it up and see that, they can make what they've just seen myself make. I want them to be comfortable and I want us to go on like a little path together, where they'll look forward to what's coming from Dalton Manor next month and something that everyone will look forward to when it appears on Hobby Maker.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to crafting or a seasoned pro, you are sure to learn something new. We are live every day from 1 p.m. to 8 p.m, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Good afternoon, everyone. You know you've made it when you get your own little opener.
The little ding with the thing
With your name on.
I know. Hey, what can I say?
And I didn't know you changed your surname to Crafts. That's good.
It. Yeah, it's easier.
It's easier, isn't it?
simple.
Yeah, absolutely. It is, of course, Sheena Douglas. How you doing?
I'm good, yeah, thank you. You good? Well,
I'm all right.
yeah,
Not too bad. Not too bad.
Yeah.
I'm speaking loudly so you can hear
I
me.
know, that's what I'm saying. I think I'm good. I've got a sinus thing going on, and it's affecting me hearing.
So if I speak a bit loud, it's so that she can hear. All right. Okay. Now listen, we have got. We're going to focus on majority of it on two collections, which we think you're going to absolutely love. If you haven't seen them before, they're absolutely fantastic. You should expect exceptional Crafters Companion quality. But the value for money we've got for
Oh,
you
it's
here,
ridiculous.
and the versatility that we have, particularly with the first set, is something extra, extra special. So listen, let's jump straight into it. The first collection we've got for you now, this is something you may well have seen before.
Oh,
You're
yeah.
a hobby maker.
Yeah.
But what you're getting within here, you're getting 2 sets of your Shimmer Watercolour paints.
You do not have to choose. You're
No,
getting them both.
You get them both. Now, these are separated into 2 collections. You can see them there. There's Sunbeam and Moonbeam.
Yes, and they're totally different colour palette, completely different. Not one colour is repeated. And they're going to work on a white card, Sunbeam,
Yes.
and Moonbeam on a black card.
that's
But Moonbeam also works on white card as well. But if you like a bit of bling, if you want top quality pigmentation, no fillers, just the colour, with a binder, which is what paint is, with the most blingiest of bling. You know me, I like a bit of mica.
Yeah,
I've got
you
history
do,
there.
yeah.
This is what you're looking for. And I've used I think just about every mica paint product out there.
Yeah.
So I'm very, very picky. So when these were launched, I thought, oh, well,
they've got to meet your standard. No, absolutely.
Phenomenal.
All right. So you're not only getting those, you're also getting your 3 sets of paintbrushes as well. Now, paintbrushes are the tools of the artist. It's important to use good ones. What's so good about these?
They've got to perform to start with, Andy. So before you even look at the handles, before you look at the ergonomics of them, before you look at, do I like the look of them? The bristles, the filaments, the things that you paint with has to do its job. Yeah. So that is what we call a white tackle-on filament, which is a synthetic. Now, these are really user-friendly. Don't think that, if I buy a natural hair brush, it'll be an amazing watercolourist. If I pay £25 for a brush, they're really tricky to drive. It's like just learning to drive and getting yourself a Ferrari. You ain't gonna. It's difficult. These are good. They're user friendly. They've got snap back. Can you see when you use them like that? That's called the snap. So that means they go back into shape. You need that. But they're soft enough that you can do a gorgeous soft painting with them. The round brushes keep their point. Doesn't matter how much you've used them. They're going to stain when you use them. But when I wet that will go back to a fabulous point. That's just my brush that I've just been carrying around with me. Obviously well loved. Look at it. It's stained, but look at the point on it. If only I could make a point as good as that every time, Andy.
You'd be well away. All right, so listen, so getting the 3 sets of brushes as well. So tell you what we're going to do now. We have brought this to you before. And what we're going to do, we're going to drop this now. It's sold out previously. So what we thought we'd do, we'd match the price that we did last time, okay? Because that's the price that everyone went from crazy for last time. So that's what we're doing right now. So you're getting everything there, all of those paints, the Sunbeams and the Moonbeams, and also those paintbrushes for £39.99, which represents exceptional value for money. Plenty of you already getting on the phone lines. We know that you pay attention to what happens here at Hobby Maker. So you know when something's sold out, you know to get in nice and early next time it is available. That's SY2097, SY2097. But the thing that's really, really exciting about today, and why you should order today, is that we're going to go to a lower price. For today only, we're going to go down to a lower price in 1 minute.
Whoa.
So what you need to do, you need to get on the phone lines, you need to get on the website, put this into your basket now so that you've reserved yours. Remember, no one pays a thing until midnight tonight. All you are doing is simply reserving yours. You aren't paying anything until midnight tonight. Whilst that's going down, and my word, okay, so you know we're going to do something extra special here. A lot of you getting in. Rebecca, Lisa, Sherry, Nicola, Yvette, you've already got hold of yours as well. Now, just an idea, because I'm well aware that it's always the never-ending positive here, isn't it? And you might think, okay, but is it a good price? What proof have I got of that? One of these palettes on our website is available. I'll show you right now. That is the Moonbeam. That is $24.99 right now on its own, just for that. So even if we said $39.99 was our final price, you're in essence getting another set of paints and the paintbrushes for about £15. About £15, which represents exceptional value for money. But in 3, 2, 1, for every single one of these coming early, an extra special price, we're going down to, get this, £27.99. So that is the lowest price we've ever offered this to. It's a great opportunity for you to discover this way of craft, this way of painting. And even if you thought, do you know, and here's the thing, we've spoken about this a lot in the past. When it comes to artistry, painting, it strikes me it can be intimidating to know where to start, because you can spend a lot of money on paints, a lot of money on paintbrushes.
Yeah.
This is almost risk-free, I would argue, if you've never bought paints before.
Well, I have to say, Andy, you know, if I want to keep doing what I'm doing, I've been doing it for a while now,
Yeah.
and it's all based around paint and colouring products. And I will always say quality comes first. So however low you drop that price, if that quality isn't there, I'm out. I'm not interested. I don't care. The quality is superb. I would pay more than the asking price, the starting price for this product, because in my opinion, these are the best mica watercolour paints I have ever used.
I think you can see that even before we start to paint with them, because we will have eyes, right? Well, most of us do. And you can see just how much mica's in there. In fact, I think hear that term mica.
The mica.
It's amazing.
Mica, man.
I think of you immediately. Listen, a lot of you on the phone is going to start to do a quick demonstration on this just so you can see the quality you are getting. But well done to those of you who got in early. We had a big stock of this and already 20% of that stock has gone. So listen, I know you don't want to miss any demonstrations. My advice is use the pause button on your TV. A lot of people have that ability now. Press pause, place your order, and then you can come back and enjoy the rest of the show. Now, I tell you what we'll do before we get into a demonstration. I'm getting slightly ahead of myself. She's going to be using these from stamps.
Yep.
And we have this set of stamps, which I think you're also going to love as well. Remember, here at Hobby Maker, you don't pay anything extra in terms of postage and packaging, $3.95. If you've already ordered something today, you've already committed to that postage and packaging. So we've got a nice bundle for you here, set of 4 stamps. So these 4 stamps, you can get all 4 sets
You're going to get the 4
included.
sets. And you know what? These are colouring in stamps. So what you'll find is there's no shading on them. What you've got are open spaces, because these were drawn and designed, not by me, by the guys at Crafters Companion, to showcase this product. And that's exactly what they do. Look at that. You think it had its own special effects, Spielberg light source.
That's amazing.
That's the Moonbeam. So on the black card, that's what these paint. Watercolours don't work on black card because they're by nature they're translucent. But because of the additives in it, because of the high pigmentation, they have been chosen to show up on black card. So that's your Moonbeam set. You're not choosing, you get them both. Your Sunbeam on the white card gives a completely different soft pastel look. You're getting all those seashell stamps, you get all these florals. Now what you're going to do is create your own bouquets, you create your own garlands, create your own corners with these. These are super, super useful
These
stamps.
look foiled, Sheena.
They do look foiled. They look like them. They look metallic and foiled.
That's incredible.
You know what, shall I tell you, Andy, the first time I saw these was when I went back to Crafters Companion and they were out there ready for display, and I saw those boards and I went, wow, what is this? I did, stopped in my tracks, and I said to Leanne, these are amazing. She said, I told you, you would be blown away, and I didn't know which ones they were. And like I say, I'm always a little bit scared when someone tells me about a new colouring product, because I know I'm super picky. I mean, I pay hundreds of pounds for watercolours. It's just a thing, you know, it's what you do. And so I set the bar stupid high. But these, you know, don't bother looking for any better, because I haven't found it in, 17, 18 years of doing this?
It's amazing. I mean, listen, the proof's in the pudding, you can see it all there. The results on the black is just about the best I've ever seen.
That's the Moonbeam. So Sunbeam doesn't show up the colours on the black.
Right.
Moonbeam shows up colours on black.
Got it.
But they both work on white.
Yeah, they do, don't they? Yeah, perfect. So these are 4 sets of stamps we put together in a bundle for you for £19.96, which is £5 a set. That is phenomenal value for money. You knew there was a but coming, didn't you? Do you know what we're going to do? We're going to jump straight down. Half price, 4 sets of stamps for £9.98. That is just under £2.50 a set of stamps.
Well, if you don't, all right, if you're a stamper, you're going to know straight away. You're going to see the benefit of these, because you're going to mask them, you're going to stamp them, you're going to use them for backgrounds, you're going to create your own bouquets, your own arrangements with them. They're worker stamps. If you're new to stamping and you're thinking, I want an inexpensive way to try this out and see if I'm any good at it in colouring, this is what you need. Don't hang around. This is what you're looking for.
Listen, even Ollie, who's directing this particular show, he is someone who is overseeing a lot of the directors, and he's flitting between all the channels. And I don't think I'll be out of order to say he's not a crafter. But even he recognises that's phenomenal value for money. And he's seen a lot of craft products over the years. 26 stamps in total for £9.98. He's watching the output, not just for his job, he's watching the output for the value. And you know that's the difference. That's LT 2030 at £9.98. Well done to every single one of you who's got hold of those. So there are 2 main focus in terms of the offers. We'll flip between them on the screen. We'll keep you updated with stock updates. I will try and keep that to a minimum as possible, but I don't want any of you to miss out, because the value for money is there. But Sheena talked about quality.
Yeah.
That's what's most important. The value is there, obviously. Let's talk about quality and see what these can do.
Phenomenal, right. So the thing is, because of the quality, because, you see, so paint can look great in a packaging, Andy, and what you can't see are fillers. They can bulk it up, and it makes it less expensive to manufacture, but you don't see it till you go to use it. These haven't got the fillers in them. So what you'll get, when you first get them, and these have already been wet, but you'll touch them and you think, great, I bought this of plastic. You haven't. They are that concentrated and condensed that what you've got to do is get your spray or water, and you've got to literally soak them, right? Give them a proper good shower. Give them, really let them wet them. Because unless you do that and you let that water sit on them for a few minutes before you start to play, nothing happens. Okay, that needs to sink, and all you're going to use is the top layer. That's the other good thing. You're not soaking you're not going to use right to the bottom of that little container. It's only loosening up the top like millimetre or something.
Right, okay.
They are super, super concentrated. They're going to last you. So let me just show you one of the easiest things you can do, just to try it out. First of all, I'd make a colour chart. I always say make a colour chart, because in here they look cool, but what happens is you've got a mix of the colour of the paint you're seeing, and then you've got the mica, and it's just crazy cat things. You've got these interference micas that mix with the light. You've got things that are... You don't know till you put the colour down. So let's start with just popping some colour down. Let's just take a big brush here and let's just paint. And this is where your brushes are coming in, by the way. Look why Leanne put these brushes together with this set. This is what you're going to get, that gorgeous, gorgeous cover like that. So if you want a really lovely ombre like that, where you've got that gorgeous translucent kind of shimmer from one colour to the next, and then you might want to go and let's go to let's go orangey from the pink.
I was just trying to work out there, in case you're interested, left-hand side sunbeam, right-hand side moonbeam. Is that
Absolutely,
right?
that's exactly it, Andy. And then what you can do, and then you look, you've got all these gorgeous, and then what you'll find is you don't even see the absolute gorgeousness of these until
it goes on.
Until it dries. So I've got that there. Now, what I'm going to do, and if you bought a paper like that, you would be well happy with it. But I'm going to leave that to dry. So that's sunbeam. Okay. And let me show you just the
moonbeam. I'm looking forward to this in the black card.
So let's try. Let me go. Let's start with this gorgeous copper up here. Let's go with that one.
Now, we're getting a lot of messages through from people who've already had the paint set and absolutely love it. If you'd like to show us examples of what you've made, we'd love to show them. And you'll also go into the Show Us Your Makes draw that takes place every month as well. If you're unaware what that is, you can send in pictures of anything you've made, send it into the Hobby Maker studio address, so studio@hobbymaker.co.uk. And on the last show of the last Saturday, every month we give away a £100 credit, and it's not competition, it's kind of done at random, to be honest with you, but you've got to send a picture of what you've made. You can send that to us and someone will be receiving a £100 credit to their account. Next draw is next Saturday. Where's May gone? Our producer just asked. There you go.
Where's the
gone? Is this necessary or is this just a speed up the process?
I'm going to dry it, absolutely, because what happens is when you've got an addition to a paint, like the glitter, like the mica, it looks good, but when it dries, it looks... Look at that. You can see that with the light already. That looks like it's been foiled. Did you notice how little I used? Did you notice how much water I used? That you can't deny how much water I used because you saw the card buckle. That wasn't all paint. That was one little sweep of the brush on the colour and a lot of water. Now, Andy, when you see this, and then I'm going to show you another thing you can do with it that is super simple. So you're going to get things like salt and your cling film, which I'm sure a lot of you, if you're not brand new, you'll have seen before. If you are brand new, I'll talk you through it because I've already got some done.
Something if you're Crafter's Companion fan, it reminds me of the finish you get with Centura Pearl.
Yes.
The finish that you've got on there.
It is.
Being literally 2 foot away from it, looks incredible.
But it's your own bespoke Centura Pearl. And bear in mind, this is on watercolour card. And watercolour card is a textured matte finish. Very, very flat matte finish. So if I give you, look at that, Andy, look at that. That there is what you want. Now, there's no point in using a mica paint, a special effect shimmer paint, if it doesn't shimmer. That's what you want. That's what you're getting. Let me dry the black one.
We're all looking forward to seeing the black. Listen, now you do give me a stock update. I'm trying to keep the stock updates just a minute because I don't want to do too much of a demonstration. Did you say about 40%. That's including people that haven't in their baskets, who haven't checked out as yet. So at this moment in time, 40% of the stock has been spoken for. A lot of people multi-buying as well. I'll give you some shout outs as we go. But let's see this transformation on the dark with the moonbeam.
Right, so I'm not going to dry this thoroughly because I want to show you some more things you can do with the stamps as well in different backgrounds. But look, watch that, look. Isn't that's joyous, isn't it?
From a paint at this price,
joyous,
that's amazing.
Isn't it? You could create that into a kind of like a nighttime sea scene.
Yes,
you could absolutely try and in fact, we could play with that. Let's play with that shortly. We'll come back to it and see if we can. Because what we need to know is how well it lifts. If that lifts well, we can maybe put like a setting, like a negative, like a moon setting or a sun.
Nice.
And you could do some little ripples of waves and you could do some little things in the sky.
Yeah.
Even from an abstract, just playing, putting colour down, keep them. You're going to cut them out with your die cutting machine. You're going to cut strips of them and use them for backgrounds.
Nice.
And then you're going to come back to them and maybe do what we're going to do shortly. But that's the most simple
But
demonstration I can
But
give
it's great, isn't it? Making your own backing cards, your own bespoke backing cards to match with cardstock, toppers, designs, ideas that you already have, but to add that touch of magic that Micah brings every single time. Remember, you are getting both sets of moonbeams and the sunbeams, so almost no matter what tone of card you work upon, with most people working majority on white and black, one set of these paints is available on our website for £24.99. If you just want the one, the moonbeam, for example, you can get that on its own at £24.99. However, for an extra £3, you can get the sunbeam and also the extra paint brushes as well. It's phenomenal value for money at £27.99. Well done to Janice, to Trina, to David, to Nicola, to Gwen, to Jane, to Sandra, to Pauline, to Michael, to Adele, to Margaret, to Michael, Alana, brand new customers as well, have all joined us and all placed their order for this incredible offering courtesy of Crafter's Companion. We're currently looking at around about half the stock having now gone. We had a big stock at the start of the show about 20 minutes ago. Could well sell out again. But let us continue with some more inspiration. So we're going to play with the stamps next.
Yes, you know what? There's too much to choose from. You see me looking.
I did see
You know what? I have a plan, and you know me, Andy.
Yeah,
you know
it can
now.
change. Yeah.
It changes by the minute, not even by the hour. So what we're going to do, we're going to do two backgrounds. We're going to do with similar techniques.
Okay.
So we'll do a pale, pretty, florally background with one of them. Let's go with this one here. Let's use this little flower in the background.
Okay.
Let's go with this little guy here. And then possibly this little leaf as well.
We'll put the details on your screen for the stamps. Remember, that's in that price, 26 stamps, £9.98. Plenty of you are going for that. Adding that into your basket, 20% of the stock of that collection has now gone. It's LT 2030 if you do want to add that in. And remember, no extra postage and packaging to pay either. So if you went for both of those together, quick maths, we're £28, £28 plus, call it £10. So £38. Actually, if you add your P&P as well, £37.97. You'd be paying less than you would be paying full price for the watercolour bundle. So whichever way you look at it, phenomenal value. Anyway, right, let's just continue with
Okay, Andy, so what we'll do is let's just start stamping. So we'll use some clear ink and some embossing powder. So bear with, and I'm going to use use an anti-static bag over the background, because what we're going to do is just, again, show you how you can create a background, and then we'll put something on the top of it. Okay, so I'm going to use the rocker blocks.
The legendary original rocker blocks.
Original.
Yeah,
original.
absolutely.
You know what? They just work. You know what? I was reluctant to try them, not going to lie. Yeah. When I first tried them, I thought, I'm not going to...
going strong.
Yeah, absolutely. So what I'm going to do is I'm just stamping a little border, and this is what you can do. Now, I'm speed stamping, so you could take your time and spend a little bit more time. This is where you can mask the pattern, create a little mask with one of them, so that you can... you can overlap them and get a bit more fancy with them. There's a fabulous shell card which demonstrates that really well. But that'll go okay there. So what I'm going to then do is I have a piece of card and I have my clear embossing powder in my bag. All fancy stuff, isn't it?
I know, exactly.
Really,
yes.
you're posh, isn't it?
Yeah,
exactly. Yeah. Look at that.
In your sandwich bag. No, it's great.
Classy. Classy. Looks well... dodgy, doesn't it? Never mind, we'll put it back in there.
I wouldn't travel on an airplane with that.
No, absolutely. Yeah. That's why I never get to where I'm going. So what I'm doing now, Andy, is I'm just going to emboss this. So this is clear. So all this is going to do is going to act as a resist. Now, the biggest tip I can give you when you're using any paint that has like an inclusion in it, like a glitter, a fine micro glitter or a mica in it, is emboss the line. So even if you want a black line and you're going to colour in, which we will do shortly with the stamps, stamp it and emboss it. And we've got phenomenal ink pads on the show as well, which are the opaque ink pads,
yes,
which are your absolute joy for stamping and embossing with.
Okay.
But that's me going ahead a little bit again. So what we'll do is we've got that there. We'll pop another little thing on the background. So this is again not really any planning. You can
it's
map
crafting
this
jazz is what it is, Sheena, I feel. You're going a bit freeform, but that's
oh,
fine.
completely. Well, this is so me. You know, the older I'm getting, the more freeform I am.
She's
Mostly
the Miles
because I can't
Davis of the
remember.
craft room.
Well, sorry?
The Miles Davis of the
The
craft
Miles
room.
Davis. Oh, exactly.
The Acker built.
Oh, hey, strangers on the show. Yeah. Yeah, take 2, take 50.
There you go, exactly.
Nice,
Exactly. Nice.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. So we've got that going on there. So we've got a little bit of pattern in the background. I so don't need encouragement there, and yes. So right, we're going to emboss, we're going to heat this. Now this is what I'm going to do off air. We're going to get ahead of the game a little bit when Andy talks to you shortly. So we'll do the same on the black card.
Fine, okay.
And then I can do a bit of like ahead of the game speed sampling. It'll be exactly the same process.
Okay, so we won't miss anything. All right, well, listen, whilst you're doing that, shall we give you the details once again? Well, let's give you details of both of the main collection, shall we? So, should we start? Well, listen, the details are given for the stamps. So let me show you the stamps. Let's do those because they're here. Now, nearly a third of the stock of these are gone. These are the 4 boards. And what the team have done, they're the actual stamps. Here are the results that you get with the Sunbeam and the Moonbeam. The Sunbeam designed to work on white card, although you can use a Moonbeam on white card, but the Moonbeam on black card just creates something otherworldly. It looks like it's been foiled, doesn't it? Looks incredible. So that's the image you're getting with that 1/4 set of your set of stamps. You are getting all 4 sets. On to the next one, where again you've got more leaves. This really that's upside down. You've got more autumnal designs in there, but they've also got that rather glorious sunflower at the top there as well, which look wonderful with those mica paints. So again, you're getting that one. On to the next set. If I move that forward, again, you'll see a bit more of a seashell theme running through that, a bit more maritime with some wonderful detail there that works both great. Actually, that's a perfect angle as well. Paint works really well. Obviously, we've got very bright lights here, so on certain angles it can really bring it to the fore. But you'll see, does not, to me, that doesn't look stamped. Looks as though that's been foiled and certainly does not look painted, but that's the high content of mica or mica that you have at the heart of every single one of those palettes. And on to the final one, you can see here a bit more of a floral detail. Again, that dragonfly is something extra special. Normally it would be 4 sets of stamps, and you know, it's so easy to get blasé about this. You know, I don't present every single day, but you know, when I'm upstairs and we get to see so much product coming in, we see such great value for money. Sometimes we can get a bit blasé about it, but just think about it for 1 second. £20 for 4 full sets of stamps is really, really good value for money. But to be able to offer it to you at half price, in essence, just under £10 at £9.98, and to be able to show you how well it works with the watercolour palettes as well, it's a match made in heaven, isn't it? So there your set of stamps again at £9.98. But let us bring in the details once again for the watercolour set, the wonderful watercolour shimmers. 2 sets of paint, Sunbeam and Moonbeam, but then you're also getting the paint brushes as well. 1 set of these paints are available on the website for £24.99. But you can get them all together, both sets. There we go. If you want to go for Moonbeam or Sunbeam on its own, £24.99. Or you can get both sets and also the paint brushes for an extra £3. Now, if everyone who has purchased this, and remember, just to explain this, no one's actually paid for anything yet. No one pays anything until midnight tonight. But there's lots of you who already have this as a basket and you've committed to it. There's also a group of people who have this in their basket and haven't committed to it as yet. They might be shopping around the website, that kind of thing. If you add both groups together, currently 70% of that stock has gone. And what tends to happen is historically, when you hear stock updates of like 70%, so all these people you can see on the TV screen right now, they're the people who have it in their basket but haven't committed to it as yet. So technically, they don't have it. However, the other side of our screen, where we've got Lorraine, we've got Irene, we've got Eileen, we've got Maggie, Beryl, we've got 15 new customers who've shopped with us today. Just in this hour, you've already got hold of it. It is already yours. You won't get charged it until midnight tonight. And the reason we do that is in case you might want to order something else today. You can add that into your basket. It's not going to cost anything extra in terms of postage and packaging. So well done to those of you who got in early, and well done to those of you who are getting hold of yours right now. Now, do you know what? It does make Crafters Companion are a legacy brand in terms of the UK crafting industry. And genuinely, I think I was very lucky enough to work with Sarah and the team from Crafters Companion at the very, very beginning. And I think the second item that I ever spoke about from Crafters Companion was the rocker block. And this is the original packaging as well.
It is, yeah,
it's a bit of a collector's item in that respect. You saw, what is it that you like about you? You've obviously used yours for many years.
I do, yeah. You know what? Well, I didn't want to use them to start with. It was Leanne Chivers who said, you should try the rocker blocks. And I said, I'm not. And she went, oh, no, you should. I went, okay, I will. And because I was using a regular block and foam and everything, but it were bulky, they were heavy, you had to use different size blocks for different size stamps. And I tried that. You know what? I carry this one around with me all the time, the extra large rocker block. I use those for workshops. That's it. One rocker block. They've got all the different sizes. So if you're busy and you want to have your stamps lined up, you can do that. But if you want to just use one and carry it with you, they're super light. They just work because of the rocking action. You don't need foam underneath. You don't need anything else. You need a flat, solid surface, and you need your rocker block. We'll stamp something out. Shall we stamp something out?
Absolutely. Now, you're going to get both sets, so that's every size that is available in the Rocker Block range. And because we're in the mood today, it's a Friday, we're going to do a half-price offering for £9.99 for all 6 of your rocker blocks. You've got all different sizes. Again, you've got a really small one there as well for really fine detail. But remember, you can use a smaller stamp on a larger rocker block as well. So it's VS 2003. VS 2003. 2003 might be the year that these were first brought out. It's VS 2003 at £9.99. But listen, you've seen these in action with Sheena as you continue to do so.
Yeah,
right.
absolutely.
So you've pre-prepared. Have you prepped everything?
Yeah, I've prepped everything.
Okay.
So what I've done is I've got this from this bundle again. You know what? I know we're going ahead of time, but I'm just saying that ink pad bundle that we've got, Andy, sometimes the colours are a little bit, that they're not the best colours, I would say. Look at that. That's it. That's why they work. Good. That's it. That's why they work.
Nice.
I didn't even think I'm talking and I'm speed stamping. I should have slowed it down, talked you through it. I didn't.
That's fine. Don't worry.
It's force of habit. Should we do another one?
Why not? Why not? Let's do it.
Because you can. I'll go a bit slower because if you've got the confidence to do that before a live studio audience, you know you're okay, don't you? So, right, so here it is. This is what you're doing. You're inking it up. Now, notice how much ink I've got on the background of that stamp. It's a mess. If that was a regular block and foam and everything, that would get it everywhere. It would be not good. So what I'm doing is I'm lining it up. There's crosshairs there. I can figure out where I want it. If I want to pop it down in this corner, that'll work nicely. Now, I'm putting down, I'm registering it down on the bottom left-hand side of that little thing and rocking forward. And then I've got a perfect image there.
And it's a clean stamp.
And it's clean, and all that ink is still on there. And now I'm just going to put some embossing powder on there, emboss those, and then we can colour those in as well in a minute.
Lovely, that's brilliant. Very busy for the Rocker Block collection. Remember, you are getting both sets, which will include all the sizes that the Rocker Block have ever been made within. Again, great starting point as well. If someone's brand new to crafting, or if you're someone who maybe wants to upgrade, you maybe not used a block before when it comes to stamping. There is no doubt that there's so many tools out there that enable you to stamp with confidence, really. That's what it boils down to. And of course, that confidence comes from not leaving any kind of mess and being precise in where you place your stamps. The Rocker Blocks will do it. It's VS 2003 at £9.99. Well done to Jenny, to Carol, to Anne, to Maria, to Gillian, to Miriam, who've got a hold of their Rocker Blocks right now. But we're going to go back to the details for this incredible value for money bundle that we have with our 2 sets of watercolours with the sunbeams and the moonbeams, and also the set of brushes as well. That's right, £27.99. Our call screen is full. Our call screen is full. We have 21 brand new customers in this hour alone. So thank you very, very much to every single one of you who have taken the leap of faith with us here at Hobby Maker. Ever so easy to place an order. You can do it on the free phone number 0800 001 4433. By the way, that's open 24 hours, and it's 24 hours available here in the UK, of course. And of course, we also have all-day postage and packaging at £3.95. £3.95 all day. Right, but let us continue with the demonstration.
Okay, so the next easy thing you're going to do is get yourself a bit of kitchen sponge. And you know what? Those of you who know me, you know that I bring me kitchen sponge. I've got Brian and Trevor here.
Brian and Trevor.
Brian and Trevor. And they started off life as lowly kitchen sponges, just, you know, your regular ones that you do the dishes with, fun stuff.
Yeah.
Quarter them, then pull bits out of them so that they kind of, you're emulating the look of a natural sponge.
Oh, okay.
Or you'll get like a brick shape, all right? So you want it to look a bit irregular and a bit like, you know, a bit like myself, a bit irregular. Okay, so now what we're going to do is we'll do two backgrounds, and I'm going to take the brush and I'm going to think of like what colour scheme do I want. Let's try this gorgeous pink. So I'm going to take some pink out here and I'm going to just splodge it onto my craft mat there. So I've got a really nice pink. And then I'm going to think, what will I use? Let's try this one here, this gorgeous, pretty blue. Now, if I'm thinking I want to make this into like a backgroundy colour, I may not want the colours too dark. I may want them a little bit paler. And that's good. That's a valid point. You don't want the background competing with the foreground.
Yeah.
You've got to have your A-list celeb in the foreground, and this is your supporting cast. Yeah,
Okay.
Or there'll be a feuding. So and then just have a play. Let's try maybe a bit of that purple in there as well. So we've got some colour picked out.
Yeah.
And then what you're going to do is take your sponge, wet it, but then dry it. Take most of the colour out of it, and start with whichever colour you want, and you're just going to start sponging, pouncing on the background like this, pouncing, yes. And you're using barely any colour, but you're putting colour on there. You're putting on more than you think. Because notice how watered down this is. There's hardly any product on there.
Yeah.
But that's what I want, because I want it to be a background. I don't want it to be too, too in your face. I can paint these little elements that I've got on the background in when I'm ready to. But right now, I want them to be just an ethereal, misty suggestion back there.
That could be a nice alternative identity. Misty Suggestion.
Misty Suggestion.
Hi
that's
guys,
it.
I'm Misty
Oh,
Suggestion.
I'm never going to be Misty Suggestion, Andy. You know, I mean, like, I'm probably, Beryl in your face or something.
Beryl in your face.
Just,
That's a stage show I'd go see.
Yeah, definitely not Misty Suggestion. Yeah. So we'll pop that just like. Can you see? So now you've got like starting to get a resist going on, and I'm going to dry that because I want to. I want to do one more little bit of colour. Now, if you want the colour stronger, you can always go straight and pick it up on the sponge and just add a pop of colour where you want it.
You'll see just how little you're using in terms of the actual paint. I mean, listen, hopefully you use these every single day, but even if you did, you're talking months here, right?
Oh,
in terms of how
absolutely,
long these
yeah,
last.
and that's the difference. You know, when you look at, like I say, when you look at paints in a palette, you don't see immediately the quality of them because they can look good because you don't know how much fillers are in there. You can't see that. I'm going to pop that to one side and we're going to dry it and we're going to come back to it. But let me do the same with the black one. Now, let me show you. Now, the other thing to note is you can do, if you don't like pretty, you can go really a lot more grungy with these.
Okay.
So with this other palette, if you want to create something like verdigris or something like copper, you know, like an aged copper, you can do that with these as well. So what I'm doing is I'm just picking this up like this and popping it on and just take some out. And then I'm not even going to clean the brush. I'm just going to take some of that colour and pop it on there. Probably what I'm going to do is I haven't spritzed that. That's why it's not...
Okay.
Can you see? If it dries a little bit, it stops playing. Yeah. So let's start with what we've got on here. And then you're going to start pouncing again. Now, what you're going to get is not that is necessarily that huge band of colour, but you're going to get that marbled kind of look through your background. So it looks hammered and kind of, can you see how it's got that like
Yeah.
hammered metal look
Yeah.
going on? Really cool. And depending if you want it to look more blended and more marbled, just wet the sponge a little bit more. But if you want it to look a little bit more textured, then don't wet it. We'll pop a little bit of this greeny colour here, just where the leaves are, maybe about there. But this is going to look really, really pretty, because what you can do once this is done, you can then add your colour where you want it. So it's the same deal. I'm putting kind of bands and sweeps of colour. Can you see? I don't want it just in one place.
Yeah.
Oh, that blue is going to look good. Electric blue in a band, like there. Let's pop a little bit of a swoosh there. And you don't always see it until the light gets on it because of these interference micas. That's what they call, because what they do is they refract the light in a different way. You don't know it's there until the light gets across it. Right, now that's going to look
There we go. I think
pretty
that's
cool
very
when
good.
that's dry. So I'm going to dry there, Mandy, if you need to talk about
Yeah, of course,
anything.
absolutely. Now listen, our call screen has remained full, probably for the last 5-10 minutes or so. A lot of people obviously watching the demonstrations. I hope a lot of you have done the best way I found, and I can't pretend I came up with this idea, that you don't miss demonstrations and you don't miss out on the great offerings, is to pause the demonstration. A lot of people can do that now. So if you press pause, go place your order, come back, you can fast forward through my bits when I'm talking, but you can still catch the demonstration, but no, you're not going to miss out, because as it stands right now, with everyone who has bought it, in inverted commas, remember no one pays anything until midnight tonight, and with a lot of people have it in their baskets as well, if those two groups of people are added together, and we presume that each one of them is going to buy one, 90% of the stock has gone. So there's every chance it's going to sell out in this show. Now, obviously, those people who haven't committed to it as yet, it's a bit like shopping in the supermarket. This is the analogy had best explained to me. If you find yourself in a supermarket, it's ever happened to you, you walk around a supermarket, and let's say you put in 4 pints of milk, and you walk around, continue your shop, and you come back to your basket and there's no milk, and you think, I'm sure I put milk in there. What possibly has happened is that someone took it out of your basket. That's not fair. That's not very British, you might stand back there and say.
Shocking.
But the reality is, it's perfectly legal, because it's still technically owned by the supermarket.
Yeah.
So people can do that. If people let that happen, people could be doing that. Now, we're not saying that's going to happen here. What we are saying is that when we get to that situation where we don't have enough stock to go round, the priority will go to people who commit to it. And once they've got hold of it, they can relax, they can enjoy the demonstrations. They know that their great value for money bundle featuring the sunbeam and the moonbeam and the paintbrushes is winging its way to them. So if you have got in your basket, please do check out. You know, I hate pushing you in that respect. I just don't want you to miss out if you're thinking that's really well worth going for. Remember, the main difference between us, one of many, many differences between us and other places, all-day postage and packaging, no matter how many times you order. So you can commit to buying it now. You want to order something else in 2 minutes' time, we're not going to charge you P&P again. We only charge you $3.95 all day, every day. It's an amazing way, an amazing place to shop. So we've now got to that point where there aren't enough to go around. So if it's in your basket, please do check out, otherwise you will miss out on your Shimmer Watercolour Palette and Brushes collection. And this is the only shop featuring this today, so we will not be getting any more. When we can get more, we will always tell you when we can. With this, we cannot get any more. So please do check out as quickly as you can. But let's continue with the demonstration to give you more ideas in terms of what you can do. So you've dried this off.
I've dried the top, Andy. Now what I'm doing is I'm looking where those flowers lay, where they landed. And where this landed was in a really pretty little blue kind of band. So I am embracing that. I'm thinking, right, this blue is going to be now. But look at how easy it is to colour it in. Take a little bit out, add a bit of water, because you don't want to be painting it like it's sticky, thick poster paint. It's watercolour. It's supposed to be translucent. Watercolour is literally painting with water. And the only reason this works so well, and it does still have that translucency, is because Crafter's Companion and Leanne has sent it back until it was packed, absolutely jam-packed with enough of the mica product, so that when you diluted it, so you've still got that translucency of watercolour, there's enough of that solid that it doesn't disappear. It's like, you know, if you imagine a glitter glue that doesn't have enough glitter in it.
Yes.
And
that can sometimes happen.
Exactly, is all that suspension, and you go, well, that's rubbish, because that's just lost a lot of the clear stuff and I've lost all the glitter. That's exactly what it's like. And so all I'm doing is I'm painting inside the petals, but over all of the detail inside the leaf and the flower.
It's such a great technique using resists
to
paint, because it's an easy way for you to create something really, really impressive.
And just look at how pretty it looks, and that background now has now turned into a really pretty base for a card. And you can then go through, and what I would do with these little, these are the little sprays, I'd go pink with them. So I'd go with the pink. So what I'm doing is I'm not contrasting the colour, I'm just reinforcing the background colour that they happen to be sitting on. And because that was predominantly blue there, I've used the blue, and because this is now predominantly pink, and you could even go paler with that if you want. And then we can just pop this like that. And then, you see, that's gone blue. So I might even go, look, part pink, and then we might do part blue. And then wait till you see the black one.
Yes, well done.
I've kept that from you. I've kept that from you because I thought, wait till you see that. So so now you've got that background there, Andy, ready for your star of the show that you've got. I've got one stamped out and cut roughly. So that there is a really stunning background that we've just done it at speed together. But then you see you've got these elements here. Now you could cut that down and make that a taller card and just, tighten it up a little bit. And then you can add this little guy here and we'll colour him in. And you've got a fabulous card, and we'll reflect the colours in here, but it'll be more of an in-your-face one.
That's really good.
Yeah.
Here we go then. Right.
Ready?
Who's waiting for the moonbeams on the black?
Yeah, in a galaxy far, far away. I'm going to bring it in the picture like that.
Oh, yeah, there we go, like a legend.
There you go.
Oh, wow,
look at that.
That's ended up, do you know what? When you earlier on, I thought, that's going to look quite celestial.
Yes, exactly.
But it's actually looking more botanical.
Yes, because of the colours, yeah. And it depends just how, what you want to emphasise. So again, if you want to bring these leaves out to really pop on that background, look at that electric blue on there.
That's something
so
special.
It's up to you where you want to and have a play with it. That is a simple formula. So if you're new to backgrounds to stamps, do what I did, make your backgrounds, pick out all the colours, and then have a look and see and just have fun picking out that background colour. I could have gone with green there if I wanted it more subtle, but I thought let's go really in your face with this one with the blue. So by going with the blue, it's kind of contrasting against that background it's sitting on. If you want it subtle, just make a darker version of the green, because that's where it's predominantly sat against on that one. And then again, you've got a one that's just about ready. And then what I've got is some little leaves that, let me show you. You can't even see these until they're dry. I'm going to just do a quick dry.
We've got a little bit of time, it's fine.
It's going to be almost done any time, Andy. And then when you pick it up, look at that. Look at that electric blue. Look at that.
Nice. Gosh, it's amazing. This has all come from paints, from these watercolours.
And we started off with that in real time, with that. And that's just two techniques, formulas for you. Just replicate the formula. You got all those stamps. How many stamps in that stamp kit? 26 stamps to mix and match with, and all the different combinations you're going to come up with. And in that one, you could maybe make you could do a really cool butterfly that will sit somewhere on that one. We can paint that one as the main element. You could have these leaves, which I've done on black, falling down from the top of the card, and we can have that arranged so that it's just falling and cascading. Even the black on the coloured background looks super cool.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it?
But yeah, okay, we'll pop them to one side and we'll colour image in.
All right, well, listen, let me give you the details again of the stamps. This is what you're going to receive in just over here to my left, your right. So again, it's a 4 set of stamps, as you can see. There's a total of 26 stamps running across the 4 sets. 38p each, because you're getting them all for £9.98. I'll just show you some examples. So again, what the team have done, there's the stamps. Here is the results of the Sunbeam. Here's the results. Oh, what's in the way? It's that, there we go. There's the results with the Moonbeam. So, but obviously, if I tilt them that way, you'll see the Sunbeam really comes through. Tilt it back a little bit. You'll see the Moonbeam. That to me looks like it's been foiled. Absolutely incredible. It's down to the quality of the mica, and that's something that Sheena said right at the very, very beginning. Yes, we have got amazing value for money, but she's only interested, and we're only interested, if the quality is there to back it up. I think you can see, not only with the paints, but certainly with the stamps, real versatility here. That sunflower looks really, really good. All enjoying the background noise of the goodness. It's a nice, satisfying
It's nice, isn't it? Yeah.
It is, isn't it? Some ASMR. All the interactive viewers of craft this afternoon. So it's £9.98 gets you all 4 sets of those stamps. But obviously the start of the show has been, I say has been because I think it is on the verge of selling out, has been the watercolour sets, which are again the Sunbeam and the Moonbeam, and also those brushes as well. At the moment, it looks like about 20 or 30 of you who will miss out. We won't be able to get any more. We've already inquired. We have no more available. So it's SY2097 if you'd like to go for those. What have we just done?
What, would you like to colour one of these flowers?
Well,
in?
I'll tell you what I would like to do, if that's all right.
Right, no.
I'd like to have just a little
So
cough.
obviously not that then, Andy. You don't want to do that? No. No.
I didn't
She
say-
says, nah,
God,
nah,
no.
not really.
Oh, blimey, don't you go on. No.
Cheers.
I was wondering whether or not we could just talk a little bit about
Those little
this
guys,
collection,
those are cute.
the collection.
Yeah.
Because these proved really, really popular, and these were on fairly recently, and I don't think we've got much left in terms of stock. In fact, over half the stock has gone. Right, I've got samples sampled in between. So this is my croupier
I like
skills.
it. I like the planning.
Come back. Okay. All right. So this is your stamp and die animal collection that we have available for you. Going to start off here now. So it's a combination of stamps and dies within each set. So this one you can see is You Make Me Happy, and it allows you to obviously stamp, but also to cut around the outside of those stamps as well.
Different, isn't it? We're always looking for something different, you know, because that's a talking point. You get a card like that and you go, well, have you done that?
Yeah, exactly.
I like that.
Not immediately obvious, that's what we like. Yeah. But again, if I open it up, you'll probably get a bit of an idea of how it actually has been done, because it's been stamped onto the card, then cut on the outside to create the perfect trim at the top of the fold. But obviously you can use it in conjunction as well with other ones, whether you want to make snapshots that's been done there. Works very, very well. All right, so that is the first set. Moving on to the next one, this is Hogs and Kisses. Nice. And again, you can see you've got a little piggy there, and also sentiment as well. Obviously, he's been cut out, once stamped into position there as well. On to the next one. This is Nuts About You. And again, you'll see you've got beautiful little deer there. Rather cute, isn't it? And again, nice colour choices there.
Yeah. You could do that for Christmas, couldn't you?
That would be perfect. Yeah, absolutely. And again, incorporating there with the squirrels as well. And then on to the next one. If you're a dog lover, this is for you. Positively Perfect.
That would be the one for me.
Yeah. Which you've got obviously you've got the cats. You've got cats and the dogs on here. Excuse me. Working together or playing a lot of fun. I used to have a theory. Shall I share with you a crazy theory I had when I was younger? I'll show you in just a couple of seconds about cats and dogs. I just will show a couple more finished examples, and then the next one you have is Reach for the Sky in reference to the giraffe.
Ah, the neck.
That is within, because again, they've got some neck on them, haven't they, giraffes?
They have.
But then you can see you've got obviously the zebra and the elephants in there as well. So that's SD Sheena Douglas 2034.
Wow. What?
SD 2034 at £55.92 is your price, or rather it was your price. But again, represent amazing value for money, all included within that particular collection. It's SD 2034. Very quickly, my crazy theory when I was younger.
Yeah.
So I had this thought when I was about, I want to say 7 years old.
Okay.
And up until that point, the only experience I'd ever had of the relationship that existed between cats and dogs was through watching Tom and Jerry.
Oh, yeah, which wasn't good.
That's where you learnt the relationship.
Yeah.
Not so much Tom and Jerry, but there used to be a character, I think his name was Butch or Spike, who was the dog, and the cat and the dog didn't get on.
Oh, yeah.
Now, I remember going through a period of my life from the age of 7 to about 11, whenever I saw cat and dog together.
You thought it was going to be...
No, they got on.
Yeah, they did, yeah.
They were hanging out with each other. And I got in my head, I thought, it's all a ruse. It's all a conspiracy theory. Cats and dogs actually do get on. Yeah. And it wasn't until about the age of 13 that I thought, yeah, everyone else thinks cats and dogs don't get on. Yeah. But I know they actually do. I kind of felt, as a 7-year-old, I was kind of like a mixture between Dr. Dolittle and the X-Files.
Right, yeah. Ace Ventura, Pet Detective.
That's what I was, about 30 years before Ace Ventura. Yeah. Anyway, so there you go. That was a harsh lesson. Now, are we missing these? There we go. So I only got part way through. So moving on, so continuing on, you're also getting some bunny special. Oh. And again, you can see you've got little mice and the bunnies on the top just there. Then you're also getting an elephantastic day. We've seen the elephant appear with the giraffe earlier on. And also cute hippo there as well. And then onto the final one, which is just because, where of course honeybees and the birds. The birds and the bees.
Birds and the bees.
That's an odd card to send someone. I know what the birds and bees are about, but I never got told. Genuine question. I don't need to. Is there a story when people say, "I'll tell people about birds and the bees"? Is there a story about birds and bees, or is it just
how the birds and bees got related to the theme?
Yes.
That was told me.
Or is it just? Or is it just a polite way to say the facts of life?
I never knew the connection. That's a look it up online.
I never knew why. Also about the birds and the bees. Why? What are birds and bees?
I don't know.
Have they been getting on behind my back?
Yeah.
Have I discovered another animal conspiracy theory?
They've been getting on really well, the birds and the bees. Yeah.
Well, allegedly, if that's what it is. Okay, so we have the internet in the gallery, which won't surprise you if you listen to Talkback. So apparently, the bee. Hold on, Laura. Laura, have you proofread this before I parrot it out?
Yeah, really. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm having none of this.
All right, fine. Go on. Read ahead of the bees. So the bees carry around pollen because that's an easier way to explain fertilisation.
Right.
Fine. And the female birds lay eggs similar to ovulation.
Right.
That's okay.
Okay.
Well, that makes sense.
All right.
That's why it's called the birds and the bees.
Okay.
I've always wondered that.
Cute. Yeah. Okay.
And you can have that information for free. That's included with the postage and packaging. No. Please put your money away. We don't ask anything for that information. So that's SD 2034 if you do want to go for that entire collection. But because it is a bit of a mad day, 30 seconds on the screen, what does that mean? That means that the price is going to go down even further. So you are getting a grand total of, we'll quickly do this out, 26, 31, 31, talk about yourselves, 31, 44, 57, 60, 74, 87, 100, that can't be right, dead on 100. 100 pieces, stamps and dies included in this bundle. We're going to take it down to £29.99.
Well, I tell you what, if you've got young'uns in the house, summer holidays coming up.
At that price, you don't mind them playing with your craft stash.
Absolutely. I'd stamp them, cut them out, give them some. Well, you know what? They're always affordable when there's deals like these today, and good to colour in. You don't know if they're going to be brilliant at all unless you give them something cool to colour in.
That's really good, isn't it? £29.99, so 100 pieces. So you've got, amongst those 100 pieces, it's a mixture of stamps and dies.
Yeah,
so it's not 100 dies and 100 stamps.
Yeah.
But it's a combination. It looks like you're getting slightly more stamps than dies. But either way, £29.99. That represents exceptional value for money. I would go as far to say, you know, if you've got kids' parties, for example, and craft is going to be a part of it. I think if you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, you've got 8 guests, take one away each.
Yeah, I think that's amazing. That is just phenomenal. That's the kind of deal that, you know, you don't hang around. If you're thinking about it, don't think too long, because when they're gone, aren't they?
Well, you've seen what's happened with the first item that we've shown you. Leslie's got hold of hers, Susan's got hold of hers, as has Lydia, as has Trina, as has Eileen, as has Rosemary, as Sylvia's got hold of hers. Brand new customers, so many brand new customers today. Thank you very, very much for joining us this afternoon. Half the stock has gone, unsurprisingly, at that price. So make sure you do add that to your basket. Remember, no matter how much you order today, then you're going to pay £3.95 postage and packaging. We are going to leave you with the details for the watercolour paints and also the brushes, because we really are down to the bare bones left. A lot of people are going to miss out on that, but well done for getting in nice and early. Sheena, thank you so much.
Thank you.
That was thoroughly enjoyable.
Cheers, thank
Not that I
you.
didn't think it would be.
Yeah.
But
Who would have known
I'm
it?
really surprised. I really quite enjoyed it.
that was
Actually,
pretty
enjoyed-
much
That
okay.
wasn't painful at all.
Yeah,
That was all right. No, I didn't. Anyway, good to see you. You're back later.
I am, yeah, at 5.
5, that was a test you
Yep.
passed. Well done. So, Sheena, we're back with you at 5 p.m. I'll be back with you with Pearlywinks. Simon's in the house, and he's got some brand new items for us as well. So we meet back here in about 3 minutes or so.
Did you know at Hobbymaker that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
What sets Dalton Manor apart, that it's predominantly paper and card. A lot of us forget how important paper and card is, especially when we start to make cards and other projects. That is your base item. So I think we sometimes use inferior products to use as a base because we know we're going to be putting things on it. So it kind of feels like that's the smaller, less important part of the project. To me, that is probably one of the more important parts of putting a project together. So I think if we can get a really, really great base card and base paper for you to start creating with, I think that's the important thing. And I'm hoping that that is something that people will look at before they start to craft. I would like the Hobbymaker customers to get exactly what I get from it. So I want them to, see it, buy it, get it home, take it out of the packets, open it up and see that, yeah, they can make what they've just seen myself make. I want them to be comfortable and I want us to go on like a little path together, where they'll look forward to what's coming from Dalton Manor next month and something that everyone will look forward to when it appears on Hobbymaker.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to crafting or a seasoned pro, you are sure to learn something new. We are live every day from 1 p.m. to 8 p.m, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Are you having trouble finding the perfect gift? Then why not treat them to the new gift card from Hobbymaker at hobbymaker.co.uk. Simply scroll down to the bottom where it says gift cards, click and you'll be taken to the right place. Decide between posting the card or delivery by email and then decide how much you want to add. You choose the value. So what do you get the crafter that's got everything? Why not treat yourself or them to the Hobbymaker gift card?
Afternoon, everyone. Welcome to another edition of Hobby Maker. Thank you very much for joining us. Thank you very much to Sheena for the previous show. She'll be back with you at 5 p.m. this afternoon. Remember, one of the many, many reasons why people hopefully love shopping with us here at Hobby Maker is because of our all-day posting and packaging and the variety we try to bring you every single day. And I think we're certainly bringing you something very, very different in this particular hour. If you're someone who likes to take those first tentative steps towards mixed media, or even if those words themselves seem problematic for you, something that you think, oh, that's rather difficult to do, Pearlywinks give you the materials, the instruction, and the value to ensure it could be something that can really open up your crafting horizons. And here to explain a bit more about it, of course, is Simon. Hello, sir.
Hi.
How you doing?
I'm good, thank you.
Good. Yeah, I'm all right. Come across and say hello. Come on, you may as well. Come on. That's all right. Fine. You're all right?
I'm good, thank you.
Good. All right, so listen, so for the uninitiated, tell us a bit more about Pearlywinks. Who are Pearlywinks?
So we've been going since 2018. We started with about 4 ink sprays and a couple of mica sprays. I think we had a stamp set. And we've got over 140 different colours now in our range. We've got tools, we've got stencils, we've got stamps, we've got MDF, we've got plywood, and we've got a glue today.
A glue?
Brand new glue.
Wow, okay.
So we're constantly expanding our range. We designed our own tools, our multi-station, our own door.
Yes, which you have on the show, yeah.
And it's just, we just love bringing new things out.
So obviously you're both very, very passionate about it. What do you think that people really think of when they think of Pearlywinks? What's the customer say to you?
Everyone loves the fact that we've got loads of different colours, easy to use tools. We explain things really well. We go on social media, lots of videos, helps and tutorials and stuff like that. Sure. So because we are crafters, it's basically, we love just bringing things out that are going to be useful to crafters as well. So it's not just the fact that we bring things out just for the sake of it. We bring things that are going to be useful to people.
I think that's evident in everything. Certainly you brought to us here on Hobby Maker. You can see there's a purpose behind it. There's thought behind it. It's all designed to make the crafter's life that much easier. Listen, we'll get to the glue in just a couple of seconds because I do want to talk about the first item we've got for you on today's show, which is a wonderful collection of stencils that we have them displayed in our stepper system over there. They're absolutely wonderful. These are these incredible woodland animals that we have within here. Now, we do have them available individually, but what we've done, we've also put them together as a bundle because these represent exceptional value for money. They're just over there, guys, in the steppers. So your item code, if you want to go for these, is FD8119. FD8119 if you would like to go for that particular collection. So what was the thinking behind this?
So we've brought loads of rotation stencils out to work along our multi-station. And we've brought Under the Sea collection, Floral collection, Farmyard Friends collection. And basically what they are, we wanted something that was going to work alongside our multi-station. Yes. Which is why they've got those little notches in. And what they are, the basically a layering stencil, but all in one.
Okay, right.
I'm useless. I'll lose all my extra stencils. So I thought if I can pop it all onto one, that's just going to save the hassle, and you just rotating it.
I get it.
We've popped the masks in with these ones as well.
Okay.
And the reason we've popped the masks in is because these ones are a little bit more detailed than the other collections what we've brought out in the past.
Right.
And I had nowhere to put the blacks of the eyes.
Okay, right.
So all of the masks have the blacks of the eyes, the space where you put the blacks of the eyes.
Okay.
But it also doubles up as a mask as well if you want to do foreground and background with them as well.
Lovely. All right, we're going to see these in action as we go throughout the show. But listen, let's go through the different characters that I have within there. Where should we start? Should we start top left as we're stood the other side?
Yep.
So top left is our owl, is that right?
Yep. So we've got the names on this one because I can't remember all the names. So we've got Oracle Owl.
Oracle the Owl, good. So again, he's top left. Next to him on the right-hand side, we have Doris Deer.
Yep.
Like that, very good. There we go, here's Doris coming into play. And again, I get it now with the rotation, so everything's on board.
Yeah,
that
and
makes
they're
perfect
really,
sense.
really simple to do as well. As long as you've got the right colour, well, it doesn't really matter what colours you want to do. If you want to do pop art colours, you can do.
Absolutely.
It's just the case of literally rotating the stencil once you've done it.
Okay, lovely. From them, we've then got Ruby Rabbit, who's unmistakable with the beautiful ears. We'll see in just a couple of seconds. There you go, that way, lovely. And again, you can see, obviously, you're getting the masks as well as you highlighted earlier on. If we go down from there, let's go to Morris Mouse. We've had a lot of mice on Hobby Maker today, haven't we? This next one, I think, is my favourite name. So go to the left. This is Bentley Beaver. That must be a very high-end beaver.
Yeah.
The very best quality of beaver. And then on left from there, we've got Fabio Fox, which again is a cool name, isn't it? Really cool. Actually, with Fabio Fox, you think you could adapt him into a cat?
Probably, yeah,
I think it's
actually,
a cat if you
looking at
wanted
it. We do actually do a cat one as well.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, you could probably change him into a cat.
All right.
Quite easily, actually.
If we go down from there, we'll say hello to Hattie Hedgehog. That's a nice card, just down there. Very cute. Then from into the middle, we go to Aussie Otter. Play well in the West Midlands. And then finally, we have Sally Squirrel. So it's all 9 sets included in this bundle we have for you. And of course, they are available individually on the website. Now, if you did buy them individually and you put them all in your basket together, your price would be £129.90. But that is not going to be your price today. We've done some amazing value today, and we're going to continue that in about 30 seconds. So you know how this works in 30 seconds time? That's when we're going to go down to an amazing price. So how much fun have you had playing with these?
Loads. I love the rotation stencils and just watching them come to life. These ones in particular, probably my second favourite. I love like Under the Sea and seahorses and things like that. So this is probably my second favourite set. And I've just really enjoyed working with these alongside the stencil that you can purchase with it. The stencil actually comes in with this as well.
Oh, okay.
As a bit of a freebie.
Oh, nice.
I've just really enjoyed making the scenes in the background and trying them out in different colours.
That stencil we have just here, by the way, just to show you. So that is that stencil that you're getting included. It allows you to create all of those landscapes in the background and in the foreground as well. But our prices dropped. We're down to £69.99 for the backgrounds. All 9 of those stencils and the masks included as well. They work out £7.77 each. And also you have split pay available as well, which means all you need to pay today is £34.99. It's FD8119, FD8119 if you do want to go for that stencil collection. As we're here, and you mentioned it, so should you talk about the glue?
Yes.
Because you mentioned this is a new glue.
It's a new glue, yeah.
Okay, so there's lots of glue that are available on the marketplace. So what's so special about the glue we've got today?
The glue's the one on that side.
This one? Yeah.
Yep. So it's an EVA glue. It's a high tack. It's a really quick grabbing glue as well. I think it grabs in about 2 seconds. And so it just gives you that enough time to do your wiggling if you're doing your mats and your layering. It'll stick wood, paper, EVA foam, so anything that's a porous surface. It will stick non-porous as well, okay. But it needs to be to something which is porous, just so that the water content can evaporate. Okay. It's acid and ligament free as well, so it's perfect for your scrapbooking.
Great.
And anything that you're going to want to preserve the colour in.
Okay.
So it's just a fantastic glue.
Okay, lovely. Are we going to be using that in some of your demos today?
I am, yes.
Lovely.
You also get the little applicator bottle as well.
Just here, nicely. So it's brand new today, again down to £9.99. If you want to add that into your basket, it's RW8163. RW8163. All right, so shall we, as well as we're here, shall we also talk about the wooden elements that we have here as well? Because I think these are going to be really, really popular. Oh, well, it's just fallen down. Now, these are the same characters that we met through the stencils.
Yep.
Okay. So these are already pre-cut for you. So I don't know if they're done in particular order. I think they are actually.
They're in the same order, yeah.
There we go. Well done for that. Thank you. So you have Oracle Owl, you have Doris Deer, you have Ruby Rabbit, Fabio Fox, Bentley Beaver, Morris Mouse, Hattie Hedgehog, Aussie Otter. At the end, you have Sally Squirrel. So you're getting all of those, well, £18. You always tell, whenever, I'll give you a quick insider tip. Whenever you see a price that doesn't have a decimal point on it, that's usually not the final price. You might have noticed that. Because we do like to add a decimal point. So £18, we're going to go down below £18 for all 9 of them, available at £12.99. It's JX8194. So what we use these for?
So these can be used. You actually get included in it.
Yeah.
I brought mine on the way. A little mobile
thing
for it. So you can create your mobiles with them as well. Oops. So they can be used for mobiles. They're light enough to go on the front of a card. You can make badges out of them as well. They're made out of a 3mm ply, which is lighter than the MDF in colour. I wanted something that was a little bit lighter. And you can basically use them any way that you use, say, a mount board embellishment or something like that. You can colour them in with markers, with our spray inks, whichever you want. You can also use the rotation stencils with them. They're the same size as the rotation stencils, so you can pop those over if you're a little bit unsure about where you want to colour in. So you can just pop your rotation stencils over the top and turn it around exactly the same way that you would with a piece of paper.
Wonderful. Okay. Great. All right, so listen, already busy on the website and on the phone lines for this. Do you want to get ready for a demonstration? If that's about you, Simon, because the one thing I just want to highlight, and you'll see this when Simon starts to get busy. So all too often, I've seen lots of character stamps and dies and stencils over the years, and I'm sure you have as well. You know, the one thing that I think makes them a success, in the same way you hear about the eyes being the window of the soul, it's down to the eyes. The eyes, if they're friendly eyes, if they're, you know, welcoming eyes, then you end up with a cute character. I just want to show you some examples, and you'll see some more examples that Simon's going to do. I think the eyes here are perfect. These are friendly, they're open-eyed, they're welcoming. You know, there's nothing here that looks a bit odd, because if it, you know, it's like you've all seen imagery where if the eyes are slightly odd, it looks a bit weird, right? I think the eyes that you've got in here are absolutely superb. They've got a warmth to them, and I think that's what really makes these characters stand out. You can see all of those examples just there. But really busy for the plywood characters already. So remember, you're getting all 9 of them. People are multi-buying as well. Nearly a third of the stock of these have gone, so you're going to need to be quick if you do want to go for the entire menagerie. And I will just quickly show you, as Simon said, you do also get the extra element that allows you to create the mobile here as well. And you can see you've got 4 of the characters creating that mobile. Again, phenomenal value for money. That's JX8194 for £12.99. But let us go back. A third of the stock has gone already. Let's go back to Simon. So what we're going to play with first of all?
So I'm going to play with the rotation stencils and the background stencil.
Perfect.
And I'm going to create a card. So to do that, I'm going to be using the multi-station.
Which we do have on the show.
Which we've got on the show as well, yeah. So the multi-station is a tool. You don't need to have the multi-station to use the stencils, yes, but it does help. So the multi-station is basically what it says on the tin. Starting at the bottom, you've got a scoreboard. Yeah. Then you've got your mat, so you can do your flower forming, or if you wanted to use it as a just something to pop your card on, just so you've got a bit of cushion behind. Mm-hmm. Then we've got this plate here, which is it's basically a grid for the bottom of the stamper ring, and you rotate that, so you can get your square reefs with that one. Then we've got this stampering element as well, which I'll be, if I've got time, a bit later. And so the stampering element, that will allow you to create perfect reefs.
Right, nice.
Like so. You also get in there a rotation stencil to start off with, and that will allow you to create this one. So you've basically got that to start off with. You also get a scoring tool and a...
bone folder?
Bone folder.
There you go.
You've done your research.
Yeah. It's not just thrown together, Simon. I know sometimes it can look like it. I know it can look like it, but we do honestly prepare everything before the show.
Right, so I'm going to pop my card into the top corner. You don't need to tape it down. If you want to, you can do. And I'm going to bring in my rotation stencil. Mine's a little bit dirty because I've been using it. And I am going to use some blacking. So I'm just using my daubers. I'm just going to check on the back of this.
We do also have the daubers on the show as well. If you like those rather splendid, just about the most fabulous daubers you'll ever see. Yeah, we'll see those again later.
Right, so my dauber's already got some on it, and I'm going to do my rabbit grey. So it's already got some ink on it anyway, so I'm not going to pop any more on. And I'm just going round in little circles, and I'm not too bothered. If you can see there, it's not a perfectly smooth.
Yeah.
It looks like it looks a bit like fur. And that's because I've not cleaned my dauber, which I never do anyway.
Can you clean daubers? Is there a way to do it?
I think it would just be the same way that you'd maybe clean your brush, maybe put some water on it and sort of like squish it down. Okay. And try and get your, yeah. Then I'm just going to turn the stencil, and then that'll give me my next layer. So for my next layer, I'm going to do that in a white. So I'm just going to get some white on my dauber. What this white's going to do is just going to push back that, so it's not going to be the same sort of grey, it's going to be a lighter grey.
Yeah.
And then I'm going to do a pink just in the ears.
Now already I can start to see how creating the finished effect is made so much easier utilising these stencils and simply just rotating it on onto the tool.
I'm going to rotate it one more time. I'm going to do his little feet. Another pink. Stipple in his nose there.
Yeah.
And then I'm going to get a pen. You can do it all. Sorry, I'll take that out of my mouth. You can do it all black if you wanted to, but I like to give him a pink nose.
Mm-hmm.
Right, so if you wanted to rotate and put the whites of the eyes in, you can put the whites of the eyes in that way. I usually do it afterwards.
Right.
And I usually go around with a pen. So just pop my mask over the top of it.
Mm-hmm.
Looks like a little robber.
Yeah. You could say he's a bad bunny, eh, Keith? I'd throw that in for younger Keith. There you go, Mikey. Switched on now. Throwing up a couple of cultural references that you appreciate. There we go. That's what I like to do. Keeps the young people interested. Absolutely. That's bad bunny. There we go.
And then I'm going to get my white pen and go around the outside of the eye. So to do that, I'm just doing like a C shape on the right-hand side.
Yes. Now, if you do want to go for the stencils individually, we do have all the characters available on their own. Let's bring the details for Ruby on her own. I'll say so. At £10.99.
Right, so there's one I've already cut out, and I'm going to use that on a background. So to create my background, I'm just going to move this out of the way. It's really simple. So on the stencil, we've etched into the sides of the stencil rather than just give you flat edges. We wanted the stencil to be useful in different ways. So, because I think a lot of stencils wasted because there's a lot of things that you can use in it there.
So again, this is the stencil that comes included with...
It does come. Sorry, it does come included with the 9 stencils as well.
Yes. Quick update
As a
for you,
bundle.
Laura. Yes.
But it is available on its own as a standalone product as well.
So you can buy it on its own, but if you go for it with the 9, it comes as a bonus. Okay.
Right. So I'm going to start at the back. So I'm going to start with a darker colour, a darker green, and I'm just going to draw down off the stencil. It's up to you if you want to use your daubers or it's quicker to use your daubers if you've got daubers.
They're very good tools, aren't they, those daubers?
Then I'm just going to flip my stencil the other way, just so I can pull out a different area.
So if you do want that woodland stencil on its own, it is available, again, at £10.99, but it is included if you go for the full character set. You'll get that for no extra charge.
Then I'm going to flip it over back to front. And then I'm just going to pull some different areas in there. Then with my brush, blending brush, I'm just going to flick up from the bottom. just so I don't have to go in with a stamp for the grass.
Oh yeah, that's a good technique, doing it just off the page.
It just saves me going back in with the stencil, and then I'm going to go in with a blue, just for the sky. So I'm not too bothered about this because the sky's not perfect in any way. You've got clouds in the sky, so I'm not bothered if it looks patchy, because it'll just be like clouds. I don't want it to be too...
Can't be too perfect.
No. So, and then I'm going to go in with some trees.
So again, this is part of the woodland stencil, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay. I'm getting busy now for the Forest Friends collection, which remember includes that extra, which would normally be an extra. Now you're getting all 10, really, really good value for money, and available on 2 split pays as well. What's that, $6.99 each? Are they just, how big are they? They're a little bit wider, but a little bit shorter than A4.
The stencils,
size. Yeah.
20, I think there's 23 by 23. The woodland one is slightly smaller than A4.
Slightly smaller than A4.
Only slightly, it's not much.
No, of course.
So I'm just using a memento to go through this because this is a bit of a darker one. Yeah, I think when I figured it out, it works out it's about 48% saving on if you were to buy everything singular.
Absolutely, that's brilliant. Particularly with that extra bonus stencil as well that you're using. Very versatile, very useful.
Just pop some trees in the background. And then I've already done one, added some extra little bits. And basically all I've done is we've just got a white pen.
Yeah.
I've just put 5 little dots. And then I've not bought my red pen, but imagine the blacks are red. And I've just popped a little dot in the middle, and I've just scattered them across the page, and I've added some.
Oh, look at that.
Added some extra trees and a couple of birds.
That looks great.
And then, dead simple. So I'm going to use the EVA glue now.
Oh yes, the new PVA.
If you wanted to use these as a sort of a mobile, if you wanted to use the paper as a mobile, all you need to do is just flip it over once you've cut it out, and then just pop the back on.
Okay.
And then just stencil through, and then it just gives you, rather than just being a plain white back.
Yeah.
So the EVA goes on super easy. And I'll just pop the rabbit on. And that's already grabbed.
Nice.
So you can see how quickly it does grab.
It does, isn't it? Yeah.
So that's just a quick card, just using the...
That's brilliant. Nicely done.
stencil.
So again, that's using all of the elements that are included within our main focus on this show. Of course, it is your Forest Friends collection, which includes all 9 of those characters, plus you're also getting that bonus, not two of the characters. You're getting the bonus background as well, which is available on its own, but it's included within the bundle as well for no extra charge. So it represents exceptional value for money. And again, if you have a look at the characters, I'll read them out to you again. You've got Oracle Owl, you've got Doris Deer, you have Ruby Rabbit, Fabio Fox, Bentley Beaver, Morris Mouse, Hattie Hedgehog, Aussie Otter, and also Sally Squirrel, that do also match up with the woodland characters that I showed you as well. So that's FD8119, FD8119, and again available on 2 split pays as well. It's not just the stencils, you're also getting the masks as well, so you can get exactly the same results that Simon got earlier on. I'm having terrible trouble getting these animals to behave themselves. As we're here, let's have a look at those plywood characters, because nearly half the stock of those characters have now gone. So exactly the same characters that you've seen with the stencils. So again, we have, just to reiterate, you have Oracle Owl, Doris Deer, Ruby Rabbit, Fabio Fox, Bentley Beaver, Morris Mouse, Hattie Hedgehog, Ozzy Otter, and also Sally Squirrel. All perfect for to use, obviously, with a variety of different projects, and you do also get the extra elements that allow you to make your mobile as well. But they will also correspond perfectly with the stencils if you want to create that same kind of effect that Simon's just shown you, as is the case just there. Then obviously you've got exactly the right size that will fit to ensure you end up with that perfect result. But if you do start to incorporate using those rather fabulous daubers, which I'll show you in just a couple of seconds. Lots of people multi-ordering on that. Where are we in terms of stock, Laura? For the over half the stock. You did tell me has now gone. It's JX8194. JX8194. Very quickly, let's take a slow walk to allow the camera to follow me. There we go. So these are these rather fabulous daubers. Just about, I said genuinely, we've seen daubers before, but difference with these, the fact that they actually are a bit more squat, they actually feel a bit heavy as well. So you've got a bit of extra quality behind there as well. I think that brings you closer to the project, actually gives you a bit more control as well, whether you choose to hold it like that or whether not to maybe place it between your fingers, for example. But these, and I think it's one of the reasons to go for them, you know. They look fabulous on your craft workshop. Look at this. That's been given, there aren't many craft products we've bought you here in Hobby Maker. They've been given the full Gemporia treatment, which is a rotating pack shot. But that deserves it. In the home of fine jewellery, it deserves the treatment, doesn't it? It does really good. Now, they look awesome, Simon, they really do. But why these ones? Because there are daubers available. Why did you create these ones?
So when we first got a laser, I wanted to design some daubers, and I couldn't figure out how to do them. And then we brought out a stamp pressure tool.
Yes.
Which had the diamante handle.
Yes.
So then I thought, why don't I do them out of acrylic, coloured daubers? So not only is that got your daubers, but if you lift the handle off the top, in the centre, what you were just spinning.
Oh yes.
That's actually its own stamp platform pressure tool.
Oh my
which is why it's got the foam, the felt on. You've also got a little storage compartment which will hold all your spare foams and things what you get with it. So you get 2 acrylic blocks, which just basically stick on to any of your daubers, and then that then becomes a stamp on its own. You also get 10 of the sanding discs, which are perfect if you want to sand down your card, give it a bit of a rustic look, or if you need to sand down any of your MDF. And you also get 5 of the spare flat daubers.
That's brilliant.
You also get all your domed daubers on it as well, so you get 10 domed daubers as well.
I have to say, that's very well designed. And it's obviously, you know, they rotate around as well. They've got a real nice weight to them. They're extra special. So let's do an extra special price, shall we? We're doing special prices today. This is on a 3-way split pay. First item I've seen today available on 3-way split pay. So it's £89.99 if you'd like to add those into your basket. They do look rather splendid, don't they? A bit of a collector's item as well. Very, very fancy, but not just there for decorative purposes. They are a tool that's designed to be used. They're robust. Again, they're kind of like acrylic throughout, aren't they? So they do feel a bit more robust.
So the actual bits on top, they're actually glass.
Oh, really?
So we were going to do the acrylic, but I think the acrylic would have possibly cheapened it.
Right, okay.
Which is why I wanted to do the glass as well. It just adds to that weight. So, and also the shape of them, you don't have to hold them in any specific way. So if you've got dexterity problems, there's loads of different ways in which you can hold them. You can hold it between your fingers.
Okay.
You can hold it on the top. You can hold the side of the thing as well. And I think that was something that was really important to me, because sometimes I do struggle with carpal tunnel in my wrist. So sometimes I can't hold things for long. So if I can't hold it, I can hold it like that. Between my fingers. So there's loads of different ways. A lot of thought has gone into it when I've designed it. And I wanted to try and include everybody when I've done that.
Very, very nice. And again, listen, people adding it into their baskets right now. Take advantage of split pay. That's PD8157 if you'd like to go for those very, very splendid Dauber kit and standers as well. That's PD8157. As we're here, let's mention the blending solution that we have just here. Now let me bring this around just so you can see. It strikes me as one of those tools, I guess if people are used to working with your sprays and other mediums that you bought us, this is well worth going for. So when might we use the blending solution, Simon?
So the blending solution, what it basically does, it'll blend and extend your product. But not only that, it does turn your inks. So if you've got a water-based ink, it will give them an oxide look to them.
Oh, really?
And it's also water reactive as well. So if you spritz your water at it, you will get a faux bleaching type look.
Oh, nice.
To them.
Okay.
So you can either use just normal water, or you can use any of our mica sprays, and it'll draw the colour out of it, and it'll leave the faux bleaching effect on that.
So how do you apply? Do you apply it neat?
So it's really simple to do. I'll just get a piece of card. It's up to you if you want to use our ink, so if you've got another water-based ink that you use. We do something called Winky Inkies as well, which are not sprays. I've not brought them here, but if you've got those, they come in like a dropper bottle.
Okay.
So they'll be fine to use as well. So basically, all you do is you just spritz a couple of sprays into your palette or wherever, and then just add, what I normally do, I normally add 3 drops. I should have shook that, really. Give it a shake. So just add a couple of drops to it. And then I'm going to grab my dauber. I'm just going to work that in.
I have to say, I really like that craft mat you've got there.
So this craft mat is actually available on Under the Rainbow's brand shop.
Is it?
He's
on
got,
your website?
It's on your website. I think he's got about 5 left. So if
really?
you
So
like
got
them,
many.
be quick.
All right, okay.
They flew out the other day.
So I'll show you how to find the brand shops later on. If you've never been shown how to do that, remind me, I'll show you in a couple of minutes.
So that's just basically turned a white piece of card.
It's me. That's quick.
And what else you can do as well, so if I wanted to say add, I've still got some solution in there, if I wanted to add some pink to this, and then just pop a couple more drops in, and then I'll pick it up on my pink dauber, just clean my mat off. And then I can...
Okay, I like that.
And then if I take my blue,
yeah,
again, and just sort of like go over the bit where it's...
Yeah.
It just creates a perfect...
Yeah, it does.
Ombre.
That's really good. Nice.
And then I'll just spritz that with some... I'll just use normal water. Just try and get some big blobs in there as well. Right. And you can actually see the colour sort of like drawing out of it.
Oh yes, you can see that.
If you want to speed that up. Much safer than using bleach.
Yeah. Oh, okay. You can see it's starting to work. Nice. That's a great technique. Very, very good technique. And again, great demonstration of your sprays as well. So that's the blending solution, which you can see right there, again at £6.99 if you want to add that into your basket, which plenty of you are doing right now. So from there, let's go back. Oh yes, the animal stencils. Now, that's where we start the show taking a look at. So I've got a bumper bundle today, 9 stencils, well technically it's 10. It's 9 character stencils, but if you're going to go for the bundle, you're also going to get the woodland stencil included for no extra charge. So to all intents and purposes, it is 10 stencils. 9 characters featuring the owl, the deer, the rabbits, the fox, the beaver, the mouse, the hedgehog, the otter, and also the squirrel. They all have individual names. I didn't read them out, so I thought to save time, but I realised by explaining that I should just read out the names. But however, I will read them out. So you've got Oracle Owl, you've got Doris Deer, you've got Ruby Rabbit, you've got Fabio Fox, Bentley Beaver, Morris Mouse, Hattie Hedgehog, Aussie Otter, and Sally Squirrel. And the reason they're designed like so is it's when you're using your rotation tool, it makes it nice and easy for you to line everything up. So you end up with something that looks really, really professional, particularly if you are starting to use some of your blending brushes or your daubers. You really can't go far wrong. So even if you've never really done this before, it's nice and easy, very easy for you to create something very, very similar to what you can see just there. You've also got extra elements on there as well that allow you to create obviously the face and the muzzle and the eyes and all of those kind of things. So for £69.99, it does represent exceptional value for money. It's £6.99 each. That includes that woodland background as well. Now, all the stencils, usual price will be £12.99, but again, £6.99 as part of your bundle is really good value for money. Whilst we're here, let's also show you the wooden animals, same characters, just in wooden form. So you're getting all 9 of them here. These have been proving really, really popular. I can't wait to see what you guys create with these. 60% of the stock has gone, so it's all the same characters. Your owl, your deer, your rabbit, your fox, your beaver, your mouse, your hedgehog, your otter, and also your squirrel. All 9 for £12.99. That's JK8194. JK8194. All right, let's go back across to Simon for another demonstration. So what we're going to play with next.
Right, so what I can do is I'm going to just show you. So the rotation stencils just fit perfectly over there.
Over the wooden ones, lovely.
The wooden ones. So because there's only a small gap on there, you do need to hold the stencil in place.
Okay.
Because it's a smaller gap. So I'm just going to go in.
So do you have to do anything different because you're working with like a plywood?
Nope.
Okay.
Exactly the same. So it actually goes on easier than it goes straight onto your MDF.
Right, okay.
Because it's a lighter colour, it's not as dark as MDF. MDF's quite a dark brown, whereas the MDF's quite a pale colour. So you don't need to do anything different. You don't need to prime it or anything like that. And I'm just literally going on with I think this is a pigment ink.
Okay.
But you can use your water-based inks. Our inks will work really well on this as well. But as I was playing with Adam's ombre pads, I noticed that the brown one is a really good one for especially for this collection.
Yeah.
So if you were lucky enough to get that, if you ordered Adam's stencil starter kits,
okay.
if you're lucky enough to get the brown, it will work perfectly with this one. So I've just done the outside.
Yeah.
I'm going to turn to this one, to this section, and I'm going to colour the next bits in. So I'm going to do these ones a lighter brown.
It looks like a rubber. It looks like a robber now, doesn't it? Or superhero.
A superhero. So I'm going to go a lighter brown just in here. So it's almost a pale colour, but I've still got the other brown on my brush. So it's pulling that through, so it's just not, it does make a difference to that.
It does come together every time you reel the mask away.
Yeah, every time you turn it, something new comes out. And then as soon as you pop the eyes on it, just sort of like brings it to life.
Yeah.
So then for these bits, I'm going to use the darker brown. And as long as you hold the stencil in place, it's going to go within your lines.
Mm-hmm.
And then the last bit on the stencil is his cute little nose. So I'm going to do his eyebrows a dark brown.
Yeah.
And the good thing about using your small brushes as well is if you do want, those are quite close together, you're not going to overlap them in any way.
Right, okay. Those brushes are rather fabulous.
I've not got them on the show, but I think they are in our brand shop.
Are they? Okay.
Then for his eyes, you've got two choices. You can either, I've misplaced my mask, so I'm just going to go straight in with a pen. Okay. The outline's there anyway, so don't worry about it. Yeah. And because it's etched in, it shouldn't bleed out, okay, as long as you stay where you're supposed to be. So I'm just going. In there. Obviously, if you've got the mask, just pop the mask straight over and then just stencil through, you'll be fine. And then for the whites of the eyes, again, I'm just going to get my white pen. Mm-hmm. And colour those.
Is that like a jelly pen you're using?
Yeah, so this is a jelly roller.
Jelly roller.
I think this, is it Sakura?
I think that's Sakura, yes. Yeah.
And there we go.
See, that makes a difference, just that little technique, that little kind of twinkle in the eye.
And they're super quick to do. I think probably took about three minutes.
And that's a similar technique to what you would have used on the mobile?
Yes, that was exactly how I did the mobile as well.
So remember, you do get the extra elements that allow you to make this mobile if you do go for the wooden characters, and that's exactly what Simon's done for each one of those. Now, if you do want to go for that plywood menagerie, then you need to be quick because you are down to single figures, okay? So your item number for that is JXX, what? I'm making numbers up. JX8194, JX8194, again down to £12.99. But we're about to do another demonstration with the stencils. So you've seen the stencils will work perfectly with the plywood. If you do just want to go for the stencils on the road, remember it's 9 stencils with an extra one, which is obviously your backgrounds, your forestry backgrounds, which obviously you've seen Simon used to great effect. You're getting that included as well as the mask. Sorry, I got a bit tied up here. Bear with. There we go. You're getting the mask as well. But obviously you're getting the same characters that we've just seen with the plywood, which we'll see in our next demonstration. So you said earlier on, we can use this away from the rotations?
Yeah,
but obviously they work. Okay, but if you wanted to. We do also have the rotation tool available on the show as well.
Right. So there's 2 ways of doing it. If you're going to cut this out, which I normally cut them all out anyway and stick them on, what I'd do is I'll just get my blending brush. Go through there and go through there, and that way I know when I turn it around, as long as I line those up, it's going to be in the perfect position. Okay. So I'm going to start by going through with a dauber.
Those daubers are splendid, they really are.
So I'm going through my dauber because it's a bigger space, so it's easy and it's quicker just to go through it straight away with the dauber anyway. Yeah. I'm going to rotate that across. Just make sure that that line and that line match up. Mm-hmm. Then I'm going to get my blending brush, and I'm going to go in with a lighter. Oh, no, it's darker. Just in these areas. In fact, I'm going to dampen that down with a white. Then I'm going to turn it one more time.
Yep.
Align that up. Oops. And these bits are going to be black. Mm-hmm. There is one that really freaks me out, and I don't know which one it is. It's part of one of the masks, and it just looks really, really alien-like.
Oh, really? Oh, okay. That's, you know, I was just thinking that when they're not completed, it does look a little bit like the masks that appear towards the end of The Wicker Man. But that's what I meant about the eyes. You had the eyes, you had the human element in there when they come to life.
It's the hedgehog one.
The hedgehog one, okay.
Yeah, because it's got there's a mask and it's not got the spikes on it, so it's just the inside bit of it, and it's just in a really scary position. It's like.
But obviously, you complete it, and that's when it all comes together.
Yeah. So you can either give it a black nose. I like doing this as Rudolph, but I've not got my red, so it's going to be a normal reindeer.
Okay.
With a black nose. But you can use it for your Christmas cards.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll start doing that in the very near future. Next month, in fact, is when we start to bring you Christmas here on Hobby Maker. We've got so much good stuff to come your way. Oh, amazing stuff.
Right, and then I'm going to pop the mask over the top. Like so.
There you go.
And then just pop in the whites of the eyes with the little C shape on the outside. And if you want to turn it into a reindeer, you can just pop a couple of little white spots in the top.
Oh yeah, that's a good idea. There you go, perfect. Cute little Rudolph, or Donna, or Blitzen. If you can name the rest, then you win my respect. So it's FD8119 at £69.99 if you do want to go for all 9 of those stencils. But don't forget, you are also getting that extra stencil as well that allows you to create the background, which again you can see Simon's used to great effect. That is also available on Split Pay. It's FD8119, FD8119. One thing I did want to say, I did mention earlier on, or rather Simon mentioned it, about when we talk about brand pages on our website. I'll show you how to find those. So if you go to our website, which is hobbymaker.co.uk, at the very, very top, you will find at the top there, you'll see kind of seconded on the ribbon, you find brands. Now, this changes. It's kind of it's kind of who was last on TV. It does rotate round. Within there, you'll see. Now, if you can't find the brand name you're after, if you go on to, where is it, View All, what it'll do is, can you click on that, Laura? It'll go through the popular categories, scroll down, keep going. Just about everyone's is there. And if it's not there, eventually goes A to Z. So if they're not there, because it rotates, it depends who was on last, basically. So if you're not able to find the brands, you can have a look at them alphabetically. So if you want to find P for Pearlywinks, you'll find within there, and you should find Pearlywinks within there. There you go. So here on Pearlywinks. And you start to see a whole range of items available in the brand store. So they're all the items we're going to have in stock available from Pearlywinks. So we'll hear about the brand page. If you think, how do I find it? If you go to brands, it'll either appear, but if it's not there, because it rotates, because everyone wants to be at the beginning, everyone wants to be at the beginning, then you go to A to Z, and you'll be able to find it there. Okay, right, lovely. So let's give you a quick reminder of, how long do we have left? Let's do the plywood again, because I think there's every chance this could sell out. So you're getting all 9 characters. I'm going to remind you who they are. You've got the Oracle Owl, the Doris Deer, the Ruby Rabbit, the Fabio Fox, the Bentley Beaver, Morris Mouse, Hattie Hedgehog, Aussie Otter, and Sally Squirrel. About 80% of the stock of them have gone. They've been proving very, very popular, particularly on the back of the demonstration that Simon just performed for us. Again, at £12.99. A lot of brand new we've had so many brand new customers today. Thank you very much for joining us here on the everyday soap opera that is Hobby Maker. Not really. And then we also have, let's give a quick mention to the Daubers. The Daubers. Again, I shall slowly break my way across. So, listen, you'll have picked up daubers, you'll have picked up blending brushes before, blending pads, that kind of thing. These are just a touch of class. Designed to last, look fantastic in the craft workspace, really nice and durable. They've got a good weight to them, and they've even got the onboard storage, which, full disclosure, I didn't realise. So that's also good to use as a stamping tool, but also it's space for you to store your extra pads that will fit in there, and all your extra sanding pads, because you do get those as well. You want to create that distressed look, and also your 2 acrylic elements as well, so you can even create stamps as well if they'll fit onto those. So it's a real versatile a caddy, if you like, of tools that you can use. So you're getting all of those for £89.99. So £29.99 if you want to go for those on split pay, which plenty of you have been doing. But we're coming towards the end of this show, so I think just enough time to get one more demonstration in, Simon, if that's all right with you. What we're going to do?
Did you say stencils?
I
was going to use the stamper ring.
Fine, do that.
That's all right. I'm just going to score my card at 15 using my scoring part. Fold that over. And then I'm going to pop this.
So details on the screen for the multi-station starter kit. What's the feedback you've had?
On the 5.5. Everyone loves it.
For the starter kit, and they must do.
It's just so easy to use, and it's got everything, especially if you go to like your craft classes and stuff. It's got your scoreboard on it, it's got your stamp plate. There's other extra bits as well, which I'm going to be bringing in the next show.
Okay, great.
To use alongside it. We're going to be doing parchment plates for it off Adam's, because Adam's tool does parchment plates, so we're going to do one that works on this station as well.
Lovely.
And it's just really handy. It's just really easy to use as well. So I'm just going to get I've put my stamp on. I'm just going to align it up in the centre there. I'm just going to do this really quickly because I am conscious of the time. I'm going to turn it round into the next notch, stamp it down into the next one. And it's basically a reef builder.
Yeah.
And it's just really quick to build those reefs.
That's good. Again, really handy. Can't really go wrong as long as you slot into the correct slot, and once it's in there, I guess it can't move.
No. And also because it's... I forgot what I was going to say. What was I going to say?
Because it's... I can't help you. You can't... Once it's slotted in, you can't move it. And then you said... And because it's...
I can't remember what I was going to say.
It'll come to you.
But
it'll come to you just as soon as we come off there.
It is also just a normal stamp press as well.
Okay.
So if we wanted to pop a sentiment in the centre there...
If you remember what it is, I'll give you permission to jump in the middle of Dave and Carla's show.
You could just pop a sentiment
on.
Pop
into the side. I'll give you permission to do that.
And obviously, if I wanted to fill those out, I'd just pop my stamp on, pick it up on here, and then as I'm turning it, it'd fill in all of those little gaps as well.
Lovely. Very good. Again, a handy tool. But again, just one of the many myriad of jobs that it can do for you. Again, at £59.99. Again, it is also available on split pay. So all your pay stays £30, is that right? £29.99, £30. So that is GS8193. It's GS8193. All right, so we're coming towards the end of the show. So let's recap. Let's bring the details once again for the stencils. So the set of stencils, there are 9 of them. You're also getting the matching masks as well, designed to work in conjunction with the rotation tool to ensure that you end up with a perfect result every single time. But as Simon just demonstrated, you don't necessarily need to have them. You're also getting, as a bonus, not only all 9 of those characters, but you're also getting the background as well, the woodland backgrounds, which again have a use way beyond just with those particular characters, just handy masks for you to have. So it's a total of 10 sheets in total for £69.99. That's FD8119. Each one of the masks on the website is £12.99. So to get hold of 10 of them represents, again, exceptional value for money. Well done to those of you who've got hold of yours today. Something that's been proving very, very popular is the plywood version of those same characters. So again, you can see those across the front just here. They are Oracle Owl, Doris Deer, Ruby Rabbit, Fabio Fox, Bentley Beaver, Morris Mouse, Hattie Hedgehog, Aussie Otter and Sally Squirrel. I think there's every chance that they could sell out in the next couple of minutes. We will try and get some more later on, but we'll have to have a chat after the show. Simon, thank you so much.
Thank you very
Good
much.
to see you back with us at
7.
7 o'clock.
Yes.
We look forward to seeing you then. Thank you so much. All right, don't go too far away because standing by the wings, we have Carla Bagshaw of Beverley and we have Sir Dave of Bradford.
What sets Dalton Manor apart, that it's predominantly paper and card. A lot of us forget how important paper and card is, especially when we start to make cards and other projects. That is your base item. So I think we sometimes use inferior products to use as a base because we know we're going to be putting things on it. So it kind of feels like that's the smaller, less important part of the project. To me, that is probably one of the more important parts of putting a project together. So I think if we can get a really, really great base card and base paper for you to start creating with, I think that's the important thing. And I'm hoping that that is something that people will look at before they start to craft. I would like the Hobby Maker customers to get exactly what I get from it. So I want them to, see it, buy it, get it home, take it out of the packets, open it up and see that, they can make what they've just seen myself make. I want them to be comfortable and I want us to go on like a little path together, where they'll look forward to what's coming from Dalton Manor next month and something that everyone will look forward to when it appears on Hobby Maker.
Hi everyone, Andy here from Hobby Maker. I'm very proud to tell you that Sewing Street, Hobby Maker and Jewellery Maker are launching their first crafting weekend in conjunction with Craftopia, taking place on Saturday the 25th of May and Sunday the 26th of May at the Abbey Hotel Golf and Spa here in our hometown of Redditch. What you can expect from the weekend is 4 workshops featuring 4 of your favourite crafting experts. From Hobby Maker, we have Sandra Rushton, who'll be focusing on an introduction to zantangling. We have Carla Bagshaw, who'll be introducing us to the world of thermal cinching and bookbinding and all things American crafts. From Sewing Street, we have Wendy Orlando. She'll be introducing you to hand sewing with a couple of projects that you can make along and take with you. And from Jewellery Maker, we have Debbie Kershaw, who'll be guiding you through how to make your own jewellery that you can make and take away with you. The workshops are a huge part of the weekend, but what's also included are all of your meals, your accommodation, all of the extra elements that we have planned for you, including the legendary Saturday night dinner. Well, not only will it be a 3-course meal, it will also include a craft raffle and also a craft quiz as well. There's another reason to join us for the weekend because we also have an exclusive 20% discount for everyone who attends that you can use across any of the Gemporia Craft websites. So that's Hobby Maker, Sewing Street or Jewellery Maker. So make sure you join us for what is a limited edition experience at the Abbey Hotel Golf and Spa here in Redditch on Saturday the 25th of May and Sunday the 26th of May. I hope to see you there.
Oh no, Carla's had a swig of her energy drink before coming on air.
A little bit choking there.
Go down the wrong way, did it?
Let's do a bit fast there, Dave.
Afternoon, everyone. Thanks to Andy and welcome. Yeah, I'm with you now through till 8 o'clock tonight, and we've got a real treat in store. We've got lots of great guests, lots of great demos, brilliant deals. And we've got, of course, the lovely Carla here as well with Carnation. Now, this is something I've not done with you before.
No. I know, weird, right?
I know, because you and I work with Carnation an awful lot, but we do the big collections very often, Carla and I. But this is great because if you haven't necessarily got the budget for a big collection or you're starting out with Carnation,
Want to have a go?
I just want to try with something.
Yeah.
Whether you like prehistoric animals, whether you like cats, dogs, there's a little bit of something for everybody with budgets.
to suit everybody. But also there's some amazing stuff in here as well. So just because it's not one of the massive collections, don't be foiled. You're still getting all of the artwork that's drawn in-house, the incredible quality that is a carnation die, the packaging that is the incredible packaging that comes with carnation. Perfect time to have a go. And there is a broad range that we're going to show you today to take you throughout the show. So you'll see things for all budgets through here. But there are some that have been very popular already because we did air at 1 o'clock. You need to shop ahead on the website because there's some amazing stuff in here.
There's even a naughty step, and I know many of you tell us when you watch a carnation show, oops, I'm on the naughty step again. Well, we got one in the show for you a bit later on. To start off with, though, have a little look at the prehistoric friends. Now, who doesn't love dinosaurs? Whether it's your children, whether it's yourself, they are just all absolutely gorgeous. They really are lovely. Now, these are, you've got 5 dies. Now, the vignettes, the artwork, in other words, for all Carnation dies are on their website. So buy the deal from us, and then go to carnationcrafts.co.uk, go to downloads, free downloads, and then search for Prehistoric Friends. The artwork will be there, and that's free to print off.
It is free to print off. You actually get 10 dies because you're also getting your outer die as well. And so you can make a little card just of the individual little dinosaurs. And they're beyond sweet. They're very, very cute. So you've got a full set of 5 different ones. These flew on the Carnation channel. Of course they did. It's because every child's card that you make going forward is kind of covered, right? Because kids love dinosaurs. Lots of grown-ups love dinosaurs. And as we said earlier, you've got that kind of pun of old enough to be a dinosaur. And you've got the different ones.
Thanks.
That's a Diplodocus.
Diplodocus? I'm not very up on that.
T-Rex.
Okay.
Stegosaurus is somewhere on the board.
Bottom?
There.
Oh, down our director's
anyone
up
help?
on this,
Triceratops. And a pterodactyl. There you go. So that's all of your dinosaurs there. I'm sure there are other dinosaurs, but that's those ones covered.
They've got the unique Carnation twist. They've got the character. They've got the googly eyes. They've got the real sweet, wonderful images. And just imagine the cards you can make with them. I've got loads here to give you inspiration. Janine Dawson in the design team has done this one. So you can incorporate them with other existing Carnation collections you bought from us, or your foliage and your flowers. But look, you can make your own little stories. The kids will love it.
I love these. Look, they're so sweet.
This one.
I love that hatching out of the eggs. Look, that's ridiculously cute. They're just really sweet. And I think for lots of different cards, they cover a different range. These were really popular again this afternoon as well. We know the sort of stuff that you love, and this is just cute. Carnation are very, very good at doing dies that we kind of just go to. We need them for events, and these are brilliant for that. Look how sweet they are.
And remember, all the coloured in characters, the artwork, you can print off for free. That's always Carnation's way of saying thank you for buying the dies, whether it's a full collection, whether it's an individual set. $17.99, and you've got 5 characters, but you've actually got 10 dies in total because you've got the outline cutting edge as well. £17.99 is all this one is. BZ9C62. Do you find a lot of people actually kind of dip their toe into Carnation with the Crafters Selects, these ones?
Well, it's a funny thing with the Crafters Select because the way they started, Carnation Crafts have got an amazing group on Facebook called the Carnation Crafters, and it sort of started as little exclusive dies that would sort of go to the Carnation Crafters. So they were never done really for television in that sense. They were sort of exclusive, and they've always really been that way. And it's kind of just a really lovely place that if you're a Carnation crafter, you get kind of to see these first and have a go with them before anybody else. And then about 4 months ago, I think, we were allowed to show some of them on Hobby Maker, and that's the first time they'd been launched on sort of your everyday telly, if that makes sense. And then today is the second time we're allowing it to happen. So it's an amazing day and a really ace way to get hold of these. We don't do these shows very often, as you know.
What's the first time I've done this show?
Exactly. Yeah. So this is not, this is not something we'll keep doing. It's just to give you all a chance as well.
Now, if dinosaurs are not your thing, maybe this is something you can relate to.
Masculine
a hard
cards.
day's work, completely different to what we've just been looking at, but very, very useful. This could be if you're retiring or someone works in some sort of kind of construction industry or whatever, has those hobnail boots, but so different. And I don't know any other company that does dies like this.
I know, that's the point. I think this is what makes Carnation stand apart, is that they're not scared to do the alternative kind of things, and this is what we've got here. That very masculine element that's coming through, and it's symbolic to a lot of people. I know certainly for my generation, a lot of my friends' parents were in the coal mines, that kind of thing, so this is very symbolic for those. It's that kind of element, isn't it, where we're talking about that's work day, that hard day's work.
Or maybe it's a little bit of a pet hate that whenever a person comes home from work, first thing they do, get the boots off, the boots are at the front door, it gets on your nerves, it's a little bit of an in-joke in the family or whatever. £12.99 for a die like this.
Thank
And
you very
again,
much.
it tells a great story, and if you struggle with masculine cards, then there's a good
All
one.
taken care of,
Yeah,
right? It's
absolutely.
all there for you.
That's a hard day's night. Now next, I know it's not Halloween, but
It will be soon.
Yeah.
It's not far off, Dave.
We're doing Christmas soon, in June, so Halloween's before Christmas.
Look how cute these are.
Spooky friends. Now, these could be the kids dressing up, putting sheets over their heads, that sort of thing. This was really popular in the 1 o'clock show, but look at the characters you've got, the spooky friends. You've got basically the skeleton. You've got a little dog that's also taking part. You've got a little child.
Werewolf.
It's a what?
Werewolf.
Oh, it's a werewolf. Beg pardon.
It's like you, Dave.
Hey, look at this. Aren't they sweet? That's my favourite one.
I know, look at
Eyes peeking
that.
through the sheet. So sweet. So what have you got in here then? You basically have got Dracula, you've got the werewolf, you've got the ghost, and you've also got the skeleton die as well. And again, there's 2 dice for each one of those. There's 2,
Yes.
4, there's 10 dice.
So 8 dice.
8 dice, sorry.
Oh, Dave, you've been off
Yeah,
too long.
I
Who
have.
gave you 4 days off?
can't
You know
count.
you can't cope with it. So you've got your werewolf, your little vampire, then you've got your ghost and your skelly, as Dave was saying. Beautiful artwork for them. They're ridiculously sweet. Those doleful eyes that we get from the Carnation Craft characters. And you can see them all sitting here. Each one has got its own base card as well. So you can actually just do a little Halloween token, almost make them into tags if you're doing little bags for the littlies. But the artwork is just delightful. That skeleton is sitting here is just beyond gorgeous. Look at him. So they're not offensive, are they? They're not
no.
terrifying. They're not too sort of
They're kind of-
sickly sweet either. They're just perfect.
They're kind of Adam's Family scary.
Yeah,
kind
they're
of comical
just
scary.
sweet.
Yeah.
They're lovely, and I love the little werewolf. He looks like I could have him as my pet.
Now, I think the next one is going to absolutely fly.
Yeah.
This I love. Look at this, the heart locket card shape. Now, a card shape on its own, normally a card shape would come in a big collection. The big collection anywhere between 100 and 130 pounds normally. So to get a card shape on its own that actually makes its own heart lockets like this. Look at this. Look at this. It's so gorgeous. So it's actually, you can make it into like a 4-leaf book. I mean, that in its own right is stunning. That in a picture frame would look lovely, but it folds up to make a little locket book. Really, really cute.
How cute is that?
And again, it's something that Carnation really strive and are so good at doing, making incredibly imaginative card blanks.
Yeah, absolutely. So what you've got here is the main die that will cut out 4 of those love hearts in a quad. And you can cut off one of the hinges if you want to do what Dave was just showing to create that fold up book. You can use just 2 of them to create just your standard card shape. You can do 3 if you want to do something a little bit different to make that triptych. Lots of different ways of doing it depending on what you want to do with it. Now, there's no wonder this is popular. It also comes with your butterflies, your key. You've got your little lock sitting inside here. You've got the little element up here, which allows you to have a handle on it like a proper locket. You've got your love hearts. Then you've got your tag, your beautiful rose, and your decoupage elements for it. Plus, you've got that gorgeous filigree, which is stunning.
Oh, totally. I mean, these could easily be like wedding invitations, reception invitations. It could also be anniversaries as well. If you've got maybe a pearl anniversary coming up, you could cut the heart out of pearlescent cardstock, golden anniversary, silver anniversary.
Yeah, absolutely.
And to make it into a really unusual,
that.
personable card that folds out into this, almost like a mini album. You could put photographs on there as well, use the dies to cut the photographs to the right
that
shape
stunning?
and size. And it's $39.99.
Great for a wedding card, right?
Oh, yeah.
It's just so pretty. I love all the gold work. And I love Carnation's filigree. They do filigree so blooming well. And this is so pretty. And I love lockets anyway. I think lockets are really symbolic. I think they're very pretty. And to be able to do the card shapes from it, it's just a really nice place to be, right?
And if you don't want to make them into the little booklets that I was just showing you, Janina's shown us from the design team that you can incorporate them onto standard cards, onto fancy card shapes, onto square card shapes as well. And this one here, put a little bit of Velcro on there or maybe a little magnet or something. You could actually open that up. And each one could tell a story. Really lovely.
Really, really pretty, isn't it? What a collection that is.
So
And
lots
for
of ways
that
of using it.
price, that price for that much metal, because there's so much in there. It's such a great set.
Okay, so that is the heart locket. Next to that, we've then got the, I thought it said Jingle Friends. It's Jungle Friends. Not Jingle
No
Friends.
Jingle Friends.
Oh,
We've got some Jungle Friends, but no Jingle Friends.
Oh.
Jungle Friends has got a sloth in it. That's all you need to know.
that was me on my days off.
Is that what you look like, Dave, with that haircut?
Similar. Jungle friends, look at these. Orangutan, sloth.
You can just stop at the sloth. He's delicious. But then you've got the little baby tiger, the orangutan. Look at his little face. And then the little hippo as well. Just beyond sweet. Look, if you and me sat on the settee, that'd be like me and you then, Dave. You'd be the sloth and I'd be the little hippo. But just beyond cute, right? Really, really beautiful set. Any child's card.
And
it's the same like prehistoric. These are great.
If you're looking at that thinking, well, there's never a million years can I colour him in to that effect. You don't need to, because the artwork is absolutely free to print off. Just search for the name of the collection you're buying. In this case, it's Jungle Friends. You'll see the artwork on the website at carnationcrafts.co.uk. Print them off as many times as you like on whatever you like.
He's so sweet, isn't he? Look at his face. And he's got a lovely little shape to it. He's got a love heart. So if you look at his head, it's a love heart with a little hairdo.
I can show you the orangutan here, actually, just to give you some idea. I mean, the sloth has actually been used as a stopper on this one. And then you've got the orangutan, of course, on the main card front. Isn't that lovely? And you can make little jungle scenes or wildlife park scenes as well. Really cute, really lovely. Look at this one. I mean, think about all the Carnation Crafts collections you've got and all the card shapes you've got from Carnation and how they can incorporate to what you've already got in your collection. And you know, it's been a bit warm the last few days. They're actually going into the water fountain, into the bird bath.
The little bird having a shower.
Oh, I didn't see that.
It's got a little loofah and he's washing his armpit.
So cute.
Just beyond cute.
And another one quickly, just to give you some ideas and inspiration.
Yuck.
Look, the sloth is hanging on in there.
I love this collection. Look at them, they're so sweet.
And another one in a rectangular style rather than the rounds. Again, Janine's done that one. But it's just, I mean, that to me takes me back to my childhood, going to the wildlife parks with mum and dad as a kid.
Do you know what it reminds me of? That particular card reminds me of the pop-up books when you were a kid. You know, you get from the library and there was the pop-up books. It really reminds me of those. That's sweet, isn't it?
Brother and sister, I reckon. Totally beautiful. So you can make them as, you know, full and as, you know, really intricate as you want to, or keep them nice and simple and plain like this. It works either way, but you get all 4 characters plus the artwork free today and free going forward for £17.99. I mean, they will attract attention on a card.
Oh, just ace, aren't they? They're so cute. The next one.
Yes.
The next one's super awesome, can I just say?
Feline friends.
Feline friends. Are you ready? Can I show you the board? So you've got all of these little cats and they're so cute. Look, that's like Miss Phyllis. Then you have got your scratching post, your little collar, your ball of wool, your bowl for your food, your little wind-up mouse and the cat bed. But wait, Dave, wait.
I'm waiting.
Because...
So what's this, more colourways?
Well, and the colourways make different cats.
Where's my Maisie? Torty.
Let me see if I can... There's Miss Babs.
Right.
There's Miss Phyllis.
I reckon that one's probably Maisie.
Ah,
yeah,
look.
that's the closest to it.
Look at their eyes. Look, that's like my moustache.
Although, did you see what she did to me when I took her to the
I
vet
did,
the other day?
Dave.
Yeah.
Look.
There you go. Look. That's how much my cat loves going to the vet.
It was a love tap, Dave. It was a love tap.
It was a hind leg kick. That's what it was. But anyway.
So, Feline Friends is huge. You get this set, but you're getting all of the colourways to make all of those cats. All of them. And every single cat has got a base layer, meaning you can make a card of individual cats, or you can put them all together, the base cards, to make your own bespoke card, or you can just make a DL with a load of those cards. So many ways of doing it. Will you look at him in the window? Look. Oh, look at them.
Ginger Tom.
And then there's Miss Phyllis.
The eyes. Absolutely amazing. So whatever cat you've got, or whatever cat someone who wants you to make a card for them has got, you're going to have it in this collection. And if you want to have a whole litter, look at that. Oh. Now, you wouldn't stand a chance up against that lot, would you?
That's like heaven to me.
Absolutely. Look at this one.
Look.
A little cat in a bucket, in a well, a wishing well. I mean, how many of you make cards for animal charities? Virtually everybody I meet when we're out and about, the NEC or wherever we go, say, oh, I make, you know, dog cards or cat cards to raise funds for rescue charities. This is perfect.
Well, how many other companies not only would give you the cats, but also a scratching post?
Yes. Yes.
You won't get many dies of a scratching post.
And there's even
I
artwork.
love it. It's
there's
just
even
so
artwork
cute.
for the scratching post too.
Yeah.
Even the balls of wool have got artwork. So Buy this today from us at $29.99. Many of you are. Half the stock went in the earlier show at 1 o'clock. And of course, then just pop over to carnationcrafts.co.uk, downloads, free downloads, and then you'll see the artwork. And you're searching for Feline Friends, and you'll see all the artwork there free of charge. Now, this I predict is going to be probably the bestseller of the show. That's my hunch, because this is made with flowers, numbers. So it's numbers, but floral decoration all the way around them.
Beautiful.
I mean, you've probably got numbers already as dies, but have you got dies that have got flowers
like
for the
this.
numbers as well?
Not like this.
And you got the
You
orders
remember
too?
doing Sheer Delight, Dave, when
Yes.
when we launched that, and that's similar to this collection.
Look.
It's sort of part of it, but look at this.
All the artwork for the numbers.
Look how
Look.
pretty they are.
Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. So
All
numbers
of
with
your
a difference.
artwork's free.
Yep, absolutely free.
Even down to the little decoupage flowers, everything's taken care of for you. You just do the die cutting. We'll provide you with all of your artwork. Look at that on the
Well,
tulle.
that's a mesh Janine's done
It's
there.
tulle.
Really love it. Tulle.
Tulle,
Oh,
however you pronounce it. If you were from Yorkshire, it'd be Tully, but
Tully.
you know.
but look, aren't they amazing? So you're making the number, whether it's a birthday, whether it's an anniversary, whatever it might be, you're making that the focal point, but in the most beautiful, elegant way. All of that artwork, I mean, those flowers there are actually 3D. They've been decoupaged.
I'll show you the boards for them so you can see all the little decoupage elements that you're getting, because it's so pretty, this collection. It's very elegant. So you've got all of your numbers, all of your ordinals, of course, but then we start to build up our decoupage here, so you can see the little daisies and all your little embellishments going through, down to the absolute tiny little pieces here where you've got the tiny little florals to decoupage with, and then they're just minuscule, but they're there for you to build up your florals as you go. So the whole thing becomes very full and dimensional and wonderful. You've got all your ordinals as well, and each die, so this is how big this package, each one has a base die too.
Yeah.
So they're huge. Imagine them on card toppers, imagine them in journals, just all the way through, as well as your cards.
Also, if you've got maybe a stall at a craft fair, you want to put your mobile number on a sign or something like that.
You're
that'd be good.
fancy.
Yeah, why not? Really kind of stand out, wouldn't it? So if you want those today, you get a lot of die for your money, all the artwork free of charge. That's always the thank you from Carnation. But look, they are just very, very different. If you don't want to use the artwork, you just want to have the kind of deckled edge effect around the numbers. You can use them on plain cardstock too. You don't always have to have the flowers with them if you don't want to, but they are included as free artwork. $44.99 for all of them, and your RDs, your NDs, your STs and your THs are in there as well, your ordinals. $44.99, BW9C08, something different, very
really
different.
Cute, aren't they?
Right, next, photogenic, much like yourself, love.
Photogenic is new, actually. Photogenic is a very new Crafter's Select, and it's epic. I love it so much. It's perfectly Carnation, but in lots of wonderful ways. So you're getting two dies in this. You get the one that you're seeing on the board here, which is the photo booth. So you've got the curtain, which is a separate die. That can be used for maybe a red carpet if you wanted to use it if she's doing a little stage show. You've got your little photo set here, and you can cut that into as many as you want. The little slot where the photos come out from. A stool for your characters to sit on. You can pop a little photo here as well. You've got the word photos for your photo booth. So all the elements coming through, but then you also get
More.
your cat hair.
You get two mice.
You get the little Marilyn Monroe mouse. And then your little photographer, who might be a part of the paparazzi with his microphone and his camera, asking her to look over here, look over here. You've got the old-fashioned camera. The whole thing goes as a full set, and it's absolutely delightful.
To be fair, the mice are one of the signatures of Carnation. Lots of you, I know, collect them. If you haven't got these two in your collection, they're going to come in the packet, okay? The mice are in there, so don't think they're missing when your packet arrives. You're going to get the photo booth with the mice on the inside as well. All of that for $49.99. This is on split pay, by the way, as well. So if you do want to go for this, it's only $24.99 to pay today if you want split pay. And you can tell your story. The paparazzi taking pictures of a real diva.
The paps are out.
Absolutely. Look.
Really sweet, isn't it?
Great. Such attitude. I love it.
She's
A
so
photo booth.
cute.
Yeah,
I love that. Look at the little photo coming down. And I think, is it that one where you can, hold on.
Oh, you can lift up the curtain. Ah, isn't that brilliant?
Isn't that sweet?
It's like your own little cartoon, isn't
So
it?
interactive cards that you can produce with this. Look at that, with the little elements from the mouse that's been cut to make those photos. Isn't that great?
And
It's
so many
sweet.
people have like photo booths at weddings and that sort of
It's
thing
become
as well,
a big, big thing, hasn't it? It's like a really popular thing. Is that stuck together, Dave?
I think it has. Oh,
Oh, Dave, don't show
you go.
that now.
there you go. Look at that. Pulling back the little red curtain. What have I
It was
done?
a rogue mouse. We
Rogue
had
mouse.
to save it from Dave.
So you get the photo booth, you get the 2 mice, and you get the photo, the camera and everything as well. And that, remember...
Watch. Woo!
Oh.
They're having a little kissy kiss.
No one will never know.
Can you pull that out at the bottom?
Yeah. There you go, look. Special delivery.
How awesome is that?
Love it. $24.99 your first payment of 2 if you want it, or just one payment of $49.99. That one is called Photogenic if you want that, OM9C43.
It's ace, isn't it?
Love it.
So then let's move on. We've now got for you the Enchanters, which is wonderful. If you're looking for Halloween stuff and trying to get in early for it, this is so sweet. So you've got this little one on the broomstick. You've got this little one casting a spell with the wand there. The little witch's hats for you to put on any of them if you want to, and that boiling cauldron with all the green slime on the inside of it, and this little mouse is having a taste of that to see what's going on, and it's beautifully done. Again, all of these designed so you can snip bits away. If you don't want the mouse to be holding a wand, and you maybe want this to be a little mouse that's doing something on a different birthday card altogether, nothing to do with Halloween, absolutely go for it. Everything's designed that way. Same as this one, just cut the label away. That mouse might be doing something else. Everything has snippability with Carnation. It's designed to do more than it just shows.
So it could be Halloween. It could be also if you're a fan of certain wizards, that sort of thing, myth and magic, anything like that. Again, to make cards that tell stories. That they are kind of shooting through the skies on their brooms.
These samples, take a moment to look at these samples because they're extraordinary. Look at these. They're so sweet.
Actually, my mother-in-law used to have a car sticker on the back of a car that said, "My other car's a broomstick."
There you go. Yeah. There you go.
That would have been a great card for her.
That looks like a Terry's chocolate orange behind there.
It does a little bit, yeah.
Look
Aren't they lovely? Again, the characters are just brilliant. It's one of those signature characters from Carnation. Artwork, again, completely free. Just search for the name of the actual collection you're buying, the Enchanters, and then all the artwork will come up. You just go to carnationcrafts.co.uk, go to downloads, free downloads, and then the artwork will be there for you.
We like that it's free, right? That makes a difference as well, because it's somebody's artwork. Somebody has painted this. Nick has painted it. It's brilliant.
And of course, it guarantees that you're going to get professional results every single time. Of course, if you want to colour them in yourself, you can do. But when the artwork's there and it's already pre-done, why not take advantage?
Absolutely. Yeah. And this one, where it's a home decor piece, is incredible. Look at that.
Oh, look at this plaque. Look at this.
Home decor piece for Halloween.
Isn't that amazing?
To use year after year after year. Maybe you'll make them for your children or your grandchildren so they can use them every single Halloween, which is just beyond sweet, isn't it?
$14.99. They're all self-contained craft selectors, basically. So what we mean by that is basically you can just buy one of these collections for a few pounds, whatever your budget might be, and you can get crafting with Carnation. And then in the future, hopefully you'll come back for more of the bigger collections and incorporate all these characters into future collections as well. Nothing is kind of standalone. You can mix and match all your collections.
Yeah, of course. Everything works together with Carnation, which is nice. New arrival.
Ah.
Every baby cut. Look at this. You've got... She's very proud of her little mouse, who's just visible in that pram. She's very, very proud, isn't she? And here comes Dad, and he's got the car seat. He's got all the baby bags. He's laid them down. Also very, very proud of what's just happened. It's a beautiful little set, is this. Really, really cute. And also, it's one of those things where, again, because you've got your base dies here, what you can do is use a little piece of card to connect the two of them to create a card base out of the two of them, to just have that as your card. That's absolutely something you can do.
And maybe you've already got some Carnation mice already, but you don't have any of the mice that kind of relate to a new baby in the family or whatever.
And
then this is going to be a great addition. Look at these. The cards you can make for them are really whimsical, really, really cute.
They're so sweet.
And again, free artwork. Look at that. It's a boy.
So beautiful, aren't they?
Stunning.
What a great little idea for a little Crafters Select. It just creates instant pleasure, doesn't it? Look at that. I love the little baby mouse in the pram. That's ridiculous
And it's
sweet.
literally £12.99 for those dies. So really, really good value for money. You'll have the dies for years, decades to come. You do get an outside cutting edge as well as the main characters. You get 4 dies in there and never-ending free artwork to go with it to cut it out. So £12.99 for that one, WH9C21.
And don't forget, you are allowed to sell anything that you make with Carnation Crafts. You do have to cut it. So once you've bought it, you have to cut it out with the die, and then you can sell it, no problem. So it doesn't matter whether that's a pack of stickers that you're selling, or whether it's a card, or whether it's home decor. It's up to you. But imagine these as stickers, the little mice.
It does make me laugh, this, because Carla and I have done Carnation shows together for a long, long time now, many, many years. And there's one phrase that keeps on cropping up on messages on Facebook.
What do they all
and
say?
YouTube. They all say the same thing. They'll say, oops, I'm on the naughty step again. So we thought, why not have a naughty step?
For any of the Carnation Crafters that are watching, if you're sat at home watching this and you have in the past been on the naughty step, please do write in and say, aye. Me too, I've been on the naughty step, here we are. So we've got different colourways for the naughty step. You've got your pinks, you've got your blues, you've got your pinks, you've got your greys, and your standard. So you can see there's like Amazon packages here, etc., all sitting there on the naughty step with the
Carnation
sentiment.
packages there as well.
Carnation packages with the sentiment, oops, it happened again.
Now, what does that relate to? You know what that relates to. You know how appropriate this is going to be, but I'm sure everyone watching has been on or knows someone that's on the naughty step right now, and you're thinking that's a really good one to go for, something a bit different. And again, you can make them into really fun cards if you want to.
I love the fact you've got the sentiment, oops, it happened again as well, because that could be a myriad of things, couldn't it? It doesn't have to just be shopping, it could be a myriad of things.
Absolutely.
Which I really like, because it's got kind of a mystery about it that might be an in-joke between you and a friend or something along those lines, which I just think is lovely to have.
So amazing, brilliant. Every card tells a different story. Every house needs a naughty step, I think.
I think I've got several of them.
I think you have.
So you'll see how these are all mixing and matching with other collections from Carnation. What that means is, you know, all of Carnation stuff works with all of Carnation stuff. And I love that about Carnation. You can mix and match until the cows come home, which is a really nice place to be. Look at
it. And that's what a vignette looks like, or a mirrored vignette. Basically, print it off onto Pro Print paper. That's what we always recommend to get the best results.
Yeah, absolutely. 120 Pro Print is going to be your best friend. If you're doing a mirrored vignette, and that way you'll have an image on the back and on the front, and you'll be able to use it on either way on your card, depending what sort of composition you're looking at, and that's a really nice place to be too. But look at these. They're so sweet. Naughty step. They're very, very naughty step.
And look at the cow. Oops, I'm not sure what he's done, but he's done it again. Love it. Okay, so that's the Naughty Step die, just £12.99, and it's TN9C92, product code for that one. And then we've got, I think, one of our last ones in our Crafter Select today from Carnation.
No, we've got loads more, Dave. It's just I don't have samples for them, but I've got boards for them, so we're going to carry on doing those.
Ornamental fish. Now, if mice aren't really your thing, but you love things kind of oriental, you're going to absolutely love this. Koi carp, this, isn't it?
Yeah, it's really popular, this one. You've got the fish. We're going to give you it in 2 different colourways as well. Great for masculine cards. Very, very beautiful for a masculine card. They're so pretty and so lovely. And I was saying this morning, if you're making those shadow boxes where you do layers with water, for instance, if you've got a cutting machine, if you were looking to get the X tool last night, you can create those layers to create layered box shadow boxes. Have these as if they're in a pond. They're so delightful and so beautiful. But we're not just going to give you one colourway for this, we are going to give you 2. So you've got the pink and the white, or the pink and the silver, and then you have that beautiful orange as well down here with that nice gradient going through. So they're really stunning, aren't they? Really pretty.
And there's such a wonderful, graceful curve to the tail as well. It's got such movement to it. It captures the way a koi carp would look in a pond or something like that brilliantly.
He's a clever fish, isn't he? Oh, it's a clever fish. You can see all his scales. So each die has lots of little metal pieces cut in through to give you that beautiful embossed detail that you get on every single piece of Carnation.
Now, remarkably, this is only £9.99, one of the lowest prices in the show so far, and I think probably one of the most versatile dies as well. It could be romantic, again, as you said, masculine cards. I mean, really lovely, really graceful. HU9C41 with 2 colourways, absolutely free for you to print. You can print off 100 sheets if you want to. No problem there at all. Just go to, after you've bought it from us and got the deal, just go to carnationcrafts.co.uk, downloads, free downloads, and then print off the fantastic ornamental fish. Search for that and the artwork will be there for you to enjoy. So now we've got some other boards to show you.
So I've got boards. We don't have card samples for these, I'm afraid, but I do have all the boards to show you. This is a stroke of genius.
Yeah.
So this is proud to be. Proud to be Irish, proud to be Scottish, proud to be Welsh, proud to be English.
Yeah.
Or proud to be every single country in the world.
Oh, and they're all free downloads as
They're
well?
all free downloads.
So they're holding all these different
Including
flags,
the pride flag.
Yeah, the pride flag.
Including the racing car one
Formula One.
as well. Every single flag in the world. Nick's pretty certain. They checked and they checked and they triple checked. They're pretty certain every single flag is there.
So whatever country you want to celebrate, maybe a friend is from a particular country, you can literally print off that mouse with the right flag again and again and again, free of charge.
How
But you're actually
brilliant
gonna
is
get,
that?
is it 2 dies per character?
Yeah, so basically, because obviously these are different. So when you're getting proud to be, they come in 2 pieces. So if you think of like this one, for instance, you'll notice that this mouse with the flag is the same all the way through. It's just the flag that changes. But your little characters, and these ones only come for your England, Ireland, Scotland, Wales. Yep. It's this mouse that gives you all of the flags that I just showed you. But he's obviously got his dragon, you've got the little Irish leprechaun outfit here, the bagpipes and the kilt for the Scots, and the suit of armour here for the English mouse as well. So you're going to get those 4, and then you'll get a mouse holding a flag.
Right.
And that mouse holding a flag will give you the flags from every country in the world.
That is such a clever concept.
Isn't it?
And I love it to bits. £17.99, so now you can be
Brilliant.
country specific or pastime specific with the racing car, checkered flag as well, the pride flag too. Under £18 gets you the dies and all the artwork is free to print off from carnationcrafts.co.uk. CT9C97. CT9C97. This is going to be an investment because you'll never, ever regret the day you bought these. They're going to be so handy and useful.
We'll send in friends out saying happy St. Paddy's Day and, you know, all the different variants. I love the fact that he's doing a little Irish jig.
Yep.
That's just beyond sweet,
bit of river
isn't it?
dance.
Really cute.
Yeah.
But they're so sweet. They're so lovely. But I love the fact that you've got something literally for any friend across the world that you might have. And it doesn't matter which country they're from because we've got you covered for all of them, which is great.
I'm loving this show because if you normally tune in to us at Hobby Maker and you see a Carnation Craft show and you're thinking, okay, I do like the collection, but it's over £100. I can't justify that. I can't afford that. There's something for everybody's budget. Lowest price I've seen today so far is £9.99 for that fantastic koi carp.
Yeah,
die.
and you're still in that one. You're getting, is it 2 or 4 dies in that, 4 dies in that as well?
Yep.
£9.99 for 4 carnation dies. We'll take that. Thank you very much. Really, really incredible.
And then we have all the best.
Yeah, so this is your quick cards. Now, this is a set of 3 cards. So not just one. These should be £20 per set. There you go. So all the best. You've got the owl. Now, these are so easy to make. You have all of the directions laid out for you. They are numbered on the artwork so you know how to put them together. So you cut out the base card, then you've got your mat, and then you've got your layer, then you place on the all the best, and then you place on the owl, and then you place on the decoupage. Couldn't be easier. These are your very, very quick cards, okay? So that's your base layer. And so it goes forth. So you've got the beautiful, stunning owl there, and he's got such a lovely face, hasn't he? Then we have got your peacock, thank you.
So you're getting all of these? In
Yeah,
the
you get all 3
okay.
of these. So again, the thank you. So you've got your traditional peacock there in those greens and blues and purples, or you've got the stunning white peacock. And these are so beautiful. The Nature's Grace set of them, they're absolutely stunning.
Can you see what's happened? The starting price should be they're around about £19.99 each one. You're getting all 3 sets for £39.98. So a massive reduction of £20 off the price, down from £59.97 to £39.98. And this is the third one.
Look at this one.
Lots of love.
How stunning is that? Lots of love, that beautiful piece. The decoupage elements. Get these on foam tape and layer them up so you've got that shadow play going through them. Absolutely divine. Stunning pieces.
Gorgeous.
And you're going to get all 3 of those for that silly, silly price.
So it's almost like you're getting more than one free.
Yeah.
IL9C59. You get one of them completely free and a bit more as well for £39.98. Instant quick cards for less than £40. We're taking a short break at this point though. We've got still loads more to come, loads more mice, loads more characters, loads more from Carnation, right the way through until 8 o'clock. Of course, we're here. We're Hobby Maker. Don't go anywhere.
Want to know what's going on in the next show? Then head over to our website. Click on the TV guide. This will tell you who's presenting, which guest we have joining us, along with what's going on in each hour. If you ever miss a show, you can catch up by clicking on the day you missed and then click Watch This Show. You can also view what product was on and if it's still available to buy. Catch up on Hobby Maker.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to crafting or a seasoned pro, you are sure to learn something new. We are live every day from 1 p.m. to 8 p.m, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Our call centre is based in the UK and available 24/7. Just call 0800 001 4433 or email help@hobbymaker.co.uk. Not only is Hobby Maker available live from 1 until 8 p.m. on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube, and the Hobby Maker app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Hobby Maker.
Here at Hobby Maker, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and checkout and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Shopping made easy at Hobby Maker.
When you purchase anything on Hobby Maker, you have a 30-day money-back guarantee, meaning that you can shop with confidence. Happy shopping with Hobby Maker.
Hi everyone, it's Friday afternoon, it's Hobby Maker, I'm Dave, Carlos here. We've got a Crafter Select Hour from Carnation Crafts. Now for those of you that have never seen one of those before, and I must admit it's the first time I've presented one of them, rather than it being a big collection, which I know Carnation are famous for and everybody loves, these are individual sets of dies that have their own kind of story to tell.
Absolutely.
Really affordable prices, so if you are thinking about not spending maybe £100 or £150 on the main collection, you're thinking of spending maybe £15, £20 on something to get your teeth into Carnation Crafts, and to enjoy the vignettes, the artwork that's absolutely free to print off, then this is the perfect place to start. It really is. We've shown you loads already. They're all on the website if you've missed them. If maybe you're in the process of driving home or getting home from work and just kind of unwinding at the end of a Friday afternoon, check out the website. If you're watching this a bit later on in the evening or on repeat, go to our website, hobbymaker.co.uk, and you can see these shows back and see all the items that are in the show that are still available as well. And just like the main collections, if you buy a die from Carnation, it will have have artwork to go with it, which is absolutely free from their website. Now, one of the most popular ones in the 1 o'clock show earlier on were the birds, which we're going to come on to in a minute.
But the most popular was this. This is Teenage Kicks.
Oh, wow.
Hugely, hugely popular.
I've not seen this one before.
No, Teenage Kicks is a set of 2 dies. You get this one here where you've got the headphones, and you're going to get 2 different colorways for that, both the white and the black. It's designed so that you can cut away the music if you don't want it. So if you just want to use the headphones, for instance, you absolutely can. But you're going to get your base card, you're going to get your matte layer, and then you get this gorgeous design, including all of these nested dies that are the love hearts, and the sentiment Cool Vibes on its own backing plate here, so that you can allow that to stand up, and that would obviously seat on the heart if you wanted it to.
This is very clever though, because this could be someone who loves classical music. It could be someone that loves, you know, Justin Bieber or something a bit more poppy.
It could be
anything.
for a
Country
DJ
Western.
in your life, anybody who loves music, anybody who's got their headphones on all the time. And if, of course, they're using their headphones for, say, gaming, you might want to snip away the music. Now, talking about gaming, the other die that comes with this. Ready?
Mm-hmm. Oh, this comes with it?
Yep.
You get the die for the controller?
Yep.
Now, all of this, the headphones, the musical notes, and the controller, $24.99 for the dies, no charge for the artwork whatsoever.
Absolutely brilliant, right?
Yeah.
And we all know a gamer. We all know one.
Now,
Brilliant.
We've got more people want this than we actually have stock, so please check
Grab
the
it.
baskets out at $24.99. Good luck. I hope you get it before it sells out. IQ9C19. I think, you know, everyone can relate to someone in the family that is appropriate to, whether it's your other half, your kids, whatever.
It's a fabulous, fabulous set. My children love gaming, and I certainly, my youngest would just love this as a card, which I should probably make him, being that I've got it. But you know what I'm saying? The idea that, like, finally finding something that appeals, no matter what the age of maybe the child, or maybe it's your partner in life who absolutely loves gaming. We all know a gamer. We all know somebody who loves to have their headphones in, whether that's to listen to music or...
Sold out.
Oh,
it's gone.
Shall I stop
Completely
talking?
gone. Congratulations if you got the last one. Gone at $24.99. So whenever you see something you like, doesn't matter how many
Gotta go
times you
fast.
order, check your baskets out, whether it means 3 or 4 phone calls, 3 or 4 transactions on the website, 1 P&P per day of $3.95 doesn't make any difference at all, and there's never a charge for the phone call, even if you're using your mobile either. This was another popular one.
Super popular this morning. This is your nestled in nature, and it's delightful. You've got the 2 little mice here, Dandelion and Burdock, and then that's what they're called. And then you have got the squirrel, and then you've got the frog, the little snail that's just delightful, isn't he? I love him. He's my favourite. Then you've got the little hedgehog, who's really sweet. You've got the little blue tit, the wren, the rabbit, the robin, the little white bird. I'm sorry, I don't know the name of that one. And then you have got, again, the blue tit there.
This hasn't got the comedic kind of cartoony look. This is just really cute, but very realistic.
They're also incredibly useful because when we're creating composition for cards, to be able to have those little tuck-ins that we use, if you've used a grounding device on the bottom of the card, that you can put like little animals in there. So you've got that sort of grass line and then the little animals. If you've got a bird, for instance, you can have little birds in the trees, that, you know, all the elements. And these will come in useful again and again
But also,
and again.
remember, not only have you got the dies, you've also, of course, got the double-sided vignette. So if you wanted your blue tit to be kind of pointing left rather than right, or the snail pointing right rather than left, you've got that option with the artwork that, of course, Carnation give you. So that's another bonus. It's almost like double the amount, really.
Absolutely, because there's so much here. Especially, you look at these two who are just naughty, they're just silly. But you can actually put those, because we can change the sort of way round, you can interlock their tails, which is really sweet when they're together as well. The snail's just a delight. I just think he's gorgeous. And then I love all the little extra elements for them as well. There's no time when you're making a card, for instance, that a little bird isn't appropriate. No, they're so lovely, aren't they? And it doesn't matter kind of what type of card we're making, it will fit. These are very sweet for littlies. The little frog is very sweet for the littlies as well.
More people want this than we have stock, so please check out your baskets. Hello, Sue, Sally, Karen, Norma, Ali, and many, many more going for this
Good
one.
luck, guys.
$24.99. Norma, if you do want 6, it won't let you check out. We haven't got 6 left. So anyway, good luck, one and all.
Good luck. I hope you all get it. But it is a really delightful set, and just enjoy crafting with it because, like we say, all of those elements coming through for the various different types of composition that you're going to make is really important for you as a crafter. You're going to have such a great resource here, and there's lots in there.
Yes, they are coloured in. The artwork is free for those characters too. What you're searching for on the website when you go to Carnation Crafts
is nestled in nature. Oh, you made my brain fry then. I will just say, for those of you who, if you do go looking for the artwork in this, if other ones come up and it's a bit confusing for you, some of these have got big sisters and big brothers.
Okay.
Where it's the same thing but on a much larger scale, so don't get confused because you can't cut this size die with a great big vignette.
Sold out. Someone's got the last one. Congratulations.
Well done.
I think it was Ali in Oxford got the last one. Congratulations.
Well done.
Still more to come.
Still more
Lots
to come.
of variety.
This was very popular this morning as well. Place Mouse. Place Mouse is designed to be a placeholder for your Christmas table.
Oh, I get what you mean.
So
now.
little name holder for your Christmas table for all of your family members. He stood with his arms outstretched either for a hug or whether he wants to be holding the little placard which just sits over his tummy here with the name of your guest
But
for
of course,
Christmas dinner.
because he hasn't actually got the Christmas hat on, it doesn't have to be a Christmas table. It can be a table any time during the year for parties, birthday parties.
Now, you've got your little party hats here. You've got the different variants. So you've got like a birthday party hat. You've got maybe a paper crown that comes when you open your Christmas cracker. You've got the little Santa hat here as well. So super cute, right? Really, really sweet. And so you interchange those hats depending what your occasion is. It doesn't matter what your occasion is. And just whoever's name is coming for tea. So that might say Nana or, you know, all of those variants. And you just get in this one, which is the largest die in the set, and you're cutting it twice. Score one of them, just a little bit across, a bit of red liner tape. That's going to make your card base. Pop him on the top, then choose a hat for him if you want to. Pop a name on here. That's your placemats done. Your place names, your name tags done for your dinner plates.
And how cute and different will that be?
Really
£7.99, all the artwork's free with everything. UT9C74.
Something for people to take away. You know, when they've been there, no one's going to leave that on the table and just be like, oh, they're going to take it away and keep it. It's a keepsake.
You can actually put him on the cracker as well and have the name of the person.
Absolutely.
Personalised crackers.
But we also said...
Oh, the hats will fit onto... Yes, of course. If you went for that, go for this one. Yeah.
Because the hats will fit.
The little carnival hat, the little crown will fit on the top as well.
I mean, just think of the wee little blue tit with the little Santa hat on. It's just ridiculous, wouldn't it? The frog with the little crown.
Yeah.
Really cute.
Yeah,
There's lots of different elements.
If you got that set, it has sold out. So if you've got that, go for this one as well. It's only $7.99 more, but it means you can kind of, you know, tell more of the story. Yeah,
absolutely. So really, really cute. Then again, popular, we have your beautiful little nature, I want to call it Nature's Friends, mini garden friends. My memory is doing well until that point. You've got the fox. That squirrel's tail is just delightful,
I think he's quite proud of his tail.
Oh, he is.
Yeah.
He is.
I would be if I had one like that.
Just stunning, isn't he? He's got lovely tummy as well. And then you've got the hedgehog, which is beyond cute. Now, when we talk about Carnation, we said about this morning, look at the white lines on here.
Yeah.
Those cut marks. Every single one of Carnation's dies has got this type of quality to it. So when you look at that, each one of those lines is a piece of metal on your die that's going to compress into your paper to give you that quality.
Why do we need those then?
So you have those lines and you have that because it makes a difference. I can sculpt this with a ball tool at the back because the fibres are broken on my paper where Nick has put these lines in for me.
So you can make it domed and rounded.
I can make it domed, I can shape it, I can do amazing decoupage pieces with these. Because imagine for the fox, just for a second, if I cut him out and have him as he is, and then cut him out again, cut away the body and the tail, because I've got pip marks to do it, I can start decoupaging his face. So he'll come out 3D because all of Carnation's dies are designed to be snippable. That's the big key point of them, is that they're snippable.
So think again, you know, wildlife cards, how often do you want to make those? And you're looking for some new characters, some new artwork. Here you go.
Yep.
You buy the dies, you get the artwork free, £12.99, IG9C72.
Absolutely.
The prices are amazing.
Absolutely incredible for this. It's such a great day for it to be a Carnation fan today. You have got, I'm just going to, table for brunch. You've got this. This, obviously, always very popular as well. Brilliant for DL cards. Great for those cards we send to friends.
That's a brunch in Bagshore Towers, if ever I saw one.
That is a brunch in Bagshore Towers, you're not wrong. Except that might be special brew and not champagne, but we'll talk about that later. You've got this beautiful, beautiful metal table with a gorgeous tablecloth sitting there. You've got the 2 glasses there for your bubbly, and this beautiful, the detail in this. Can you see all the crystal at the bottom of that champagne glass? It's so pretty, it's so well done. And what a nice gesture to send to a friend to say, do you want to meet up for brunch? You know, that kind of thing. It's just really, really pretty.
And also, if you've got a vase with flowers you want to put on top of that table, that wouldn't look out of place either. So it doesn't have to be the bottle and the glasses.
And also, if you have previously bought where you're putting down your ground and device, and then your little creatures.
Right.
In the garden.
Yeah.
Because suddenly we're telling a story. This is all a story. And that's the point, isn't it? Because whenever we craft, it doesn't matter what kind of, it doesn't even matter if you know you're doing it or not. Whenever you make a card, there is a story within it. So that's a really important die set there. And that is your table for brunch. Really nice, isn't it?
I love that. Very, very nice. Only £7.99 as well. And again, the artwork's free. And coming towards the end of the show, let's have a little look at more of our signature mice. These little creatures are so gorgeous.
Snow much fun. Or if you're from Hull, snare much fun. So you've got your little mouse here and the little snowballs ready for him to throw because he's a very naughty, pesky little mouse that's throwing snowballs.
Yep.
Then you've got this chap who's singing his Christmas carols with his little flat cap and his beautiful scarf.
Look at the speed he's going on that sledge. You can really see. I mean, Nick and his team of artists are so good at capturing those mannerisms and those...
He certainly is.
Yeah, he's going at old Nick.
Isn't he wonderful?
He's great. Really
lovely. And his tummy is just a delight. They're beautiful, these dies, but also they're very, very useful. So things like this, where we're cutting out the little poofs, they can be clouds, they can also be points leading up to a speech bubble, they can also be little pieces of coal. If any of you have ever bought the magic fireplace die from Carnation before, you would be able to use these as coal for the fire if you cut them out of black cardstock. So different ways of playing them, but he is just wonderful.
He is
isn't
great.
He? Really fast on there. But I think my favourite is the carol singer. I think he's just really, really cute with his little flat cap. So so much fun, always popular and always really, really lovely. We're coming up to Christmas next month in the crafting industry. Always weird to say, isn't it? Just as it starts to get warm outside, we start to bring in the Christmas trees and the Christmas jumpers inside. It is bizarre, but it is how the craft industry works.
I mean, he could be an actor, rehearsing his lines or something, couldn't he? Not necessarily a carol singer.
He could just be a storyteller. He could be anything, couldn't he? It doesn't have to be winter.
Well, loads of you are coming through for this one. Hello, Dee, Carolyn, Sue, Patricia, many more as well. £14.99. You get all 3 mice, and you also get the die for the snowballs as well, plus the artwork. As I said before, I know I'm repeating myself, but if you're wondering where the artwork, where'd you get it from, you get the deal from us. So buy this from us on our free phone number or on our website at hobbymaker.co.uk. Then pop over to carnationcrafts.co.uk, downloads, free downloads, and all the artwork is there for all the collections, but also these individual craft selects as well. So like the Naughty Step, if that's what you bought, search for that, you'll find the artwork there, print that off, and if you just bought those last mice, again, put the collection name in, and print off all that artwork and enjoy it. It's yours free, absolutely. Now, when it comes to the vignettes or the artwork, there's 2 options. You can either print single-sided. If you know something's going to be stuck flat to a surface or isn't going to be visible from the back, just print that to save your ink. But if you know that you either want to make something point the other way or something's going to be visible from the back and the front, then you want the double-sided vignettes or the mirrored vignettes, as they're called. And this is how to use them, yeah?
Yeah, I tend to stick just with the mirrored vignettes for myself when I'm doing them, just because I like the fact that I've got the bit on the back.
Yeah.
Now, the mirrored vignettes, let me show you. So it's got a black line down the middle. We're going to fold on the black line, not in the centre, but on the black line. And then we're going to place the die on top. My advice, use some spray glue on the inside to adhere these together. That's going to make your life a lot easier.
So it's important to point out, you don't fold the sheet in half, you fold on the black line. That's not always exactly halfway, is it?
Now, Carnation's dies are slightly different. Not in just one way, but in lots of ways. The quality is insane. Now, what happened when I did this in the earlier show, and you may find this happens again, is that die will compress so far into the paper, which is what gives it that quality, that it'll stay inside the die. So, Sheena, stand by with your pokey tool, lovely lady. because we had to borrow Sheena's before.
Lovely Sheena. Sheena Douglas is here at 5 o'clock. We've got Amy Dodds tonight. We've got Simon as well. So lots to look forward to between now and 8 o'clock.
I really hate using diamond cutting machines, Dave.
I know they don't like you very much, do
They hate me. This worked this morning.
Good. I've got faith. It is our Gemporia craft one. It's one of the simplest ones to use. It should be all right.
Thanks, Dave.
It's all right.
Oh, Sheena, we were fine, but thank you. This one's come out quite nicely. Thank you very much. Now, if I'm able to hold this up to camera 2, just to show you the insane detail that you get on any carnation die. Look at all the marks in his fur.
You're a winner, Carla.
The marks, that's the first time in my life. The marks that are on the flag to give it that shading detail as if it's waving. Can you see? All of those elements. This is why carnation is different. You don't know. You know the saying, the devil is in the detail.
Yeah.
That's why carnation win every single time. Look at that.
No,
it looks like that's being folded. Obviously it's not, it's flat, but it looks like it's being folded. But what's really great about that, watch.
He's now pointing the other way.
For the same price, I can have him facing in the opposite direction and still have the artwork.
That's brilliant.
That's insane, right?
Yeah, fantastic.
That's quality crafting. We love it. You know, it's something we're very proud of at Carnation. We love the fact that you're getting proper hand-drawn artwork. It's very important to us and very important that you enjoy the process as well.
And remember, we're so proud at Hobby Maker to have Carnation with us. I know they love being on Hobby Maker as well, which is fantastic. So if you have just got in, I know this time of the afternoon on Friday is a bit of an awkward time for a lot of people. Maybe you're on the way home from work, you got stuck in traffic. I've got stuck in traffic coming here this afternoon. So a lot of you are on the move, I realise that. If you're watching this later on demand, check our website, check our app, see what we still have available. There have been a few sellouts, but we still have quite a bit of stock of some of the other ones, like the numbers, for example, that beautiful heart locket that we showed you earlier. I mean, that's I think my pick of the show, the heart locket.
Isn't it stunning?
Just to show you that again.
It's the amount of metal you're getting in it as well is extraordinary.
Now, if you've just got in and switched on and seen this, you're thinking, oh, I want that. This is at an amazing price. It can even become not just a heart, but it can then become a heart book that opens out. You could have your own personal photographs in there if you wanted to, but the die is giving you all the cut lines to make that a thing that's achievable. And the artwork's free to print off for all of the dies that are in the show today at carnationcrafts.co.uk. But you buy it from us, free phone number on the phones, free to order on the website. And if you haven't got the Hobby Maker app yet, just tap the app, get it from your local app provider, either Apple or Android, and it's free. Lovely to see you, my lovely.
Thank you, Mr. Davy B.
Safe drive back.
Thank you. I will.
And you're back when?
Monday.
Monday, okay. Yes. I'll see you in a few seconds though. Lovely Sheena is here. We've got some amazing colouring inspiration, amazing stamps from Sheena as well. Also, we've got Amy Dodds coming up a bit later on. And also, of course, we've got Simon as well. So all that to come between now and 8 o'clock.
Did you know at Hobbymaker that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Shopping with Hobbymaker couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.hobbymaker.co.uk, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your craft room essentials to paper, tools, cutting machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Hobbymaker app. Simply head over to your app store and search Hobbymaker. Alternatively, you can call our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Hobbymaker. Yeah, you're not wrong. Sheena Crafts, it is Sheena. The lovely Sheena Douglas is back with us at Hobbymaker. Welcome to Friday evening. I think officially we can say at 5 o'clock on a Friday the weekend starts here.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
It always used to be when Cracker Jack started.
Oh, it's 5 o'clock. 5 to 5, it's Cracker Jack.
Yeah.
Oh, you've got to be a certain age to appreciate that.
Takes us back.
No, it's before my time. Yeah, lightly.
Now, the lovely Sheena. I've known Sheena for probably 20 years.
Yeah.
Thereabouts.
Yeah, thereabouts.
And Sheena's always been someone I've looked forward to working with, because I get so inspired with the techniques and the art that she brings us. And she brings us the tools, or in this case, the stamps, that allow us to become the artist. But what she gives you is just amazing. It's so generous. Now, what you've got here today are some of Sheena's most popular stamps, and the deal that we've got for you is incredible, absolutely incredible. You've got 4 stamp sets from Sheena, and they're all scenes basically of places that Sheena has been recently on her travels in this country and abroad.
Absolutely, yeah. Because you know what, we've all got phones with us now, haven't we?
Yeah.
And it's really funny, you know, because I keep getting the new phone, but I give it to Maria.
Yeah.
And I always think this time I'll get that phone and I'll take the pictures exactly that. And my pictures are never as good as the ones she's been taking with the old phone. They never do get the hand-me-down phone, and they're as good as that. But because it's with us all the time, you can capture the moment, and that's exactly what we've done, is just captured these moments. So there's little snippets of our little lives and travels, and in my mind, I know where I was, I can remember what was happening, but I'm sure that what I wanted is I picked out typical scenes that would hopefully trigger times that are similar for you.
Sure. Now, you're actually going to get 4 stamp sets. You're going to get Ducks in a Row, Harbouring Memories, Happy Days, and The Perfect View. And we'll show you them in more detail in a second, but I just want to explain the deal we've got for you. This should be $45.94. So if that was just for the stamps, you'd be looking at around about £11.50 for each set of stamps, which I think is pretty amazing. But that is not what you're getting in the deal today. You're actually going to get 2 packs of watercolour card, because obviously these stamps lend themselves to watercolour techniques brilliantly, whether it's the Spectrum Aquas we've got on the show, or if you've got watercolour palettes maybe from the previous show, you can use those stamps with this watercolour card. Now, you're going to get 2 packs of this. There's 15 in each sheet, and they're A4, and they are £7 a pack. They're £6.99 each. So basically, you've got £14 worth of watercolour cards included in this deal, which will take the stamps down to £30. Which is pretty amazing. But that price there isn't your price. That's what it should be for the 4 stamp sets and the 2 packs of 15 sheets of A4 watercolour card. Wait until you see what Alex, my producer this hour, is going to do. ZF 2067. If this spring and summer you want to start watercolouring and colouring in, look at what Alex has just done. He's taken £20 off the start price, over £20 off, £24.99 with £15 or £14 worth of watercolour card. If you take the £14 off that you should be paying for the watercolour card, 2 sets of this, that makes £10 for 4 Sheena stamp sets.
Yeah, and they're photopolymer. That's not like, you know, acrylic stamp. It's not. It's the top quality material that we can make the stamps out of, so that you're going to get the crispest, clearest, easiest to stamp image as well. because they're detailed, they are detailed.
Shall I show everybody the 4 that you're going to get? Let me just show you this one first of all, which is the ducks in a row. Now, if I turn it around to the back, you can see that is what you get if you stamp with black ink or brown ink or grey ink or whatever it might be. But then you get the inspiration of the finished picture on the front there. And if anyone watching thinking, I can't do that, I'm not an artist, anyone can do this.
You can do that. And you know what I should say right now, top of the show, if you're on Facebook, join Sheena's Inkettes, because all of these samples and the team who made the samples are all in there in an album. So if you want to see them next year, when you use your stamps again, or the year after, they'll be there waiting for you. So you can look at that, so you can go back whenever you want to see how these are created.
Okay, now the next one is Harbouring Memories. Now this may take you to a memory of a holiday that you've had. It may be in Italy, it may be in Spain.
That's exactly where it was.
Was it?
That was Italy. It was a Limone in Italy.
Oh, wow.
And it was, but it's very typical of a Mediterranean type place, isn't it? It could be lots of places. It could be just anywhere where there's
Fishing
warm
harbour.
weather. Yeah, exactly. That kind of, and so that was that memory. Different look again.
Again, when you stamp it in black, that's the image that you're going to be creating. But then you've also got these wonderful verses that you've got there as well. Let your dream set sail, drift along and dream, harbouring memories. There we go. So you get those as well. So that's the second set. Next one is, this one's called Happy Days. Now, this is capturing childhood memories, absolutely. Whether it's your children now, whether it's your childhood memories of your own childhood. So bucket and spade, well, not necessarily a bucket and spade, but a bucket in the river or whatever it may be. And yeah, just childhood innocence.
That was Ludlow. That was, what was it last summer? The summer before, it was super warm. It was gorgeous, and it's just the river in Ludlow.
Right.
And it was lovely. A nice cafe just next to it as well.
And because you're looking at the back of the children, they could be anybody's children.
They could be anybody's children. And you know what? If we get a chance, I'll show you how to make someone rang in and said, I've got 2 little boys. I want to make them into 2. Can you show me how to make them into 2 little boys? I went, yeah, we can do that. So we'll do that as well, show you.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then the last stamp that you're going to be getting, and these are lovely size stamps as well, they really are. This one is your perfect view. So this is, again, this could be a condolences card.
Yeah.
It's just when you're...
Missing you card.
Yeah.
Just a missing you. Just wish you were here card.
When you've got to have a bit of time just to go into your own zone and get lost in your own thoughts sort of thing.
Yeah.
We've all been to a place like that, I'm sure.
Yeah, and that's at the lake. So that's, again, it's just a... It just says a lot, that card, doesn't it?
It does. It does.
And some around the corner. These are perfect for this time of the year, I think. They're just timely, I think, at this price as well.
So all 4 stamp sets, if you bear in mind, if you are wanting to go for this deal, you've got 30 sheets of watercolour card. Each pack of 15 is £6.99. So that's basically £14 worth of watercolour card you're going to get, which is perfect to use in conjunction with these stamps. So if you're paying £14 for it, you're paying £11 for those 4 incredibly detailed stamp sets from Sheena, which is ridiculous. It's about £2.70 per stamp.
Yeah, and they are A6. And they, like I say, the A6 photopolymer, so the top quality, and they are drawn with, I think, the right amount of detail, because sometimes you need that shading, you need the cross-hatching. I'll explain it when we start to use it, why it's going to help you make something good without a lot of effort.
Do you know what, though? I think sometimes when you are wanting to start something maybe you've not done before, maybe you're wanting to start to watercolour or become an artist or dabble in it, when you're faced with a blank sheet of watercolour card or paper or whatever it might be, you think, don't know where to start. This stamp is giving you the picture, and then you can enjoy colouring in the detail. And like you said, there's just enough detail in there for you not to have to worry about the actual image, just colour it in.
Absolutely, Dave. You know what? You could just stamp it one of the coloured inks that we've got on the show, and you've actually done, just put a greeting on there.
Yeah.
If you want to make a quick card. I always say a good crafting product for me should be something that works out of the box. Can I make something, if I'm in a hurry, or I want to make something, but I'm not feeling particularly creative that day, and it's not coming together, but I want to make something. Can I make it, and does it look good without much effort? Yes. But if I want to play with it, can I push myself? Can I try a technique? Can I try a different medium? Can I experiment a bit, maybe next month and the month after, and not be tired of them? In a day or two, and I think these are going to cover that. Now,
the stock is going very fast. This deal is off the charts incredible. I mean, you can buy the stamps on their own right now. We've got a couple available, I believe. But the stamps on their own, without the actual cardstock, the set of 4, that should be £31.96, but we've got it for £18.99, okay? So if you want the set of 4 stamps without the watercolour card, we've got that option, £18.99. But remember, if you get the deal with the watercolour card, it's like you're only paying about £11 for the stamps. So that's the best deal of all. But if you've already got watercolour card, you don't need any more. You just want the set of 4 stamps. £18.99 for just the stamps on their own. That's another incredible offer. That's WS2056. But you're not going to be getting your 30 sheets of watercolour card. If you want that deal, that's the other item number. £14 worth of 30 sheets of watercolour card. That's ZF2067, and it's only £24.99. So you're only, look at it the other way. If you buy this deal today, you're only paying £7 or £6 for the watercolour card. Okay, look at it that way, because the stamps on their own are £18.99, but if you want to look at it the other way, you've got basically £14 worth of watercolour card, so you're only paying a tenner for the stamps. Either way, whichever you want to go for, they're both great deals, but it's whether you want the watercolour card or not. ZF2067 will get you the watercolour card, and to be honest with you, this is the best card to use those stamps with.
Oh, it absolutely is. You know what? This is my go-to card. This is my just default card.
Yeah.
Sometimes, you know, you forget to mention the card you're using, and I keep saying, if I forget, just know it's the watercolour card, because most of the products I use, the colouring products, are water-based. Your ink pads are water-based. Your opaque pigment ink pads, your water-reactive ink pads, your aqua pens, most of the shimmering watercolours we had on earlier today, all water-based. So watercolour card, clues in the title.
Yeah.
Definitely get your watercolour card, because you'll be using it all.
And you're going to get 30 sheets of A4, but you're going to be able to use, would you get 3 prints on one A4 sheet?
You know what, if you're clever with it, it depends on how you, well, the A6, so you'll get 4.
You get 4?
If you quarter it, you'll get 4.
All right.
Yeah.
So, okay.
Yeah, A6 is 4 A4s. So they're A6 size stamps. So yeah.
So cut down your 30 sheets
Yeah.
into 4. That will then make 30, 60, 120. So you can have watercolour card, 120 sheets, the same size as the stamp. So you can do 120 of these images with the watercolour card you're getting with this deal today. That's insane. That's incredible. ZF2067. Because you don't want to put one stamp on an A4 sheet, trim it down. And then you've got the right size for the actual stamps. Yeah?
Yeah, absolutely. You know what? Don't use this card for construction.
No.
Don't use that. Use it for stamping and for colouring and for techniques and for backgrounds and things like that. Don't, keep it for what it's meant for.
Yeah.
And use the less special stuff for your construction.
I can't think of anything nicer in the nicer weather. Maybe if you've got some patio furniture, got a little balcony, got a patio or a terrace, sitting outside of an afternoon, bit of music on the radio, us in the background, maybe on the television, and you're just kind of colouring in your stamps.
Absolutely. You know, there's a couple of things. There's 2 things to do here. There's a super quick way, and then there's a slightly longer way. Should we do both? Let's do both. Let's just do both. Let's take you on a journey, if you will.
Can I ask you what ink you would use to stamp with?
Yes, well, that's where we're going. The first ink I'm going to use, the super quick way that we can stamp any of the images. Let's do ducks in a row, for example. Let's do ducks in a row. So I'm going to take ducks in a row, and you can look, when you take them off the backing, these have been used and they're already like super clingy. That's what you're paying for. They don't lose the cling, the photopolymer either. So what you're going to, and you can see the amount of detail I've popped in these things. So there's loads of detail, but not that much that you can't colour it in. So what I'm doing is I'm using my repositionable stamping platform. Now, anything you've got that you want to use like that is good. Whatever suits you, whatever you use. It could be a rocker blocks, it could be whatever you prefer. But so I've got that there. Now we've got some fantastic ink pads on the show as well. So I'm going to pick one. Would you like to go a brownie kind of tone, or would you like to go a bluey kind of tone for ducks in a row?
Brownie.
Brownie. Yeah. Okay, Friar Brown. Let's go Friar Brown then. So I'm using an opaque ink pad here, and I'm inking this up. And just going ahead. Now this is an opaque ink, so it's going to sit on even a tinted card, and it's quite thick, and you can emboss with this ink as well. It's a brilliant ink. You know what I'm thinking of doing? I'm going to go all over with a little bit of black as well.
Why not?
Just because you can. Okay.
Now we have actually got the opaque pigment ink pads in the show, and they are £5.99 each. We've got a selection of colours to choose between. Have we got a bundle? Oh yeah, we have. Yeah, we have got a bundle. Bundle of how many in the bundle? 8. You get 8 of the opaques, and that's not your price, £47.92. So you can add your clear embossing powders onto the top, but they stay wetter for longer.
And exactly, the thick and gloopy ink, so you can do that. But what I'm doing here, so what I've done is just to mix it up a little bit. You see, I use 2 colours, and I use the Friar Brown, which is a warm, kind of like a terracotta-y kind of brown. And then I went over with the black, because what I wanted to do was just give the ducks in the foreground a bit more prominence, a bit more detail. So those little guys, by making them darker, a stronger colour always brings things to the foreground and a lighter one in the background. So this is the super quick, easy way we can do this an image here.
So the opaque ones, the ink pads, water-based, yeah?
The water-based, exactly, which means that you can literally, we're going to take the Royal and Langnickel brushes that we have on the show. You have to say it like that.
You do, yes.
And then, you have to. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to start just teasing some of the water, the ink that's on this. Now, what you'll find is it may start to dry because it is the opaque one, it's not the water reactive, but that's okay because we can add more. Can you see how in the trick? Now, what I'm not doing is I'm not taking ages. I'm going to invest my time here where it needs to be invested, right?
Okay, yep.
You don't need to, you don't need to suffer for your art, right? We can just do it. If you look where I've put more, you see the texture I've used for these bushes, because if I didn't use different marks with the pen, it would be very samey and it would look a bit boring. So what I do is I use different marks to kind of indicate different types of trees, different types of brushes.
So you're not actually adding any more colour to it, you're just using the colour that was on the stamp in the first place.
Exactly. And all I'm doing is I'm just blending that ink there, while it's still quite wet like this. And now these little guys in the front, I may want to go over them and strengthen them because I want these to be sharp. The background I want to be blurred. I want it to look like water, so that's okay. And I can always add more colour, which I probably will in a minute.
Is this a good technique to start if you've never done watercolour before? Is this a good place to...
It's a great technique to do this one because it looks sketchy. You know when you're saying about sitting outside and doing a little sketch and just kind of like, making it like, on a nice day, all you're going to do, you stamp it in a bit of water. That's it. That's what we've used so far.
20% of the stock of our stamp deal with the 30 sheets of A4 watercolour card has gone. Remember, with the deal today, bearing in mind the size of the stamps, the watercolour card is going to give you 120 opportunities to stamp and colour using the stamps. Cut it down. Don't think, I'll keep it as A4. You won't need A4 for these stamps. Cut them down into quarters, so that gives you 120 of those sheets the right size for the stamps, and that's, you're not paying for it. £24.99, it's worth £14.99 or £14, £6.99 each pack with 30 sheets in total. So it's like a tenner or £11 you're paying for the stamps, which is crazy.
So what I'm doing now, Dave, can you see again how quick I'm being? I'm deliberately going quickly because I want you to see how even if you just add a bit of water and blend where the darker areas are, don't overblend. You want to still leave some white card because that's your highlight, okay? So, and what I'm also going to do is I'm probably going to add a little bit of ink just to strengthen some of these areas here. So we've got the ducks in the foreground and they're more prominent. We've got the scene in the background, which is the lighter tone, but it looks all kind of ethereal and wishy and washed out and pretty. And so I'm going to use the 2 colours that I've just used, and they're the only 2 I'm going to use now. And then I'm going to take a little bit here, and then we can just pop a little bit of ink there, and at the base of these, the foliage at the back. So you see how now you're painting with the ink. This is right now, Dave. I have to say, sometimes we have bundles of ink on, and some of the colour options are a little bit. Some of them are great, and some of them are a little bit. Well, I'll use it, but not use it loads. It's still worth getting because it's a good price. Yeah.
Yeah.
This bundle today is a great bundle.
So you're still painting with the opaque inks, yeah?
And I'm painting with the opaque inks, and it's a really good, it's a good selection of colours. You've got a nice range. You can do some great backgrounds with these as well, not just for colouring like this. You've got a nice selection, which you'll see when Dave takes you through them. But what I'm doing now is I'm just darkening the foreground with that black just underneath these little guys so that it's got less light and it's like kind of, you know, just more prominent for a start, a bit more dramatic in the foreground. And it looks like these are, you know, there's less light and a bit more, like I say, brings them forward a little bit. And so we've got that there, and I'm going to just take that up and fade it a little bit as we go up. And then also I can just add a little bit here and there to these little guys, but don't overdo it. Don't, because you'll get yourself into trouble if you try and get too fancy with it. Just look at the stamp and think of where there might be a little bit of shadow, or where you might want to bring out a little bit of detail, like these little curly feathers on his tail and a little bit around there. And we're not going to do too much more than that. I think that there, and you can maybe just...
I think the biggest trouble people have sometimes, myself included, is that sometimes I think I've got to do an awful lot to get a picture to look fantastic. And sometimes you need the smallest amount of technique to get a great effect.
Exactly, because then you don't, it looks better. Honestly, sometimes you work too hard at it sometimes, and it doesn't help it. It works to its detriment, not to its advantage. So, and by tearing it like this, you also kind of are kind of reinforcing that sketched watercolour look, like, you know, you've been out with just a pen and ink, and then just go ahead like this, and then you've got an option on whether you want to leave those edges plain.
It's a bit scary when you first do it. You think, what am I doing this for? But actually the effect at the end of it is really cool.
Absolutely. And then what you can do, you can either leave them plain like that, or you can take your black and then you can just catch around the edge a little bit like this. And then that would just stick onto a card, and you are done with your first really quick, simple technique. But these really are, I think, the water reactive were my favourite ink pads in the range. But they haven't. They've been trumped by the opaque now, because the opaque does even more.
So yes, you can stamp with the opaques. Yes, you can paint with them as well. Just using water on your brush, you can use what the stamp has left behind and paint that way too. So lots of versatility. And you heard, of course, Sheena say that you can also apply clear embossing powder over the top of what you've stamped, because of course it stays wetter for longer. So it's a win-win situation. And we're going to go through the actual opaque colours that you're going to get as well. But there's the first demo from Sheena.
Yeah,
really
absolutely.
Simple and easy to achieve.
Yeah, that was it, Dave. Just I thought I'd put it against that white background, which I've got black ink all over it now. But it just gives you an idea of, you don't really need much to it. You can put another colour wash over that if you want. But I think that's really nice just to have it subdued, put your wording on, and you're done.
Okay, another technique coming in just a second, but let's move on to the opaque ink pads then. That's what, of course, Sheena used in that last demonstration. Now, you're going to get all the colours I'm going to show you here, plus the black. Now, Sheena borrowed the black, so I haven't got that here, but you will get that. So you've got 2, 4, 6. You get 8 ink pads for £32.99, of which you're going to get, they're all the same, the opaque. You've got Midnight, which is that lovely rich dark blue. Then you've got, oh, hang on, have I got 2 Midnights? I've got 2 Midnights. Okay, I'm not sure which one's missing now then. You've got the Lemon Tonic. You've got your Friar Brown. You've also got your Ocean Blue. You've got your Pink Tulip. Then you've got your Crushed Velvet as well. Midnight Blue and the Black. So there's one other that's missing. Parakeet. Parakeet's the one that we haven't got in the
Parakeet's
studio.
gorgeous. Want to see my parakeet?
Oh, yeah.
That one?
Thank you.
There you go. That's what it is.
You've got my black, so I've got your parakeet. There we go. So there's the parakeet, that beautiful bright turquoise. Okay. So you're going to get all 8 of them for £32.99, GO 2023. And that works out to £3 each, I think. Yeah, £3 each. 8 of them into £32.99, 8, 16, £4.12 each. £4.12 each for each of those. And they're the opaque ones, so yes, you can stamp with them, yes, you can paint with them, and you can put your clear embossing powder on the top as well. Now, they are £5.99 individually, so you save, you know, a good, what, £1.70, £1.80 off the price by buying them as a set of 8. And if you're going to use one, the chances are you're going to need all 8 of them at the same time. £32.99. But let me just recap, in case you've just got in, on the deals with the stamps today, because these are some of my favourite stamps that Sheena's done in recent months, and they're inspired by places she's been to in the UK, in Italy, and around the world in actual fact. But these are gorgeous scenes that you can colour, okay? Now, basically the deal is you're going to get the 4 stamps, but you're also going to get this. Now, this is the game changer. You've got 30 sheets of A4. There's 2 packs of 15 and they are $6.99 each normally. And they're on the show, you can buy them if you want to. The thing about this is, obviously a sheet of A4 watercolour card can be quite intimidating. Where do I start? Well, to start off with, chop it down into halves, chop it down then lengthways as well into quarters, and then you've got exactly the right size for the size of the stamp. So in other words, you can do 4 of those stamps per sheet of the A4, and you can get 30 of them. So that's 120 projects from these stamps you can be creating, colouring them in different ways, but you've got the cardstock. £14 worth of cardstock included. Look at the price for the stamps and the cardstock together, £24.99. So it's like you're paying just £11 for 4 fantastic stamps from Sheena. Original artwork from Sheena, photopolymer, top quality, and she has made sure that you've got all the detail that you need, and all you need to do is just add a little hint of colour. Sheena's shown you one technique using the opaque ink pads, but there are other techniques that you can use as well, maybe using the Spectrum Aqua pens we've got in the show. They're water-based as well. But you're going to get all 4. So you've got here, let's run through them quickly again. You've got your harbouring memories from Italy, and that could be a Greek fishing port, it could be Italian, it could be Spanish, but beautiful imagery. Next to that, you've then got your happy days, so the kids kind of in the stream or in the pool, well not the pool, but the stream or the river, with their bottles or their buckets. Next to that, we've then got, this one's called the perfect view, just a single bench on its own, beautiful vista, beautiful view, contemplation, that sort of thing. And then the last one at the top here, which is one of my favourites, is the one that we just had in the demonstration, and that's ducks in a row, ducks on the river. So all 4 of these stamps are £24.99 with £14 worth of A4 watercolour card as well. ZF2067. Now we've also got the Shimmer watercolours in as well in the show. Now these are the palettes, okay. Now these were in the show earlier with Sheena, and they went very, very well. Now, do they come as a duo or do they come separately? Okay, so you're going to get both of these, and you're going to get the paintbrushes as well. Now Sheena did this in her earlier show this afternoon, and they went very, very well. Now these are gorgeous. Can you see the shimmer that you've got in each of these palettes? Look at these. So you've got basically one colour which is Moonbeam and one colour that is Sunbeam. Now Moonbeam is designed to work best on black card, but you can use it on white as well. And the Sunbeam is used, of course, to be best on white card. But again, you can mix and match them. Absolutely mix and match them. Then you get your brushes, and you've got your wide brush, your medium brush, and your narrow brush as well. £55.97 for both palettes and the brushes. We're going to give you an amazing deal. This is why they went so quickly this afternoon. Now, I didn't do the show this afternoon. Andy did the show, so I'm not sure where this price is going to go. It's coming down to £27.99.
It's crazy.
That's half price.
Yeah, seriously, it just went absolutely busy is an understatement this afternoon, because that's just more than one of the palettes.
Yeah.
So you're getting 2 palettes and you're getting the brushes.
For nothing.
For nothing. You don't have to choose. These, you know how well, you know those, 20 odd years or 20 years or whatever?
Yeah.
I've used mica paints for almost all that time. And I have used just about, everyone that's out there. And very expensive sets of mica paints. So when Leanne told me these were coming out, I thought, wow, well, they better be good because I've got a high bar to live up to. They're the best I've used.
Really?
Yeah, just wow. I've got to say that they are the best. There's no, I can't say there's anything that I've in the past that has beaten these. Look
at the shimmer on those colours. Absolutely spectacular. And that shimmer will translate onto your watercolour card or whatever you're putting them onto as well. And, you know, you think to yourself, why do I need 2 palettes? Why don't I just need 1? Because you're getting 2 totally different colourways. One designed for darker card, the other designed for lighter card, but again, it's up to you how you use them, how you mix them together to create your own colours as well if you wish to. But £55.97's worth of palettes and brushes, you get the brushes included too, for £27.99. What a deal that is. Hello to Janet in Staffordshire, Jennifer in Devon, Lynn in Norfolk, Sandra in Merseyside's coming in as well. For those of you that are thinking that spring and summer 2024 is the year that you're going to start painting, whether it's a flower that's in your garden, maybe you're convalescing, maybe you've got a bit more spare time, maybe you're not having to work as hard as you used to and you've got a bit of time off and you're thinking, I'd love to just have a bit of me time. I'm not really into this, that or the other, but I would like to sit maybe on the patio and just do, sketch, or maybe go for Sheena stamps and colour those in. These would be good to use with your stamps, wouldn't they, these?
Oh, yeah, they would. What I would do with those is create a background and then stamp on top of them. Right. Which I have one prepared. We can try that.
Okay, we're doing that next?
Yeah, well, we'll do that after I've shown you how to do some backgrounds with these. Let's get some,
cool.
Let's have a bit of play.
Let's do it.
So let me show you the two of the palettes to start with. So there's the sunbeam and the moonbeam, as Dave said, right? Mm-hmm. So the thing is, let me try and bring them into shot a little bit more for you so that you can just about see them sneaking in the shot there. And I've got a piece of white card and I've got a piece of black card. Okay. I've also got these 3 brushes. Now, these 3 brushes seriously are amazing because these are great quality. What they are is they're called white Taklon, and they've got a great what you want in a brush, you want it to hold a lot of paint. That's the big thing. You want it to hold a lot of paint. So you don't want a lot of these little filaments here that you need a lot of them. But you also want a good snap back. Can you see how it snaps back into shape? Yep. That makes it easy to use for you.
Can I just say the offer for the palettes and the brushes, half the stock has now gone. We've got a full screen of names. Lots of you are coming in, putting the TV on, thinking, I fancy this.
Yeah, honestly, these are fabulous, Dave. So this brush, you can see it's well used, this one, right? And it's stained, but watch what happens when I wet it. It'll go straight back to a perfect point. So you don't go to a tiny, weeny little brush because you've got the tiniest, finest detail just in that brush. Mm-hmm. So, right, first thing, let me just show you the 2 colour palettes. So let's start with this one here. This is the, and I'm not messing. So what I've done is I've had to spray.
It's the perfect width for that palette though, isn't it?
It's perfect, isn't it? Yeah. So I've sprayed the background, Dave, with water, because if you don't spray the background with water before you want to start, nothing will happen because they're so thick and intense, these paints, they don't play. You can't just drop a little bit on the surface and expect them to release the colour. They're so well packed in with colour that you really do need to let that water sit on them before they're going to play nice with you.
And I presume they last a long time.
They last and last, because all you're doing when you do wet them is you're just releasing the paint from the very top layer. So what I've done here is I've just created, and I'm not worried about going back over that again, always start with a bigger piece of card than you want to finish with, but that there is going to be super uber pretty. But at the minute, I'm going to pop that to one side, it'll dry in a sec.
When that dries, that will have a shimmer to it.
It'll have an amazing shimmer to it. But notice how little I used. Notice how little of the product I used. Right, let's try this purple at the top. Let's go purple, and then let's go electric blue. Notice how little I'm using.
So these are colours from the Moonbeam, which are designed to go spectacularly well on dark
card. Yeah, absolutely, Dave.
So you can use them on white as well, can't you?
You can use them on white, exactly. So if you want a stronger pop of colour, a really bright, vivid colour on white, go with the Moonbeam. If you want it more subtle, then go with the Sunbeam. Okay. So basically, right, we've got that. I'm going to do a little streak of that lighter one in there. You can just, I'm going to do a bit of purple down there, just so we've got like streaks of, and this looks like, what looks like 70s, like kind of disco heaven here. So I'm going to dry these 2, let you see what these look like, then we'll do another quick background, and I'll show you one that we prepared earlier.
Just to let you know, the stock of these palettes and the brushes are flying. SY2097. If you're going for Sheena stamps as well, perfect marriage would be these palettes too. Although you can, of course, use the opaque ink pads too. It's entirely up to you, but totally different effect. The opaque ink pads don't have the shimmer that these fantastic paint palettes do. And honestly, you can spend 15, 16, 17 pounds easily on just one paint palette, if not more, nearer 20 pounds. Without the brushes, so you're looking for £27.97. It's better than half price. Well, yeah, it is better than half price. SY, or just under half price. SY 20.97, and there on the side you've got Sheena stamps with the A4 sheets of watercolour card as well. 30 of those, worth 15 or 14 pounds. So it's like you're only paying £11 for the stamps. The 2 together, perfect investment really.
Oh, they're absolutely amazing. So let me show you what we've got here and what you can do with these. So
Actually, the amount of money you're saving by buying the palettes will more than make up for the cost of the stamps. That will pay for your stamps.
yes, absolutely.
What you're saving.
Absolutely. Look at that. Look at that shine on that.
Oh, yeah.
That's matte watercolour card. That's completely flat matte textured card. And you saw how little I used there, but look at the reflection. Look at the pretty rainbow colours. So pretty. And then look at that.
Oh, wow.
Wow. That is crazy, isn't it? It's lovely. Look at the streaks of purple and copper.
If you're thinking, no way are those colours going to stand out on black cardstock. Oh, yes, they will.
Oh, yeah, they will. Yeah. And I'll show you something we made earlier, and then we'll play with this a little bit more. So there's another technique, and that is sponging the background on. Let me show you what we did earlier. So, and we can colour something in as well with it. This is a sponged background. So what I did with this was I stamped the background with clear embossing powder and a clear ink pad. So it acted as a resist, and then that was sponged on, and then I just painted over with the colours really pale. I wanted them pale, and that created this really pretty, like for a wedding card, a really pretty, dainty, gorgeous card there. And then this one, same technique.
Oh, wow.
But with the different stamps and the different colours. So they're Moonbeam, these are Sunbeam. So look at how different they look. And then what I'm going to do is we can now, if you want, we can paint a couple of toppers to put on these. So either these leaves, these autumn leaves, or anytime leaves, and this little thing here. Would you like to do a little bit more of these? Or?
Absolutely.
Shall we?
Go ahead. I mean, the palettes are flying. Lots of you coming in, putting the telly on, thinking, oh, I fancy painting. I fancy taking up painting as a hobby. Then these palettes are one of the best deals of the afternoon so far. $55.97 down to $27.99. Yeah, that gives you both. So it's like you're getting one free. And you're getting the 3 paint brushes as well. SY 2097 for all of them. Sunbeam is designed on lighter cardstock. Moonbeam is designed specifically to work on darker cardstock, even black, but you can use them on both. You can interchange them. But for $27.99, it's like you're paying about £14 each for those palettes, and you get the brushes for nothing, if you think of it like that, which is incredible. Over 60% of the stock gone on the palettes now. Not surprised?
I'm not surprised at all, because at that price, that is just phenomenal. So what I'm doing here is I'm just popping a little bit of the pinky colour, and then I've just popped a little bit of that purpley colour, just like that, in there as well, just to give it a little bit of shading and a little bit more interest. And what you're doing is you're not just painting with a colour, you're painting with a different mica product, which is going to give you a different flash of colour. So that's going to have maybe a blue in it, electric blue. That's going to kick some light away from it. So you've got all these different, it's like special effect painting. It's not just the colour you're looking at, it's a lot more than that. So we've got that one there. Let's do a kind of a peachy kind of a rose here. So again, now this is really important when you're working with anything like a mica paint. Biggest tip I can say is stamp and emboss. So those ink pads that we have on the show are absolutely perfect combination for this, because you're going to be able to just put clear embossing powder on any of those, and you're going to be able to emboss at that colour.
And that sets the colour then, doesn't it?
It sets the colour. Yeah. And what it does is it pushes the mica, because watercolour will not sit on a black line. You won't see it. It's translucent. But mica isn't. It's a solid. So what if you just stamp the line, when you come to colour it in, you're going to get like it can sometimes look messy, Dave, because it looks like it's partially covered the black line, and it looks a bit like jagged, or like kind of it's missed a bit in places. So by embossing it, you are making sure that the paint gets pushed away, because then it becomes more like a plastic than a paint.
Right, gotcha.
Yeah. So can you see how we've got that there now? And we can even shade a little bit more in there by using maybe, well, let's use even a bit of that purple in there as a little bit of shading under here. Don't be scared to mix up the colours and have a little bit of because that might well be casting a little bit of a shadow under there and a little bit around the middle.
Also, those palettes are very, very portable as well. You can easily put them in a little tote. You can even probably put them in a coat pocket if you wanted to.
Absolutely. And all you do is just let the water evaporate. You don't have to do anything. It'll just evaporate, and then they're good to go again. And and that's it. If you're going to travel with them straight away, I would either leave them flat or let them dry. Just leave them open overnight so that the water evaporates, and then they're not going to, the paint won't end up everywhere. So can you see what I'm doing now? And what I'm going to do is just add a little bit of this other bluey colour and just have a little bit of fun.
So if you're using them for the first time, do you recommend like using a spritz water bottle just to activate all the colours?
A spritz water bottle for sure. Those little travel ones that Crafters Companion have are fabulous for that. And it's absolutely they're really fab.
Now, I know there's loads of you that love watching Sheena. Sheena inspires so many people to start art who've maybe never ever done it before. Janet in Staffordshire. Hi, Sheena and Dave. Hello, Janet. Good evening. She says, oh no, hang on, Mo in Essex, beg your pardon. There's artists I admire and presenters I trust. You two are tops. Oh, Mo,
thank you.
Bought the paints and brushes. I believe in you both. Fab. Thank you. Oh, that's really
thank
sweet.
you.
Thank you, Mo.
That's lovely. That's the nicest thing you can hear, isn't it, Dave?
Yeah,
that's
that
lovely.
means the world. Thank you for that.
Yeah, cheers. Yeah, got a lovely team, good lads, good team all round, lads and lasses. Yeah, in front of and behind the camera. It's always a nice atmosphere.
Absolutely. Yeah. Well, we've got the evening crew on now. We've got Alex producing tonight, in case you'd like to know who the team is. We've got Dan on Knobs and Buttons. There they are. They're next door. There they are. They're with you all the way through till 8 o'clock. We've got Lauren on camera 2. There she is. Is Michael still here? Michael Wolfe, he's our floor manager. He's popped out. He's around somewhere. So that's your team Hobby Maker for Friday evening.
Fab. Yeah. Right, so I think there's one leaf there I've almost missed, but we'll catch that there. Pop a little bit of green there. Now, you saw how quick that was. I'm going to just dry it quickly and then show you what it'll look like on that. And I cut that out. And now anyone who knows me knows I am not Sheena scissor hands. I am rubbish at cutting out. So that's as close as it was going to get. And I actually cut that out before the show this afternoon in the green room. So that's how quick it was as well. So what you're going to do is, if you've got something with like this shine on it, if you move it, you're going to see more reflection on it. So I wouldn't stick this completely flat. I would get it bent around a little bit, and then I would stick that on there like this.
It's a luxury shimmer. It's not a cheap and cheerful shimmer.
No,
some of them can be, can't they?
Oh yeah, you know what? You know what the cheapest way to make a mica paint is? A white pearl mica, and it looks awful. You can't see it on black card because all you see is a white chalky colour. But these have all these different colours. The pink might have a gold in it. Then another pink might have blue in it. The other pink might have green in it. And that's what makes it interesting. So that's how you colour in with them, guys, and that's how you create a background with them.
Now, virtually every single one of the palette deals we've got is in baskets right now. Now, all is not lost. If it's in your basket, don't think, oh, I've missed out. You check out, that confirms your order. That's when the stock levels go down, when you check out. So having it in your basket doesn't mean that you've got it yet. It's all about the checkout, whether you phone us, whether you do it on the website, on the app, whether you check out 20 times in a day. It doesn't cost you a penny on the phones, doesn't cost you a penny on the app, doesn't cost you a penny on the website. And then you can, of course, enjoy that 1 p.m. per day, the $3.95. And if you are going for those paints, where you're saving in the region of £27 odd, with the paint brushes too, that is, you're saving more than the cost of the stamp bundle, because the stamp bundle is 4 stamps and 30 sheets of A4 watercolour card for $27.99. So you could actually buy the paints, the stamps and the watercolour card, and you're getting the stamps and watercolour card for nothing, because the actual watercolour palettes should be £55.97. So some cracking deals here this afternoon, and it may well be that you've wanted to take up art, you've wanted to take up colouring or painting, but you're not quite sure where to start, because you look at that sheet and you go, what to do? I haven't got a clue. Sheena is the best teacher. She really is. Together with Sandra Rushton and Sheena with painting, I mean, you're in absolute heaven here at Hobby Maker for inspirational tutors, because you've got the artwork. You've got the artwork from, of course, Sheena's stamps, and most of the detail is there for you. All you've got to do is add a little bit of extra colour, fill in the gaps, and you've just got a work of art. And you can then put on the back of your painting, hand-painted, because it has been hand-painted, definitely. And more techniques on how to use those stamps.
Well, I thought we might get another quick technique in, if you want to see, with the ink pads, Because the thing is with the ink pads, so I've stamped this, but it's really pale. And that was deliberate, okay? So if you stamp it more a little bit, you know, sharper, I'm going to get a darker line, but I didn't want a darker line because what we're going to do, oh, could I borrow that parakeet back?
Oh, yeah.
Dave, please.
There you go.
What I'm going to do is going to show you how to colour in with these ink pads as well. Cheers, Dave. So this card, I absolutely love this card. I think that is just so pretty. And again, it looks painterly. It doesn't look stamped at all, Dave. This one is definitely something you would right up your street, I think, that one.
That has been at the corner of my eye all through the show, and I've just loved the look of it.
Yeah, and so there's a ways to get this look, and this is, I think, is I've got to say, Karen. I've got to give Karen on my team. And so again, this is on the inkettes. If after today, if you want to see this again, and then Karen's there. So my team, if you say, Karen, how did you do that? What ink did you use? They're there. That's where they hang out. It's like the little virtual clubhouse.
Sheena Inkettes on Facebook.
On Facebook, yeah. Sheena's Inkettes. So you just join. Just ask to join. Play nice. That's all we ask, is just be nice to each other.
Okay.
Share what you're making, and we love to see it.
Good.
So here's the thing. So we haven't got a green like that. Right, that's gorgeous, but there's not a green in the bundle. What? Rubbish bundle, not really. Right, so we've got yellow, so we're doing all that yellow's part of the whole story. Yeah, that's right. That's good sales technique, Sheena. Yeah, well done. Yeah, that's rubbish. Yeah, and then we've got parakeet, which is a green, of the bluey colour. We've also got ocean blue.
So these are the opaque ink pads that we've got on the show.
Yeah, and then we've also got midnight. So we've got 3 opportunities to make a green here. So let's see what we've got. So if we start off with yellow here, it's going to be the start with any of them. And then we go with a little bit of the, what was the first one? Was parakeet, wasn't it?
Yeah.
I should have assigned something to it. It's like, you know, when you do, Joey and Friends was doing heads and tails and he forgot to assign every time. Yeah, so what we've got there is a gold, but look how pretty that green is. And you've got a beautiful green paint and then pastel if you keep going. So remember, you can paint with all of these as well.
Yeah.
You've got yourself a palette there.
Don't just think the ink pads are for stamps.
No.
You can do all sorts with them.
Absolutely. So now, but that's a bit vivid. So let's try this guy here. This one is the ocean blue.
Yeah.
So this one it's also still a bit vivid, but we're going to see what
Different shade of green, though.
but it's really pretty again. And then we've got the third option, which is this one here, which is midnight. I'm strongly suspecting midnight's the guy.
Yes.
See, it's a much more, and if we go a little bit less yellow and more blue, that's going to be more the kind of, see, the green. So if you put a bit more blue in it, you've got more of a muted kind of green. Now, here's the thing. If you pop a little touch of brown in it as well, it'll mute it down even further. But that's going a little bit far. But you don't have to do that. But if you'd want to make it a little bit more earthy.
That'll make it a bit more antique-y.
Antique-y. Now, you see here, that there now, look at the green that Karen used.
Yeah.
See?
It's more like it.
That's more like it, isn't it?
Yep.
Absolutely. So you've got what you need to play with here. So what I'm going to do is we're going to pop that there. We know this is the combination. Let me dry this up for a minute. I'm going to leave that yellow there.
You could, I suppose, also do yourself a little swatch.
You can, absolutely.
So that
and
if
you
you
know
forget what ink pads you use to create what colour, you've got a little swatch as a reference.
That's exactly the thing to do, Dave, because then you're gonna capture what you've been doing then, and it's not going to be an accident next time. So we've got that. We're going to take this, and this is now going to be our mixing palette, all right? And I am going to pop a little bit of that brown in there as well, because we can, okay? And then we'll go ahead. Now, this is a thicker, gloopier ink, remember, so I'm going to mix quite a bit of more water into it, all right, to make it much more painty, like this. All right, there, now we've got a really nice, more muted, earthy kind of green, all right? And then what we can do is you can go ahead and just paint some of these little branches in like this. Follow the stamp that's on there, and then just stipple if you want like this. And that's going to put some of those leaves in.
And don't overthink it.
Don't overthink it. This is best, like you know I said before, have a few coffees and your hand will be doing this, no bother, just like that. Yeah. Especially if you're like me. Wow, I'm dangerous on 2 coffees, Dave. 1, I'm bad enough. 2, I'm dangerous. So we're not worried about the stamp looking like a stamp. We want this just to look like we've taken watercolours out.
And the stamp is almost acting like a guide, isn't it?
It's just a guide. It's a blueprint underneath, yeah. And all I'm doing is I'm just creating that look of foliage of hanging over and not worrying about all those little, because you know when you're drawing foliage as well, Dave, you're not drawing leaves. Oh, could you imagine? I would be a little more little like Fruit Loops than I am now if I was drawing individual leaves for stamps.
I think I speak from my own experience when I say just go for it.
Just go for it, exactly.
Don't think about it too much, because if you analyse it too much, it just becomes all-encompassing and it's not going to work out. If you just go for it and do what Sheena's doing, just literally pulse the brush, you'll be amazed at the effect you get.
That's it. And then you've got that foliage overhanging like that, right? And then you think, okay, which bit, what are we going to do now? So those hills in the background, we know the hills are there, but they're super, super pale. So we want these really, really watered down. So really pale. So look, loads and loads of water. See?
Love it.
So same colour. How much ink have we used? Hardly any.
Hardly any. Yeah,
Hardly
exactly.
any. This is where you get the right materials, you get the good quality, and it saves you money in the long run, because this is what it can do for you. And you're learning how to mix your own colours.
And
you're getting
it looks
confidence.
so real. It looks so realistic.
Yeah, isn't it? It's great. And then you come in a little bit further forward. And you know what? Full angel policy. So if you want to make little things, and these are pigments, so these have got less fadability than your dye-based ink pads as well. So if you want to like put these in a little frame or sell them or anything like that, it's a full angel policy. So that's perfect for that. And then you're going to just bring this down.
You know what? You could get quite a few of these done quite quickly as well.
Oh, yeah.
Because this isn't taking Sheena very long to do at all. Okay, Sheena's been doing it for years, I know that, but it won't take you long either. And once you've kind of mastered and done the first one, it's kind of rinse and repeat, isn't it?
Absolutely. That's exactly what it is, Dave. And your confidence builds every time.
Yeah.
And you know what? It's just a piece of watercolour card. And if you've got that deal and you've got the watercolour card, you'll know that you've got all those, you've got 4 tries. Even if you get your 4th one and it's just what you want, you've only used one bit of card.
Yeah.
In fact, you've used less because you've got the other side of the card you can use as well. So you know, it's a really good, you know, a good way to learn and just push yourself a little bit to see, you know, how different you can make your stamps look, your stamping, your compositions look. Because stamps are a tool. They're not the story. They're not the artwork. They're a tool that helps you to create your artwork.
How many times have you watched an artist paint, teaching you how to do something, and you think, I could never do that in a million years? Sheena does the opposite. She shows you, and you think, I think I could do that. I mean, Alex, my producer, is saying exactly the same thing. I think I could do that. Because when you see how to do it, it's not tricky. It's just the knowledge that
It's
Sheena's
all you
got,
need.
that she shares.
Well, that's it, Dave. It's just that little bit of like, okay, I get it now. You know, that little like, right, now I understand. Yeah. Once you understand and once you get it, it's like, right, okay, yeah, that makes sense. And that's the way I learn. I like to learn by it being explained to me, not just do this. It's like, if I understand why I'm doing it, then it'll stick.
Yeah.
Yeah. If it's just do this because you just do it, then it won't, because it have no meaning. It has no meaning to me. Yeah. Mm-hmm. So this is going to be much darker. So you can go ahead and really be bold with. So all I'm doing to make this darker is just less water. So same tone, same colour, but less water. And even if that colour varies slightly, it's not going to vary that much. It's all going to fit in nicely with your painting. It's all going to work. Because it's just, what, 3 colours you use? Predominantly 2, with a little, like, kind of guest appearance from that Friar Brown there.
And they all came from the 8 set of opaque pigment ink pads. That's what Sheena's using to do this. So don't think of them as just being ink pads you can use on your stamps. You can paint with them, colour with them to great effect. Look at that.
Absolutely. And then you see different scribble marks on your brush is going to give you different looks. And basic, just and scribble here. So this is quite a kind of a dense one because it's in the foreground. So these guys at the front are kind of silhouetted. So you see, you don't have to go, just want to wash in place because you still want some light and dark and some shade in there. We'll make this little rock a bit darker here because you can just follow the stamp. You can see the shading I've put in the rock there to make it look like it's 3D. Are we okay for time, Dave? Should I keep going? Or?
Yeah, plenty of time. We're just enthralled watching you. So, you know, you've got two, well, actually, you've got three colouring options in the show tonight. You've got the opaque pink, I can't say it, opaque ink pads, or you could go for the amazing aqua pens we've got on the show, which we haven't actually talked about very much, or those Shimmer palette pen, the palettes that we showed you earlier on. Have we still got stock of those palettes? We've got 7 left, and if you missed the palettes in the earlier demonstration, let me just remind you of what we've got here. We've got Sunbeam, and Moonbeam. So Moonbeam's designed to be used on dark cardstock. Sunbeam's designed to be used on light coloured cardstock, and you get both, and you get the 3-pack of brushes for basically half price. They should be £55 and 97 pence, I think it was. You get both of them for £27.99, which is pretty amazing, but we only have literally a handful, single figure stuff. We've got triple the number of people wanting them than we actually have available. So please, if it's in your basket, check your baskets out. That's going to be another sellout from Crafter's Companion. But look at that for a work of art.
It was quick, wasn't it? And then all you need to do is pop a little bit of white pen on there, Dave, if you want to highlight a little bit of highlights and things, if you've lost a little bit of it. And you're good to go. So, you know, good white pen just to pop a little highlight here and there, and you're done. But yeah, I think we've pretty much, you know, that again, don't overcomplicate it. Don't try and do too much to it. Just if you've lost a little bit and you think it could do with a little highlight, again, just scribbles on these little guys here.
Pretty amazing, that. I love it.
And that's how effective that can be.
Excellent. Love that to bits. And you can achieve that with the help of Sheena stamps and, of course, the fantastic opaque ink pads. You could be achieving that exact same effect. Just a little bit of practice, and it won't take long before you're thinking, I can't believe what I've just done there. I've done that. And I know, Sheena makes it achievable and possible. Now, we haven't even talked about yet the Spectrum Aqua pens. Now, these are water-based as well. Think of these as like a pen version of the palettes. These aren't shimmer, like the palettes are, but these are top quality water-based inks in each of these pens. You've got a fine nib one end and a brush nib at the other. And again, you can squiggle these colours down onto your glass mat and use your glass mat as a palette. Equally, you can go straight onto your watercolour card as well if you want to. Now, they come in categories. This is nature. So obviously, nature, you're going to want a lot of greens and beiges and fawns for animals and foliage and that sort of thing, and grasses. You've got all of those colours in there, double-ended, as you can see, fine nib one end, brush nib the other. You get 12, and that's £22 and 99 pence. That's not your price, though. That's what it should be. QA2041 and Spectrum Noir pens are some of the finest in the business. £17.99, and that's dual tipped. So you get basically 24 nibs. Yeah, you've got 12 pens, brush nib one end, fine nib the other. So if you like to do your tangling and that sort of thing, use the fine end. If you want to do larger surface areas and get lots of colour down onto your glass mat or a saucer or whatever you've got to hand, these are going to be perfect. So those are your colourways if you want nature. We've then got the essentials. I mean, out of all of these, Sheena, which would you recommend if someone's going to buy one set and hasn't got any at the moment?
You know what? If you want colour and you want to mix colour and you want to go full on colour, get the primaries. Primaries is the way to go.
Primaries.
If you like draw the line, get the essentials. Essentials.
That's your essentials. And the draw the line technique, you may have seen Sheena do that in the past. If you haven't, you'll see it, I'm sure, in the future. But that is your essentials. That's the one you recommend, Sheena recommends if you want to do the draw line. Then we've got the primaries, which is the first one Sheena recommended to go for. If you've got none of them and you want to start off with a pack, then these obviously have got your main colourways in there, reds, oranges, yellows, blues, pinks in there as well. And they're all water-based, so no smell to them, nothing like that. And again, you can blend the colours if you want to, but £17.99. If you've not seen the pens before, let me just show you what one looks like. They are superb, superb quality. There we go. And you've got the colour on the end of the barrel as well, but you can see which end is the fine nib and which end is the brush nib. There we go, look. Beautiful, beautiful Japanese brush nibs on the end, so very, very, very top quality, really well made. And then, of course, that fine tip on the other end for all your fine detailing in exactly the same colourway. So these are superb. Another way of adding your watercolour. So we've got watercolour palettes, which are about to sell out, the shimmer ones. We've got the opaque fantastic pigment pads as well. They're water-based as well, but they're going to stay wetter longer, so you can put your embossing powders on the top of them. And then if you want to have a pen formation, this is perhaps the most portable of all of them. You know, a set of pens in a little case or something like that, you can go anywhere with them, and you know, use them on the train, use them in the back of the car if you're a passenger, use them when you're away for a weekend at an Airbnb or whatever you're doing. £17.99 each of them, a £5 save for each one, because they should be £22.99. And if you buy all three, you save yourself £15. One P&P for the whole day's orders of £3.95.
Fantastic. Yeah, I enjoyed that, Dave. And
I enjoyed it.
Nice. It's nice to use something different because, you know, I love the aqua pens, but it was lovely to be able to have a good selection of colours to be able to colour in with those pads, ink pads as well.
Brilliant demos as ever, Sheena. Thank you.
Thank you. I've enjoyed it. Thanks, guys.
See you again very soon.
Yeah.
Now, on the way next, we don't see the next lady very often at all. We only see her like once a month, to be fair. Or was it once every 2 months? Less than that. Okay. The lovely Amy Dodds is with us. Now, if you've got a cutting machine, whether you've got a Brother Scan and Cut or whatever the cutting machine brand may be, I know loads of you eagerly await the latest release of the cutting USB that Amy has designed. That's what's coming up next. If you love the seaside, and this time of the year, that's what we're thinking about maybe, you're going to love what Amy's got for you next. We've got a limited quantity. It's a one-show opportunity. It's after a short break.
When you purchase anything on Hobbymaker, you have a 30-day money-back guarantee, meaning that you can shop with confidence. Happy shopping with Hobbymaker.
Are you having trouble finding the perfect gift? Then why not treat them to the new gift card from Hobbymaker at hobbymaker.co.uk. Simply scroll down to the bottom where it says gift cards, click, and you'll be taken to the right place. Decide between posting the card or delivery by email, and then decide how much you want to add. You choose the value. So what do you get the crafter that's got everything? Why not treat yourself or them to the Hobbymaker gift card?
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to crafting or a seasoned pro, you are sure to learn something new. We are live every day from 1 p.m. to 8 p.m, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
What sets Dalton Manor apart, that it's predominantly paper and card. A lot of us forget how important paper and card is, especially when we start to make cards and other projects. That is your base item. So I think we sometimes use inferior products to use as a base because we know we're going to be putting things on it. So it kind of feels like that's the smaller, less important part of the project. To me, that is probably one of the more important parts of putting a project together. So I think if we can get a really, really great base card and base paper for you to start creating with, I think that's the important thing. And I'm hoping that that is something that people will look at before they start to craft. I would like the Hobbymaker customers to get exactly what I get from it. So I want them to, you know, see it, buy it, get it home, take it out of the packets, open it up and see that, yeah, they can make what they've just seen myself make. I want them to be comfortable, and I want us to go on like a little path together, you know, where they'll look forward to what's coming from Dalton Manor next month, and something that everyone will look forward to when it appears on Hobbymaker.
Did you know at Hobbymaker that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So, shop your way with split pay.
everyone, good evening. It's just after 6 o'clock on Friday. It's officially the weekend, so we're allowed ice cream. We're allowed to think of the beach, going out for days, the seaside, the lapping sea on the shore, all that sort of thing. Lovely Amy is with us. We don't see Amy often enough, but when we do see her, we are always in awe of what she produces, what she designs for us to use with our cutting machines, because the latest USB is available. It's a one-show opportunity at the moment. This is the only scheduled show at the moment, as far as I'm aware,
Yes,
Amy.
yeah. I tend to just sort of come in, sell them, and then leave for a couple
sell
of
them
months.
out and then go. Yeah, job done. Off she goes. On to the next one. So this is the brand new USB. Now, I must stress, if you've got a cutting machine, whether it's a Brother Scan and Cut, whether it's a Silhouette Cameo, whether it's the Cricut, doesn't matter. These USBs and the cutting files on them will work on all machines, won't they?
Yes, yeah, all of those tend to read that SVG sort of file, so yeah.
Where do you start? I mean, how? Because you've designed all of these. Your brain must be full of ideas.
It's so busy, Dave.
Busy brain.
This is actually what it looks like whittled down, because as I was doing it, I thought I could do double what I've done here, but I had to rein myself in.
You've actually got over 50 projects on here, but each of those projects can be sized up or down. For example, here, looking at that lighthouse, like you said to me a few minutes ago, Amy, that's right up my street, because I'm a model maker. That's why I like to make three-dimensional things, and that is amazing. We've got the puffin here. We've got the life buoy. We've got the anchor box. We've got the cornet. We've got the mermaid's tail. We've got the sand castles. Everything that you associate, maybe with your childhood seaside memories, or maybe you're planning to go to the seaside this week or next week, or planning a seaside break or whatever. Where's your favourite seaside resort? Is it Bournemouth? Is it Brighton? Is it Skegness? Is it where? Well, tell us. Let us know. But it's, for me, this is my childhood on this table.
Yeah, I think everyone's got a nostalgic feeling about the seaside, haven't they? And I love the seaside, and I live in the Midlands, so this is just me kind of recreating a little bit at home. So I've got sort of traditional seaside things like your ice cream and your beach huts, and then some more kind of fantasy things like mermaids and pirates as well.
What I always say about Amy's USBs are, it makes you realise you made the best decision ever. When you spent those few £100 on the Brother Scan and Cut or the Silhouette Cameo or your Cricut, and you bought it and you thought, oh, I hope I'm going to use this, I hope I'm going to get on well with it. This is why you made that purchase of those machines all those months or years ago, because it's for the likes of Amy to come along with USBs, and she designs all these different images that are on here that you can get your workhorse machine to cut out, and you can then start to make these wonderful ornaments, these wonderful decorations, these wonderful models, as it were, that you can then make for your family and for your home, or you can make to sell.
Yeah, absolutely. And things like the little character boxes, some of these 3D projects are so quick to put together, and the machine's doing all the hard work for you. So that's just 4 tabs and then your matte layers, and you're ready to go. But it is that the machine does the hard work. What I like is adding the details.
Yeah, little seashell lanterns, but again, you can have them that size, you can make them a lot larger. I mean, the only restriction really is to size, is the size of your mat, isn't it?
It is, yeah. So I think it's the Caesar machine that's got the wider mat, so you could go even bigger with that one. And I often work on a 12 by 24 mat that you can get for your Scan and Cut, and that's when you can make these really long things like the big version of the mermaid tail.
I knew there was one machine I was forgetting, the Caesar.
Yes.
Yeah. So now there's 4 out there, if not more, that read the SVG files. I mean, look at this. This looks like my garden shed at the moment. I've just painted it this colour this weekend. Well, I was off for a few days, so it looks a bit like a beach hut, my garden shed now. But isn't that lovely?
Sweet.
And look at the lighthouse, look at the sand castle there as well. There's over 50 projects on this one USB. Now, at the moment, it is $99.99. Now, I've got to let you know, Amy has a habit of selling out every time she's here, if not every time, virtually every time. We've got lots of you checking out already. I can tell you that $99.99 would make it £2 per project. That's for one of those 50 plus projects. Where would you get a puffin like that for £2? You wouldn't, would you? I mean, that would be, if you sold that, that would be £9.99, £15 maybe.
Yeah,
that you could sell
easily.
That
for. And you can take his head off and make him fillable as well, if you want to, as a sort of gift thing. Don't want to make it too
no
too
puffins
sinister.
were harmed in the making of this programme. But you can fill him with all sorts of sweets and goodies. So he's actually a container.
Yes, if you want, you You don't have to. You could just glue it on and then it's solid. But
Oh, we got a pirate ship. I've just seen that one.
yeah,
here.
a little pirate ship. I've got a decal of a skull and crossbones that I've done a little T-shirt of for my little boy as well. So there's all sorts on there.
So yeah, you can use part of the design. If you just want the skull and crossbones in a design, then you can just cut that as a separate element. You don't have to make the whole project if you don't want to. So there are so many cutting files on here. And the start price is £99.99. The treasure chest, again, that can be a liftable lid. You can put things inside that if you want to. It's UD9A31. Hello, Lisa, Julie, Jacqueline. Hello, Bianca, Dina, Gloria. You're all in already at the high price. I thought there was a hole in the middle, but there's not. It's a mirror.
Sorry. I feel responsible.
That could be a bathroom mirror. You got me there, Michael.
Sorry.
I thought that was completely see-through. Okay. $99.99.
So sorry, I feel responsible.
So
Seemed like a good idea.
I'm used to looking at it on TV, it's fine. $99.99 should be the price. And remember, when you buy this USB and you use the cutting files, they don't disappear after you've used them. They're on that USB to use again and again and again. Look at the price today, $49.99. That's less than £1 per design. What would you sell, if you do make to sell, Life's a Beach, that mirror, for the bathroom, for the downstairs loo maybe? You could probably sell that for £10, £15. It's, you know, the only restriction is the size of what your cutting machine will cut out, the size of the mats, for example. What sort of cardstock do you use for all these projects? Is it American craft cardstock?
Yes, the majority is. The only time I use larger is if I'm doing, say, like the giant mermaid tail, that needs a longer piece. But yeah, the majority, vast majority is the American craft.
Trying to reach across.
It works so well. Yes, please do.
I just had to do it. That's a big one.
He's revealing that I didn't decorate the back there. There we go.
Oh, sorry. You've even got a cutting file for the hundreds and thousands.
Yes, yeah. Oh. So we've got sprinkles and there's a syrup option as well.
Oh, this is amazing, isn't it? If you want a cutting machine now, you've seen this USB. I dare say we've got the Brother Scan and Cut on our website. I know we've got the Caesar on our website. It is on the show, actually, I've been told. We do also do the Cricut. So have a little look on our website for cutting machines. If this has made you go, do you know what? I've always wanted a cutting machine. Now I know that Amy brings out these USBs regularly. It's made me want it even more. Because I know all the cutting machines come with loads of cutting files already built into their memory. But if you've got a theme, if the seaside theme and the spring and summer theme is what you would really love to get your teeth into and get making this summer, this spring, yeah, you've got the pirate theme, you've got the birds and the puffin theme there, you've got the shells, the mermaid theme. The mermaid's tail is amazing.
Yeah, thank you. I'm pleased with that one. It's my daughter's 6th birthday next month, so I'm just going to be getting these out for that.
Yeah, imagine a child's birthday party with mermaid tails all around the room. Yeah. I mean, that's about, what, 2.5 foot high?
Probably. We could use me for scale. I'm 5'1".
Look at it, though. Look at it. Isn't that amazing? And the machine does all the cutting, and then you...
So those scales are in strips, so you wrap them around.
Are there instructions with the project?
Yes, we've got a booklet on the USB that's full photo instructions.
Oh, actually, Alex, our producer's looking at it right now. So there we go.
Yeah, there we go.
So it tells you what you need.
Yeah, so it tells you what you need, how many you need to cut of everything. It's got colour guides on the ones where I think it's useful, but you don't have to go by those. You can do what you want with it, really. Yeah, so there's just a lot on there. And I thought when I was prepping to come here, I've mainly got card and glue because outside of the machine and the files, it's not a lot of equipment beyond that. You know, it's just the machine does the hard work.
Can I just check with my producer, Alex? It is on split, isn't it? It will be on split pay. It's not showing at the moment. Let's see if we can get it on split pay now by pushing that button. We'll check it. It should be, but if that's not an issue for you, you want to pay for it in full, that's fine. But we were going to have split pay on that, so we'll get on the phone and make sure that that's active for you if that's what you want. But it will be there. UD9A31. UD9A31 will get you the latest Amy Dodd designed USB. We have a quantity and a limited quantity at that. Amy has a habit of turning up, doing the show, selling out, and going away again, and then designing the next one.
I do. It keeps me very busy, the in-betweens.
Absolutely. Now, what do you want to show us first of all, Amy?
I was going to show you the ice cream, because I thought we're in that summery time now, aren't we? And what could be better? So I'll show you how we're going to get started with it. So You can load this, by putting it into your PC, which you'd need to do if you're doing Cricut, because you'll use their dedicated design
software.
space.
Yeah.
But for the scan and cut, it just plugs straight in the side. We've got a little USB port here. So that's just straightforward. You don't need to be connected to anything if you don't want to be. I'm turning the machine on now, so it'll just take a minute to load up. And then we'll have several options of where we can get our information from.
Amy, just to let you know, 20% of the stock has gone. That's all the stock we have. And we haven't even started the demo yet.
Oh my goodness. Gosh, sorry.
That's all right. That completely threw you.
It did, sorry. Come on, get it together. Right, so we're going to go into retrieve data, and we've got the picture of a USB stick here.
Yeah.
And then that's going to load all of our folders. The only thing it won't load is your instructions.
Okay.
You will need to access that on a PC, or I can email them to you if you struggle with that kind of thing, or it's easier. But they're on here because on the USB, because then you can enlarge them digitally if you want to. So I thought about printing, but I think you've got a bit more flexibility this way. So I'm going into the ice cream. Actually, I'll just show you, sorry, these are the folders. So if you go down, that's all of the folders on the USB. So we've got quite a lot there. I'm going to go into the ice cream, and we're going to go for the cone sides. Now, this will be in your instructions, but I know that I need to cut 6 of these in total because I designed it, but you will have guidance on that. So I'm going to go into Edit, Object Edit, and I want 3 of these. So I'm going to add to the number 3, and I'm going to move these around. I'm going to rotate this one because when I cut it earlier, it fit much nicer.
So down.
As you can see, you've got this like mirror of your mat on the screen.
So you're not wasting any card.
Exactly. So it helps you sort of make the most of it. So I'm going to press OK. I've got my card loaded, so I'm going to feed my mat in now.
Well, if you want American craft cardstock, which is what Amy recommends, she uses virtually, not all the time, but virtually all the time. That will be on our website from American Crafts. Also, of course, if you want the Brother Scan and Cut SDX, which is what we're using, we've got that in the show today as well. That's on a really good price as well. We'll be on split pay. We've got it for $5.99, £100 off at the moment, and it will come, I can't remember exactly, but over 1,000 built-in images in its memory. But this is the machine that you're using, and it's just the one you use at home all the time.
It is the one I use at home all the time because it's just so easy to use. It's so fast. It's testing the depth of the card now, so you don't have to worry about cutting through your mat, which is amazing how much time that saves you because I used a previous model before, but this just
you had to adjust it manually, didn't you?
Yeah. And of course you adjust it manually and then you go to cut something different and then I cut through the mat. So this kind of just takes that bit of risk out for me. And I've had mine years now, and you can imagine how heavily I use it, and it just goes and goes.
Well, I mean, you probably use it more than anyone else, because this is your career, this is what you do.
Yeah, and I'm trying to think, I must have had it at least 5, I'm trying to think when I got it in terms of how my daughter is, I've probably had it about 5 years or something now.
Absolutely. Well, good news to everyone that wanted the split pay on the USB. We've got it fixed, it is there, we knew it would be, it just took a bit of time to come on. So if you want the USB on 2-way split pay, that's $24.99 today, plus your P&P of $3.95 and $24.99 in 4 weeks' time. If you're not bothered about that and you just want to pay for it in one go, of course you can do that. But for those of you that are holding on for the split pay, it's there, pop it in your basket and check out. The stock is going incredibly quickly. Over 20% of the stock has gone in 15 minutes. UD9A31 and over 50 projects on this USB, all resizable in size. If you love the seaside and everything associated with it, this is one USB you're not going to want to miss out on. And we're cutting out the ice cream cone, or 3 parts of the cone of the ice cream cone.
We are. I've got some pre-cut over here that I could have started with. I've just noticed my mermaid tail's back to front. I might flip that round so you can see the tail detail on it.
Hang on.
Is that
hang on.
Okay? But just because it's got a mat at the top, so it's got that kind of fin detail.
There we go, now she's the right
Fancy.
way around.
Thank you.
But I can imagine that at a little girl's birthday party.
Yeah.
Mermaid tails everywhere. Fantastic.
I was thinking you could make like a pinata out of it, couldn't you?
Yeah, you
Fill
could.
it with sweets.
Wouldn't want to smash it though.
Oh, I don't know. It'd be quite fun, wouldn't
It would
it?
be fun, but how else put that together? It's up to you. What you do with it at the end of the day is entirely up to you. But, you know, the fact you've got all of that design, all of that imagination from Amy on that USB that's never going to go anywhere, it's always going to be there, and you've got that cutting machine that's doing all the hard work for you, then you have the fun of putting it all together. And whether it's just for your personal personal use at home with your family and friends. I mean, imagine having a barbecue and you've got all these wonderful kind of seaside things out in the garden on a sunny day.
Well, they're nice little favour boxes, aren't they, as well, if you've got a party or something. I thought about doing, I've got a sort of scallop shell gift box on there, but they make such little sweet little party bags. It's at the front, sort of like a little pinky shell type thing. I'm just doing things I can use for the birthday.
That one there. Oh,
yes.
sorry.
And I thought you could add sort of pearl strings as a handle, and then that's such a sweet little party bag. And you could resize that for a favour box as well.
It's cute, isn't it? You can make them smaller, make them larger. You're in control. I love this USB. I really, really do.
Like this one. It was good fun, this one. I could do a whole other one of seaside things.
I mean, that beach hut is so sweet. Imagine doing a few of them, having a row of them like you have on the seaside in the back garden.
That'd be so sweet. And you can make smaller ones as well and make them into little lanterns. How cute would that be?
That'd be really cute. Really, really cute.
But that's a gift box, so it's tied at the top with a ribbon, so that's ready to go. I think if people have got summer birthdays, it's just something a bit different as well, and it's not particularly sort of gender specific or anything. They're quite neutral, aren't they? I think if you want just something different for your gift giving.
I mean, that lighthouse, that could actually be like a nighttime light in a kid's bedroom, couldn't it?
Yeah.
Because you've got a little light in the top, which is really cool. That's just a flickering tea light in there, which you get from the pound shop for next to nothing. Not a real flame, an LED one, obviously. But that could be a nice little night light, something in a kid's bedroom, maybe.
Yeah. I'll just show you how these have cut out, because you're just seeing that time. So this is the 3 sides. Peel that off. And then all of these pieces here, I've done my score lines as dash lines because some of the older machines, you don't have scoring functions, and it means you don't need a separate tool. It just does it all in one. But they're all there for you, so then you just literally have to crease it as you go. So really easy.
You think of everything.
And then it's just ready to go, and you just stick it together. And I think everyone can stick a tab to a side, can't they?
Absolutely.
And there's a range of sort of abilities here. There are just some 2D ones. There's some card designs. I've got that little shell box, the purple one you picked up at the start. That's just from one piece of card. It's just got 4 tabs. If I grab it here, sorry, just to show you. So that's just one piece of card that's cut out of, and the 4 tabs around the side. So if you've never done 3D before, that's so quick and easy. Anyone can do that. And I think if you want to get into 3D, there's those sort of beginner projects, if you like, to get you started.
It is absolutely breathtaking. I did one of the first shows with you, and I couldn't quite believe what I was seeing. I've done shows with the Brother Scan and Cut for years, but I think with your USBs, you make the machines really kind of come to life and do things that you didn't realise you could do with them, to be fair.
Yeah, maybe. I think because for me, when I found it, my background was model making, so I'd done a lot of hand cutting with a scalpel and just hours of painful hands. And so when I found this machine, that was amazing to me because it sped me up. The potential of what I could do with it really increased sort of my productivity. So it's been amazing for me to find it as well.
So once you've made that initial investment of, in this case, $599 for the Brother Scan and Cut, which is what we have it on our website for right now. You can buy it today with split pay if you want to. I think that's on 5-way split pay, the Brother Scan and Cut, I think. If not 5, it'll be 4, but I think it's 5. Yeah, it was 5. And then once you've got that, the world's your oyster with all the information that's in its memory anyway. But then the fact that you can add, when a favourite USB comes along from Amy, that's a theme that's right up your street. And this theme today is fantasy, accent on the sea for seaside.
Like a pun.
It's never gonna be out of fashion though, is it? And you think of designs like this, obviously for parties and barbecues, fantastic, but also think about it for maybe bathroom decor. You've got little boxes here that you could put maybe your cotton wool buds in and stuff like that. The potential is absolutely vast and huge. Little girl or little boys' parties, we've got the pirates maybe for the little boy, we've got the mermaid's tail maybe for the little girl. It's just brilliant, and all because you've got your cutting machine. Whichever one it is, doesn't matter. These are SVG files. They work on all the main brands of cutting machine. The one that we use in the studio is the Brother Scan and Cut, but it will work on the Cameo Silhouette. It will work on the Caesar. It will work on, what's the other one? Brother Scan and Cut and the Cricket. Yeah, of course.
Yeah, I was trying to think as you were going. I'm just going to cut out the ice cream sides now and then I'll start putting the cone together, and you'll just be able to see how quickly it builds up. Because I think that's what's nice, is it's just so fast. I mean, the Scan and Cut as well gives you an estimate of time, so you can see if you've got time to go and make a cup of tea.
Yep.
Or, So this is telling us 5 minutes, so it's going to be 5 minutes or less that cuts in.
Okay.
Let me just bring my little cone sides back over here.
So when you have an idea for a USB, you start off with ideas and thoughts. How long does it for you to design each one, or does it vary?
Oh, it really varies because it depends on how detailed it's going to be and also whether I get it right first time. Right. Although, yeah, it really just does depend. And sometimes it can be the simpler ones that take that bit longer, you know, if it's kind of a detailed decal or there's a lot of detail in a smaller box. Whereas something like the ice cream cone, that was actually one of the quicker ones to design,
right, okay.
even though it looks sort of bigger.
So
and
does it start with you sketching it with a pencil first, or
no,
on a computer?
I model it in 3D and then I...
Oh, from scratch?
Yes,
Wow.
and then I export that as a paper net and then I edit the net so it works on the machines.
So all of this you started off making by hand before?
Oh, no, like 3D model software.
Right.
So, yeah, I build it in a kind of 3D, like you would build games or 3D assets for animation and stuff.
Right.
Because I've worked in animation and
bit,
games before. Sorry, yeah. So I think maybe because I come from a slightly different background, I approach the machine a little bit differently.
Right. But at the end of the day, your expertise and knowledge means that we've got the cutting files that we can let the machine do the work and put this together to make these amazing models.
Yeah.
And boxes and cards. It's cards as well, so it's not
yeah,
just 3D modelling.
I think I've got 4 card designs on there. But they've got other assets that you could use for other things as well. Like there's a mermaid card, and you could use her for a decoration for something. Or,
I mean, you've got the big anchor down there. I mean, that maybe you've got a trunk in the bedroom or whatever, where you put maybe the sheets or whatever it may be. I mean, you could put that on the side of a trunk, make it look like a treasure chest or something.
You could. And I've got some the flowers on there are from the USB as well. So I've put some sea. Sort of flowers and seaweed that you'd find at the beach on there as well. So you can make those sort of really floral, feminine looks with this as well.
Amy, I'm not surprised at this.
Oh.
40% of the stock has gone. It's 25
it's such a relief.
I've never met anyone as humble as Amy. I mean, her designs are amazing, but you're always so nervous that, what do you think I like it?
Well, I just sort of sit in a room and make these on my own. So when I get here, I'm like, oh, this is okay. I don't know.
I get why it's a bit nerve-wracking, but everyone's absolutely falling in love with it.
Oh,
and the fact is that everything that's in the studio, you can do in different sizes. So if you love that puffin, but you want to make him smaller, or you like that lighthouse, or you want to make him smaller, the only restriction is the size of your cutting mat that you're using. If you're using the 24-inch long mat on the Brother Scan and Cut, you can make that mermaid's tail, you can make that lighthouse even bigger if you wanted to.
You could, yeah. And I always like to have a sort of the size I've done it and then one that I really think works on a larger scale. And I'll often design so you can make it bigger. So the mermaid tail, I've kept the sides in, I sectioned it slightly just so I could make it massive if I wanted to. So I kind of design as if I'm the crafter as well, because I know what I want from it.
I'm being asked to grab the mermaid's tail.
Oh, yeah.
Excuse me.
Oh, sorry.
Let me grab this and just bring it into the middle so we can see it a little bit better. Look at this. It's
Haven't
huge.
decorated the back, hide the back, hide the back.
That's all right, don't worry. Look at that. Look at the size of that. Is that yeah, it covers me up, which is no bad thing, really. But that is that what, about 2.5 feet, 3 feet tall? It's got to be 3 feet, I think.
Let me grab it and we'll see. I'm about 5 foot, so if it's 3/5 of me, then where are we? What do we think?
It's about 2/3 of you.
About 2/3 of me, so yeah, about 3 foot.
3 foot. A 3 foot mermaid's tail. Look, isn't that amazing? But you can make it a bit smaller.
But it's fun that you can.
Yeah.
I always like that you can.
But for parties and that sort of thing, having that, that's not going to disappear. Sometimes you make things and you put them in a large room or somewhere where, the village hall or something, and you think, well, that's going to get lost. No one's going to really see it. Something like that is really going to stand out.
Yeah, the ice cream you could make much bigger as well. I was going to if I had time, but I've run out of time. But that would be so fun for a garden party. If you were having a birthday, a big summer birthday, that would be such a fun addition to it, I think.
But you do need to have a cutting machine. And if you're thinking, oh, I really like to do this USB is making me want to really buy a cutting machine today, where do I get one from? We've got the Brother Scan and Cut in the show. It's on the website right now. This is the one that automatically senses what it is that you're wanting to cut. You don't have to manually adjust any pressure settings or depth settings or anything like that, and that's why Amy loves that machine so much. And it's also got, I think it's about 1,300 built-in cutting designs and elements and shapes in its memory anyway. Is it 1,200? About 1,200. And then you, of course, got the capability of plugging any USB cutting device into the side of it, like Amy's designs today, and it'll just expand what you can do with it.
Yeah.
You can see the big mermaid's tail. You can't see me, but you can see the big mermaid's tail and the small mermaid's tail next to them, side by side. It's just the same cutting file, just you choose whether you want it big or small. Simple as that.
And imagine if you were cutting that by hand. I mean, I wouldn't do one, let alone two of them.
No.
You know, this really sort of takes that kind of legwork out for you, which is another reason I love it, because I love adding the details and making them pretty. It just gets you there so much faster. And it's just the beginning. You can, because you've got the freedom to do whatever colour you want, whatever size you want. You know, this really is just the beginning of it, and then you get to be creative with it. And I think that's what I like. I like seeing what people do with them. You can see this coming together, and it's quite rapid, isn't it? It's not.
I suppose that could also be
faffing as well.
That could be a flower pot.
Yeah, that's true.
Without adding anything else to it.
Yeah, you could do a vase or something with it, couldn't you?
Yeah.
And there are flowers on here that you could enlarge and sort of coral details and kelp, so you could make a really sort of pretty arrangement. I have all these ideas and then I don't have time to do everything. So if other people could and then show me pictures, that'd be great.
Each USB that you bring out, does that take you a whole month of work or is it longer than that?
It's just so hard to gauge it because I have a day job and 2 young children.
Right.
So I sort of pick up and put down here and there. So I just don't know. Yeah, but I started some of it round at my friend Rhiannon's house the other week. So she was down for the weekend and we both had loads of work on. So we sort of did a bit of a hot desk round at hers. But it's hard to know kind of how long it takes.
But it's quite a sociable job to have as well if you've got friends that are into crafting as well
Yeah,
at the same time,
yeah.
isn't it? And you know, you can be buying this USB for crafting groups. Maybe there's groups of children. Maybe there's going to be like a summer school coming up. I used to go to a summer school when I had school holidays when I was younger, and I used to love it. I used to go for like 3 or 4 weeks in the summer, every single day. And they had, you know, nothing like this then, but they had, you know, card making classes and that sort of thing. It was fantastically sociable. So this, if you've got a machine or two and you're a big group like that, then this USB is going to be absolutely perfect. Who doesn't love everything to do with the seaside? It reminds you of your childhood. It gives you things to look forward to. Maybe you're going to the seaside with your family this year. You've done it every year, or maybe you haven't done it for years, but it just takes you back. And you've got everything that you associate with the seaside. The anchors, the mermaids, you've got the pirate ship, the conch shells. The puffin is one of my favourite, and that's actually a container. You can take his head off and put things in his body if you want to. Isn't he just brilliant? He's lovely. He's absolutely magical. And you've got the castle there, sand castle. Do it in craft card and it looks like sand. And that's actually got a little light in the top of the lighthouse there. And at $49.99, it's a real bargain. It works out to less than £1 per project. You've got over 50 projects. And then, okay, that's cost you £1. The design, the pattern of it has cost you £1. Obviously, you've got to buy the cardstock and that sort of thing. But what would you sell something like that for? If someone asked you to do a series of mermaids' tales for a little girl's birthday, you could charge quite a lot of money for that. But all it's cost you is £1 per project because you've got over 50 projects on the USB.
Yeah.
And they're never going to go anywhere. They're not going to disappear.
No, that's it. And that's it. And there's just so much room with it. I mean, this is just the beginnings of what you can do with it, really, because there's so much potential. And I kind of think when I'm doing it, what would I sort of charge individually for the bigger ones? And then I sort of get to a point and I'm like, okay, so then all the rest kind of work out free.
Yeah.
That's how I kind of do the maths in my head. It's not very scientific, but...
Well, we like the head that you've got the way it is because you come up with ideas like this, which is fantastic. So that ice cream cone is just a winner, absolute winner. Surprisingly, you heard Amy say that was one of the easier ones to do, but I think it's one of the most effective. The puffin is great as well. I mean, that in a bedroom, a kid's bedroom, would be amazing. Or again, if you're having a party and a barbecue in the nice weather in the spring and summer, have it outside as an ornament. So many of it, I've got a full screen of people coming through. All you need is any of the cutting machines, any cutting machine that reads SVG files. This USB is going to be perfect for that machine. It doesn't have to be the Brother Scan and Cut. It can be the Caesar, it can be the Cricut, it could be the Silhouette Cameo, or it can be the Yeah, it could be the Romeo as well if you bought that the other day, or the Scan and Cut that we have here today, which is actually on our show at a £100 discounted price of £599, and that's on 5 split pay. So that's only just over £100, about £120 first payment to get that, and then add the USB in on split pay as well. That would be an extra £24 on top of that. But yeah, you'll be cutting to your heart's content straight away.
It is, that's what's so great about it actually, because you get it out the box, you can just look at the designs in it or plug your USB stick in, and it's just a cable, there's no setting up. I think sometimes people think it's going to be a kind of convoluted process, because I've heard people saying they haven't had the confidence to get it out of the box, but there are so many things you use every day that are...
I'm right in saying with the Brother Scan and Cut, you don't need a PC for that, do you?
No, you don't have to.
Standalone.
You can plug that straight in, yeah. So with my USB, the only thing you can't access directly on the machine is the instruction booklet. So you'd need a PC for that, or I can send it you and you can look at it on your phone, or, you know, there are options with it. But no, it doesn't have to be connected to anything, which is why I like it. It's not intimidating, I think.
Not at all. And it's your hero, you know, doing all the cutting while you're doing a bit of gluing, and it's so quick and quiet.
Yes, it is quieter, this one. I forget actually how quiet it is, because I used to use the noisier ones, but I sort of take for granted how quiet it is now.
Now this is the ice cream cone being constructed.
Yes, it is, yes. I'm just putting the last side panel on now.
And remember, Amy did suggest American Craft cardstock is her cardstock of choice that she likes to use with all of these. If you want any American Craft cardstock 12x12 paper pads, check our website. We are an official stockist for them. We give you the best prices. And if we got any in stock, they'll be on the website right now under American Crafts, the brand shop. Okay, have a little look.
Yeah, they're lovely. The packs they come in as well are in complementary colours, and that works really well, so you don't have to think about what goes with what. It's all sort of done for you.
Yeah.
I'm such a lazy girl crafter. I want this to do the work. I want you to choose the colours. But it does. It just
I'm just
means
thinking
you
the
get to
natural
the fun
pad
bit.
would be good. You know,
This is from
the
that.
ice
Yeah,
cream,
this is from the the naturals one. I've used that quite a lot on this one actually, because some of them are really, there's a really nice like soft yellow in there as well, and the darks are really useful. I always think just a pack of black and white as well, like they're the colours that you miss if you don't have them.
So what you're cutting out now is basically the lattice, the kind of waffle effect to go on the outside of the cone. At the moment that looks a bit like a terracotta pot, and it could be, if you wanted it to be, but with the lattice on it, it's got like an ice cream.
Yeah, and that's it. You can do what you want with them once you've got the designs. There's all sorts you can sort of modify. But yeah, it's just a good fun one, this one. And I thought we've had so much rain, haven't we? And we've finally got a bit of sunshine. I think I was kind of willing it on with this.
It just makes you smile, because everything seaside does make you smile, whether it's Brighton, Bournemouth, Skegness, wherever it might be, Blackpool, you know, it's Weston-super-Mare. Yeah, you throw out the seaside resorts at me, because
Saltburn by the Sea is
Saltburn
one
by
of
the
my
Sea.
favourite seaside towns.
Down
northeast.
Northeast.
It's amazing. Yeah, it's beautiful.
Well, wherever it is, this sums up a day at the seaside. There's nothing better than that, I don't think, as far as I'm concerned. It's just wonderful. You've got everything associated with the sea. You've got the anchor. You've got the puffin, which is just the most adorable character. You've got the mermaid's tail. Remember, there are 50 projects. I don't know if we've got every one of the 50 out here. I don't think we have we?
No, we haven't actually. They haven't got there's some decals that are great for putting on sort of t-shirts or tote bags and things. I haven't got those cut out here. I did do a t-shirt and then I messed up my vinyl.
Oh no.
Which is a shame. But yeah, and there's more gift tags, I think. But most things are here, but yeah, there's not quite everything.
Well, of course, we are a stockist now of the Caesar vinyl for fabrics and that sort of thing. So again, any of these images you can cut out of vinyl as well as cardstock. So, you know, don't just think of it being just American Craft card. You can use Caesar vinyl and other vinyls as well. But I'm a sucker for, I think because I've always wanted one and I've never had one, a beach hut. Where I live down on the south coast, I think people pay like 150 grand for a beach hut. Yeah, it's basically like a garden shed, but by the sea. And I've never got my head around that.
No, but I mean, it would be an absolute dream though, wouldn't it? But
yeah, it would be. But look, the beach hut lid or roof opens. So you can put all sorts of little gift inside there if you want to. I love the idea of having a whole line of these in different colours.
Yeah, I think that's really sweet. The bunting on the side as well is one of the... Oh, that's what I haven't got. I haven't got all the garlands cut out. Yeah, there are a few things that I haven't cut out. But the bunting's one of the garland ones, and it's 2 triangles that fold over, and it's like a little mini bunting, but you could scale that up for a quick and easy.
So you can make your own bunting for the patio or something?
Yeah.
Oh, great.
Yes, and you can cut fabric as well, so...
Of course. So all of these images, at the end of the day, they're cutting files. So don't think that you're restricted to what you can cut and what you can make here. You can make that sandcastle much bigger, provided you've got a cutting mat that will allow you to do that. You can make that mermaid's tail much smaller. I'm going to move that out of the way now. It's kind of blocking everything.
I don't know where I'm going to put it when I get it home.
Alex, our producer, said, just wear it.
Yeah, just go about my day.
Yeah.
Something different for the school
I'll
run.
turn a few heads in Redditch. I'm not used to seeing mermaids in Redditch.
I don't. Well, do you know I live in Kenilworth? They're small.
Oh,
towns,
okay.
About half an hour away, but I don't think they're that, especially in the Midlands.
No. You don't see mermaids every day.
You do not
Okay.
yet.
Yes, not yet. After the release of this USB, they'll be everywhere.
Right, I've cut the mat out there. I've got some sprinkles to cut out as well, so I can show you the scanning function in a minute, but
Okay.
I'll just show you how I'm putting these together. So there's a bit of an unusual looking fold there. There is a photo of this in the instruction booklet, but also when you start to put it together, you'll see, because of how the card bends, if you've folded it the wrong way, it will come together. You'll sort of see how it goes once you start building it, if that makes sense, because it won't go in that direction. I feel like I'm not explaining this well, but you'll see any minute now.
It kind of guides you along the way as to what direction it needs to go. And remember the instructions, you will need to either look at those on your PC or print them off, or indeed if you haven't got a computer, maybe on your phone just email Amy.
I can send, if you drop me a message, I can email them, and so you can get them on your phone or tablet, because a lot of people access things that way, don't they?
Yeah, sure.
But it just means then if they're digital, you can zoom in if you want to, or if you want to just print the pages of the project you're working on, because there's quite a lot of pages in that booklet. Then you've got the flexibility to do that however you want, really. So
I'm loving everything about this
together.
USB.
And that's, do you see what I mean? So you couldn't fold it the other way and it go together, so it becomes quite intuitive, and the more you do, the kind of more that will make sense.
I mean, it looks a little bit like a church spire at the moment, but it's actually the topping of the ice cream in the cone, and when you see it all put together, it just looks absolutely brilliant. Mo's messaged in. Hello, Mo. Good evening again. We're just going to put it on the screen in a second for you.
Oh, I like it when people message it.
There we go. Mo in Essex says, another fave designer with my fave Dave. I've delightful days, had to buy fantasy. I live on a canal boat, but a lot is relevant to our style. Thank you, Mo.
Oh, my dad lived on a canal boat for a bit. I love that. I wonder where she's moored.
Sure.
That's so lovely.
Where are you moored? Yeah, we'd love to know. Oh, she's got a little anchor on the end of a message as well. Thank you, Mo.
Sweet. Yeah, all that kind of boating thing, isn't it?
Penelope's also messaged in. Hi, Penelope. Good evening to you in North Yorkshire. Like Amy, I love the seaside. She says, Scarborough is my nearest seaside, and I look forward to taking my baby daughter there one day. Absolutely, Penelope.
Oh, I love Scarborough.
Yeah.
Oh, I love all the seasides. I'm taking my children away in a couple of weeks. Took them to Wales last month as well for a little bit of a seaside trip. Went to Barmouth.
Very nice. I mean, we do have amazing seaside resorts in this country.
We do. I love a seaside. I really do. I don't know if you can tell. Love the seaside.
Everyone else is at home as well, because the stock is going so quickly. It's absolutely flying. It's the latest release. I mean, I know many of you actually religiously buy every single USB that Amy does, because when you think about the value for money, the fact you've got 50 plus projects, cutting files for 50 projects on that USB, and they're always going to be there. So as and when you suddenly need a puffin, as and when you need a pirate ship.
As one does.
As one does, yeah. So, or as and when you need a beach hut or something like that, you know it's on Amy's USB, so it's going to be the best £50 you could ever spend, and it's on split pay as well. So it's £1 per project, approximately, that you can use again and again and again. I mean, that ice cream cone, if that was for sale at a craft fair, it's got to be £10–15 at least.
Yeah.
It must be.
How fun is it? It's just really fun, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I love that one.
I mean, parties, decorating a little room for parties, kids' parties.
Yeah.
They've got ice cream cones all over the room.
Exactly, and that sort of thing does really stand out, and that's what people would remember, isn't it? The treasure chest as well, I didn't have time, but I wanted to do it in kind of pinks and with some of the flowers on it, and you could do a really different look with that, a really like soft floral kind of look, and that's all on there as well. There's just so much potential with it.
But also, you know, you could be actually offering this as like a little business to people, you know, party planners, that sort of thing. If they know that you've got the cutting files, that they know that you've got the machine to be able to do this. Not everyone will have what you will have. You'll be in a very privileged position. I mean, who else do you know that can make three-dimensional objects like this? You've got to have the USB from Amy, and you've got to have the machine.
It's like props, isn't it? You know, prop hire.
Yeah.
If you were going to hire a giant ice cream, because you could make that double that size, if not bigger, actually. I think I'm going to have to make one, just so I know.
I mean, that either side of the front door, if it's a kid's party, you know, a huge ice cream cone either side, like sentries on duty, it'd look amazing. Party this way, you know.
Exactly. And it doesn't take that long, really, you know, and it's nice to do. I mean, the mermaid, I'd say the most sort of lengthy project is the mermaid tail, just because of layering up the scales.
Yeah.
But I just did that sat in front of the TV one evening, so it's no hardship, you know, and that's the kind of more detailed one. But other ones, you can just knock them up so quickly. How long have we got? Oh yeah, I'll get this done, that's fine.
You know, if you have ever maybe gone to a party planner or a party organizer or someone to organize like a reception, a wedding reception or whatever, yeah, all these little bits of kind of set dressing that you'd have at a swanky party would cost a small fortune if you got them done professionally. To be able to do them yourself, you could be the person that's charging the money for all of these wonderful objects. I mean, the treasure chest there, you could have it open with, you know, kind of faux coins, maybe chocolate coins inside it or something like that, which would be good for a kid's party.
Yes, you
wouldn't
could,
it?
yeah. And jelly sweets as well that might look like jewels.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. Jelly babies or jelly beans.
I might do that, actually.
And the lighthouse is incredible. Now, loads of messages coming through on this Friday evening. 6:45, this is Amy's latest USB. This is the only scheduled show. Susan says, well done, Amy. It looks all just so pretty, and the puffin certainly has the face for TV. Love Mum, Nan, and Ted. That's your mum, yeah?
Yeah, that is my mum. And Ted is her dog.
Oh, brilliant.
That's very sweet.
But isn't that puffin just the best? Can I just lift him off here for a second?
Yeah.
Look.
I didn't get the beak right at first, so there's like a prototype beak kicking around.
His head can come off. You can put sweets or whatever you want to in there, but he's just the cutest.
Yeah, it's just something different, isn't it?
Yeah.
I think, you know, just something a bit unique.
I think the beak is making him. He's brilliant.
But I was thinking as well, like bathroom decor, or if you've got a little summer house and like you've painted your shed kind of beachy, you know, there's all that kind of
half of
thing
it.
you could do. Half of it. That'll do.
4 coats later. To be continued. That.
Oh, painting must take so much longer than you think.
Absolutely.
So I'm nearly done on the ice cream top, and then, I'll need to cut out a base bit actually. And then it's just a case of sticking this on the top, and you can see that you're pretty much there. But that's not lengthy, is it? And I've done most of the cutting during this hour, partly because I left my pre-prepped stuff at home. But we've, you know, got round it, it's fine.
Now, what we find, especially this time of the year with the nice evenings and that sort of thing, an awful lot of you watch our shows at different times of the evening and even through the night into the early hours of the next morning. So if you're watching this at 14 minutes to 7 on Friday evening, we're live. And live, a third of the entire available stock is gone. If you're watching this at 9, 10 o'clock at night, you're watching us on demand on our app or whatever, or repeat maybe online during the early morning tomorrow. I don't know where we are with stock of this. So it does pay if you can watch the live show, especially if it's something you're interested in, like the USB, to catch the live shows to get the live updates. But if you want to go for it, pop it in your basket and check out. If it lets you do that, there's still available stock, but the stock is going very, very fast. UD9A31 is the product code, and you've got over 50 projects on the USB to make all of what we have here on the counter and more in different sizes. So we've got a big puffin, we've got a little puffin down there. We've got the big conch little basket, so that could be used for sweets or whatever you wanted it to be. We've got the mermaid's toe. You could be making cards with some of these. You've got little trinket boxes. I mean, that anchor box there, that could be just, I don't know, a little bar of something, a bar of soap or a little bottle of smellies or whatever in there as a gift for someone, or just as a little storage on the bathroom shelf. But that anchor could be big, could be small. The box could be a lot bigger, a lot smaller. It's entirely up to you. And how often do you release a USB? Is it every month, 6 weeks?
Kind of 6 to 8 weeks.
6 to 8 weeks.
Depending on how busy everything else is.
Wow.
Yeah. So, yeah.
So it's not one a month, it's one every couple of months. Really.
Yes,
yeah.
it is really, yeah.
So if you want this one, there won't be another one probably until maybe July time, something like that?
Yeah, yeah. I'd imagine maybe something Christmassy next, I'd imagine.
Okay. Christmas launches.
I mean, I haven't
with us in
started it, we'll see.
What are you doing next?
Just going to cut out the base for our ice cream, and then it's just 2 solid pieces then that'll just kind of stack on top of each other. But it's just really easy, isn't it?
It's unmistakable what it is.
Effective. Yes, and once you get sort of your syrup or sprinkles, actually I did sprinkles on that one, so maybe I'll cut out some of the syrup design so you can see what that looks like. I'm just doing the base to cut now, so that's saying a minute, it'll be a minute or less. It's just a simple hexagon, so it'll whip round there.
Dan's asking, can we have a giant flake?
Oh, yeah, no, I know. I did think about a flake. This is one of the later ones I did.
You can
I'll see if I can do a flake.
You can maybe improvise with a flake.
Yeah.
It's only a rectangle, isn't it?
Isn't it?
Yeah.
See, that's
Brown
done
stick.
already, that one. There we go. Okay,
Well, that's the base for
so
it.
that's the base for
Right.
this. So I've got the shape, and then it's just going to be a case of gluing that on. But it's just nice and straightforward. All the tabs are there. Nothing too complicated. So I think this is one of the... I decided to do this one because I think it's one that looks impressive, but is really simple. And I want them to be like achievable. I don't want people to look at them and think, oh, I couldn't make that, because you can all make all of these things. And I'm quite careful to design it so they make sense. They're quite intuitive. It's very close to my face. I was offered a step, but the heady heights of 5'3" felt a bit too much for me. So I don't know what to do with myself when I was that
The
tall.
oxygen gets thinner up here. It does, it does.
Oh, I couldn't cope with the atmosphere. So there we go, that sticks on there.
And you don't have to be a model maker to be good at this. It's basically, Amy's done all the hard work for you. The machine does all the cutting. All you've got to do is follow the instructions and stick it together, which is a breeze. It really is.
Yeah, it is. I'm just going to whip that off there, because maybe we'll cut the syrup. Shall we? Is that a good idea?
Yes. Good. Yeah. Well, we've seen the hundreds and thousands. So
yeah, so
I'm
we'll do
intrigued as
what
to
the
how this-
alternative is. So I'll pop this on to cut, and then I can...
So it's going to be strawberry syrup.
Yes. Yeah. Which is the best, obviously.
Could be, yeah. Or it could be caramel.
Oh, yeah, I mean, you can, yeah.
Whatever.
It was just a preference there, actually. You're right, I could have done something different. That would be the whole pack of the naturals card, then.
Yeah.
If I shut my little stylus in there, or if I just completely lost it? Possibly completely lost it. We'll hope it turns up. Okay, so I'm just going to load that file. So if I open up the ice cream folder again, and there we've got our sprinkles, and then at the bottom is the syrup. So I'll cut out 6 of these for our 6 sides, although with the sprinkles, as was revealed earlier, I had only decorated one side.
Oh, by the way, if you do want the machine that Amy's using with the USB, we do have this machine available to be dispatched straight away from our warehouse, the Brother Scan & Cut SDX 1200. It's a brilliant machine that so many people rave about. It auto senses what you want to cut, so there's no manual adjustment for depth or pressure. The auto blade does it for you. And it's Amy's machine of choice. And I mean, Amy's going to use the best machine that she feels is good for the USB. And she has the Brother Scan & Cut. $599, it is on 5 split pays. So if you're planning on getting this as a gift for someone, you don't have to pay the whole £600 in one go or $599. It's $119.80 today, plus your P&P of $395 unless you've already bought something, and it's on its way straight away. You don't have to pay the second, third, fourth to get it home. It will be delivered after the first payment is paid, and the next 4 payments automatically come off at monthly increments from your debit card that you use today or credit card that you use today. And then if you want to go for Amy's USB at the same time, you can order that at the same time. That's got 2 split pays on it. So your first split pay, if you wanted to go for the Brother Scan & Cut and Amy's USB, that would be £129, £119.80 plus £24.99. So that would be just over £145 to pay today, and you'll have the USB from Amy and the Brother Scan & Cut on its way. $144.79 it will be your first split pay. Same again in 4 weeks, and then it goes down, of course, to just the Brother Scan & Cut after those 2 payments. What about that? Brilliant, brilliant show, brilliant projects, great fun.
It is fun. I think I feel it's the idea of getting a scan and cut arriving with USB of lots of things to play with as well. I'd love that.
I know.
It's just there's just so much you can do with it, isn't there?
Exactly.
And I think about like my scan and cut. If I worked out per use kind of thing, I mean, it really has paid for itself.
Well, you've made it into a business, really, haven't you?
I have, and I've used it for other projects as well. Like I've done some work for the National Trust, and I used it to make some of the models there. So a really different thing. I've used it as a proper little business tool, really. Well, and it's just fun.
I'm a model maker more than anything else when it comes to hobbies, and this is why it's so up my street as well. But I make pre-manufactured kits. This is from scratch, but with Amy's USB. So you're actually doing the cutting. And it's not like someone's done the cutting and you bought the cut elements. You've actually done it with your machine, and then you have the satisfaction of putting it all together, whether it's to decorate your own home, decorate parties, decorate for friends. And the one thing's for sure, as soon as people know you've got a machine and what you can do, and if you take pictures and share online, you'll be inundated with people saying, can you do one for us, please?
Yeah, I do have people that buy these that then someone sent me a picture of their craft fair setup that they'd done with like little character boxes and things, and that's lovely to see because people are really making use of it. I'm glad it's not just, you know, sitting in a drawer. It's nice that people are enjoying it.
I can imagine as well that an awful lot of people who maybe have bought a cutting machine, who some people I've met in the past that have said, oh, it's still in the box, I haven't taken it out of the box yet, I feel a little bit intimidated by it. By seeing a show like this, they're going, I'm going to get that out of the box, I'm going to get Amy's USB, and I'm going to be making that puffin. I'm going to be making that pirate ship, making that mermaid's tail. Yeah, these are going to put a smile on your face and everybody else's face as well. A seaside theme, fantasy.
Just the making is nice as well. You know, like I do other crafts as well, a bit of cross stitch and things, and just I like the process of making. So even if you're just doing it for the joy of it, I think it's worth it because it's soothing, isn't it, craft?
Oh, totally, yeah.
So I've put the matte details on there. Can you see? It's kind of, you've got that ice cream cone look now.
Now it's looking like a waffle ice cream cone, yeah.
And I'm just going to whack a load of glue on this and stick this on the top, and then you're done. And that's pretty much all of the cutting I've done during the show as well. You'd only need another sort of 10 minutes more to do all of it. And then you've got the finished piece. So it is so quick, really, to put together. And there we go. Look at
wow, finished dead on time as well.
Did I?
There is no mistaking what that is.
I'll stick some of these bits of syrup on if we've got time. But this I'm just going to sort of dab a bit of glue. It doesn't need to be firm to the ridges, and it'll look a bit more sort of natural if it's not, I think.
Dribbly raspberry or strawberry syrup.
Yeah. Look at that. That's come, so you can see that as a whole kind of, you really get that look.
Doesn't that look good? See, you thought of everything. I wouldn't have thought of putting syrup on there at all.
I think it's because I like syrup when I put ice cream.
Why not? Well, this is the launch today. Obviously, lots of you watch these shows later on. Obviously, when we come off air at 8 o'clock online, if you go to our website, the shows of the day get repeated. And if you go to our app in the morning, for example, the evening shows the night before will be repeated on the app. So a lot of you are watching at different times of the day, but live at 4 minutes to 7, a third of the entire stock of this USB has gone live. If you want it, grab it. That's what I'd say. Over 50 projects on that USB. For under £50. Over 40% of the stock now has gone, so even more have just checked out. Nearly half the stock now gone of the USB in one live show. Everyone's loved it.
I'm so pleased. It's always such a relief.
There's a lot of ice cream now.
Yeah, me too.
That's the only thing.
Always, really.
Always. Right, well, please check out your baskets. Enjoy making whatever it is, whether it's card making, whether it is object making, whether it's box making, making your own beach huts and having a whole line of them in different colours. Remember, Amy recommends, I mean, there are lots of other good brands of cardstock out there that you can use, of course, as well. But Amy, as we have American Crafts cardstock here at Hobbymaker, chooses and opts to use that as the card of choice. The 12x12 paper pads, you'll find those on our website. Have a little look at those. We're, I think, the most competitive retailer of American Craft 12x12 cardstock in the country, definitely. So if you want yours, check that out. Get your brother scan and cut and enjoy the USB at the same time from Amy. It's flown, Amy. Congratulations.
I'm so pleased. Sorry, I'm just still sticking some syrup on. I got into it.
That's fine. Okay, well, we've got Simon coming up in a second with Pearlywinks for you. And have you heard, we've got EVA glue First day ever. Now, those of you in the know what a big deal that is. For those of you that are thinking, well, I know PVA, I don't know what EVA is, we'll find out more about that with Simon in a few minutes' time. Thanks, Amy.
Thank you,
Congratulations.
it's been lovely.
See you for the last show of the day after this.
What sets Dalton Manor apart, that it's predominantly paper and card. A lot of us forget how important paper and card is, especially when we start to make cards and other projects. That is your base item. So I think we sometimes use inferior products to use as a base because we know we're going to be putting things on it. So it kind of feels like that's the smaller, less important part of the project. To me, that is probably one of the more important parts of putting a project together. So I think if we can get a really, really great base card and base paper for you to start creating with, I think that's the important thing. And I'm hoping that that is something that people will look at before they start to craft. I would like the Hobby Maker customers to get exactly what I get from it. So I want them to, see it, buy it, get it home, take it out of the packets, open it up and see that, yeah, they can make what they've just seen myself make. I want them to be comfortable and I want us to go on like a little path together, where they'll look forward to what's coming from Dalton Manor next month and something that everyone will look forward to when it appears on Hobby Maker.
Want to know what's going on in the next show? Then head over to our website. Click on the TV guide. This will tell you who's presenting, which guest we have joining us, along with what's going on in each hour. If you ever miss a show, you can catch up by clicking on the day you missed and then click Watch This Show. You can also view what product was on and if it's still available to buy. Catch up on Hobby Maker.
Are you having trouble finding the perfect gift? Then why not treat them to the new gift card from Hobby Maker at hobbymaker.co.uk. Simply scroll down to the bottom where it says gift cards, click and you'll be taken to the right place. Decide between posting the card or delivery by email and then decide how much you want to add. You choose the value. So what do you get the crafter that's got everything? Why not treat yourself or them to the Hobby Maker gift card? Not only is Hobby Maker available live from 1 until 8 p.m. on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube, and the Hobby Maker app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Hobby Maker. Welcome back. It's our last live hour of Friday evening. With you until 8 o'clock, we are Hobby Maker. Thanks for tuning in. Thank you for spending some time with us today. Now, I've got a good friend of mine. Simon is here from Pearlywinks. Good to see you, sir.
Hi, Dave. You all right?
Yeah, good. Thank you, mate. Now, a bit of a special day today because I was talking to your other half, Adam, earlier on. I've known PVA glue for a long, long time. PVA, always a staple must-have in the craft room. But Adam was telling me the story. We now, through you, can bring everyone at home EVA.
Yes.
Now, a lot of people watching will know what that is because it was a bestseller, but people haven't been able to get it for a long time.
Yeah.
So what is EVA?
So EVA, it's similar in colour and consistency to PVA, except it's a very, very quick grab. It grabs in about 2 seconds. So if you're a paper crafter and you want to stick things down, it'd be perfect. It'd be perfect with your USBs as well. because it is super quick grabbing. You literally grabbing within about 2 seconds. It's more fluid than the PVA, so to look at it, you'd think that it's not going to grab as quick as like PVA would, but it actually does.
Okay.
It was developed to work with EVA foam,
Right.
which is why it's called EVA glue.
Right.
But it is perfect for your crafting, paper crafting as well.
So you can stick fabric to fabric?
You can, but you can't wash it because it is water reactive. So it is water, just let me have a look at my label, reversible with water.
Right.
So if you make a mistake or whatever, you need to get it off, you can do. It's also acid and lignin free, so it's perfect for your scrapbooking.
Okay.
If you're going to preserve your photos and things, I know you've got to use certain glues for, like if you're sticking photographs in, because it can dull the colour and stuff. This is acid and lignin free, it's plastic free as well.
Use it on MDF?
You can use it with your MDF, your flower forming. Flower forming and paper crafts as well.
Okay.
I literally use it on all the crafts what I do.
Okay, well today is the first day we've actually been able to get EVA quick grab glue in. Now, £12.99 for a bottle. It's going to come also with its fine tip applicator bottle as well. So if you want to decant from that into that, you're going to get that included as well.
Yes.
But this is, to your mind, superior to PVA?
Yeah, it's a lot quicker grab.
Right.
So you do still have a couple of seconds wiggle room, so don't worry, it's not going to like instantly grab like super glue would. But you've got a couple of seconds wiggle room with that. So it is perfect for paper crafting.
Okay, now, if you want it today, if you've never tried it before, or maybe you've tried it before but haven't been able to get it for quite some time, we have it now here at Hobbymaker. Today's the first day it's been available, and it is £9.99. Now, I know others of you that maybe have bought EVA in the past will have been spending £15 for a bottle, something around that sort of mark. Today, you have got this brand new for you to try at home. If you've used it before, elsewhere, different brand or whatever, here's your opportunity to get it from Pearlywinks and Simon, £9.99. It's an impressive product, it really is. RW8163. First time today, or today was the first time we've actually had the EVA high-tack glue available. Loads of you coming through for it right now because you've sourced it, you've found a manufacturer, which is fantastic.
In the UK?
In the UK.
So we like to try and keep everything that we can, sort of like within the UK.
Try and keep it had to be imported or something, didn't it?
I think so, I'm not too sure. But I know where we've got it from, it's actually a UK supplier. They've been doing it for years, and we've asked them if they could do the EVA for us, and they were able to do it.
So it's a big deal. We've got it here today for the very first time. RW8163 if you want to get your hands on the EVA high-tack glue. Now, if you've already got the main template mate, the multi-station that Simon's brought us in the past, we've got now for you some extra plates that you can use in conjunction with that. Do they stand alone on their own as well?
You can use them on their own, but they have been designed to work alongside the multi-station, but they have got the inlay where you'd lay your card, so you can use it as a standalone product. Okay, now these plates are for different types of card blank that you want to make. Now the one that I've got here, first of all, I've got the pop-up card here. I've got, where's the trifold? I've got the top corner. That one. Yes. That's a trifold. Okay, let's go to the trifold first of all. I can't see from behind. So there we are. That is your trifold card. Now, what you've got here is a template that's got grooves in it, that's got lines actually lasered into it. And that allows you to obviously score with a scoring tool all the crease lines that you need for your card. Where there is need of a cut, you've actually got a position that you can put your blade through to cut, yeah? Yes, so your blade will go right through that point, so it's always handy. If you've not got this system, do it on a self-healing cut mat, okay, to stop ruining your surfaces. But you don't have to go all the way through because it is 3mm, so if you just pop the tip of your blade through and then it'll automatically stop at the end where it needs to be. Okay, so this is the template that's going to make foolproof trifold cards, okay? And it's £17.99, but not today. It's a launch of this, so we're going to give you a really good launch deal. GC8174, £15
and 99 pence is your price. Let me just take this off the stand and show you and give you a little bit of a guided tour around it. So basically, yeah, you can see here you've got there's your cut line. So basically your craft knife goes in there and you'll be cutting from side to side without any obstruction. But then all the other lines are just basically tram lines that have been etched into the actual plate. And that's where you're going to be using a ball tool to get the score. So it cuts where you need it to, it scores where you need it to, and you then end up with a trifold card, which is just like this one here. So that's your trifold card, scored perfectly, cut perfectly, no measuring needed. It's the template that's actually done it for you. But we do also have some paper packs in the show that have been printed to complement the design of this board.
Yeah, it's the first time I've done that, and it was really important to me. When I designed these boards, I like to do cards like this when I'm crafting, something a little bit different. But I was so sick to death of having to sort of like measure this, measure that, and I just thought, you know what, I'm going to try and make something that works alongside the multi-station, so I don't have to do the measuring, I don't have to do anything like that. The lines are there, the cut lines are there, so all I need is my template mate, a craft knife and a ball tool.
Okay, and it does of course work with the actual main station, but it will work independently as well if you fancy just making cards like that, effortlessly, measuring free, $15.99 GC8174. Now, to go with the trifold templates that we've got here for you, we've also got the printed sheets which obviously complement the designs on this board. Now, tell us what you've got there, Simon, because there's lots in there.
So there's 24 sheets in total, and there's 2 designs of each. So the first one, you've got this lovely sort of like damask print. This one is really easy. You don't actually need the template mate to work with this one. You can do this with just the scoring, just the scoreboard and a craft knife. So you don't need the template mate, but it does complement it and just work perfectly with it.
Okay. Yeah.
Then we've got another damask print there. Some balloons.
That was the one you gave me, wasn't it?
That's the rainbows and butterflies. Some party ones, some flowers and trees. This is my favourite one, the sunflowers. I love the sunflowers.
So it's the idea then that you obviously score your card blank using the template and then cut that out and then just mount it onto the...
Yep, you can do that. If that's... if you've got the template mate, that's what you would do.
Right.
And you just sort of like mat and layer it. It's the right size to mat and layer it. You've also got some sentiments. And then I've done a blank section as well. So I've done a blank section. So if you've got any big stamps or any stamps that you want to use, it's just basically a guide. So you can stamp into it and then just chop it out and it'll fit perfectly within.
And you get 24
So you've got 24 sheets, 2 of each design on those. Anything that's black on there as well. So if you've got any black sheets, like your words, for instance, you can, if you've got any toner foil, run it through your laminator or through your filing machine with your toner foil and it will foil those.
Okay, brilliant. So $9.99 it should be for 24 sheets. You can have them tonight for $8.99. So if you want to go for your fantastic board and you want to go, of course, for the printed papers as well at the same time, $8.99 for the papers. The board went down to $15.99, so literally for about £25, £26, you've got everything you need to make fantastic trifold cards quickly and simply. XW8168, though, is for the printed papers, 24 sheets, okay?
You'll be able to make 40 cards with that paper pack as well.
Okay, brilliant. Now, I dropped the stand on the floor, so let's go pick that up. Oh, Dave, yeah. Now, the stepper, stay.
The one in the middle.
That one?
Yeah.
Stepper is here. Okay, same sort of idea, same sort of principle. And again, you've got the actual open lines where you need the cut, and then you've got, of course, the tram lines where you need the score. And I think you've got a card over there to show this one here, isn't it? That one? This one?
That one.
This is the card that you can be making multiples of using this scoreboard today. So it works in conjunction with your main board if you would like it, but you can use it completely separately if you choose. So all the scoring, it's all done for you, all lasered onto your acrylic, and then it just gives you every dimension and every step that you need without any measuring whatsoever. Perfect results every single time. And we are going to give you a paper pack that kind of complements that as well. So this is $15.99. So the cut lines are just there. It shows you where the cut lines are. That's where you'll put your blade. A standard craft knife would go through there, won't it?
Yeah, and could I just point out, they actually do have a film on, that's why they look quite frosty.
Right.
Just needs peeling off the back. It's just so that you know
it's a protective film to stop the actual acrylic from scratching. So just remove that when you get it home, and then yours will be absolutely pristine. But there we go. So you've got your cut lines, you've got your score lines, and you end up then with a finished card just like that. No trial and error.
And it's nice that I just literally did that in about 15 minutes because I realised I didn't have a sample for that one.
All right, okay. If you fancy that one, FA8158, that's the product code for that particular board. And of course, we're doing the paper pack to go with it as well, which is exactly the same shape and size, everything you need to decorate them.
Yep. So starting off with this one, you've got the 2 sets of roses. So we've got one watercolour and one normal. And we've got some hibiscus. I love that flower, I just think it looks gorgeous.
Hibiscus?
Yeah. Butterflies.
Yeah.
Feathers, which is what I've used on that card. Some dream catchers. More balloons.
Yeah.
Some planets. They are quite similar, a lot of the designs in these. And then we've got some unicorns. Some crystals. I'd say these are more masculine. I always struggle with masculine cards. And then again, you've got sentiments on this side, and then you've got some blank spaces if you've got any stamps that you want to fill in those. And then on the next page, we've got your alphabet and numbers tiles, because you can put, like on the steps, you could put 2024 or someone's name if they've got a short name. So you've got all those as well. So again, you've got 2 of each design, so there's 24 pages in total, and you'll be able to get, again, you should be able to get about 40 cards out of that.
And the black and white you could again foil if you want.
Black and white, again, you can foil that.
Okay, so the printed paper's $8.99 for 24 sheets. That's FG8184. That will go with that particular board that we showed you, the Stair Stepper Toppers pack, okay? Now, the next one, pop-up card is the next one that I've got here. So the pop-up card is, as the name suggests, it's that one there, isn't it? Is that right?
That one's your pop-up. I've actually not cleaned that one properly when it's come off the laser. Yeah, that one's the pop-up.
This one's the pop-up. There we go.
So that one's using the paper pack as well.
How cool is this? So there you go. So you can have your own verses, your own words inside them as well if you want to, but it folds down perfectly flat, but every time you open up your card, the message inside will just literally pop up. And again, there's no trial and error, which there very often is in these sort of things. You end up kind of wasting cardstock, getting it wrong, throwing things away. You've got the score lines there, you've got the cut lines there, and really Simon and Pearlywinks have taken all the hard work and kind of trial and error out of it for you. Again, it stands alone, but it will work with your main template mate, of course, as well, that we've got in the show for you today, the multi-station. So this is just another, you're always developing new plates to put on the multi-station.
Yeah, we have got, I think we've got another 4 at the moment, 3 or 4 at the moment, but we've previously launched those. All these ones, except for the box card, are brand new today. They're not even on our website.
Oh, right, okay, so we got them before anybody else, even themselves. So $15.99 for that one, and that again will make your pop-up cards that I've just shown you, and there are pop-up card packs as well, which Simon's got, so.
And right, so on this one's slightly different, and this is probably the hardest one to do. The others are really simple. This one's, because there's only one line going down and you have to filter off that, it's not as easy. So here we've got some shoes. I'll just show you a quick sample of the shoes. I've coloured that in. I've left quite a lot of these ones black and white, so you can add colour to them. I've just used some colour pencils for those ones. And then we've got some lovely floral designs. Some fairies.
Gorgeous. And again, you can make and sell with
music.
All this
You can make and sell these. I used a wonderful AI to help me create them. So it's my ideas that I've sort of like put into an AI thing, and we're allowed to use these, make and sell what you want.
Good.
So I've gone a little bit different with this one, because not everyone likes plain and simple. Lovely little Highland cow. We've got a little boy and a little girl there.
Cute cow.
And what I've done as well is I've brought these images into your like pop-up. So in these sections here, I've brought that into this bit at the bottom as well.
Perfect.
So I've got a little elephant and a little what's that? It says not a zebra. I keep calling it a zebra. Giraffe.
Giraffe, yeah.
Some hibiscus.
Unicorn.
Unicorn. And then a lovely peacock feather. I'm going to be demoing with this one later.
Yeah.
And then again, we've got some sentiments. We've got some blanks on here as well. And then the same, but we've popped the names like mum, dad, family members on there as well for you. And they can just pop on the front like
They've
so.
all been the right size to fit onto the pop-ups?
Yep, so everything we've done, we've created them to work alongside the template mates. So again, you get 2 each of those, and there's 24 pages in total.
And we're doing that price for you again with that particular style, $8.99. That's KS8149. And remember, all the artwork fits brilliantly onto the scores and the cut lines from the actual template mate. Now, the other one that we've got on the show that we've not got to yet, I think you've bought this before though. This is the box card. So this is a real kind of classic. When it comes to card making, the pop-up box, I say they sometimes call it like the exploding box, don't they? Sometimes?
Yeah, and they're really, really simple to make. So we've launched this one probably around the same time as we launched the multi-station, maybe a bit after. So this one's not brand new, but the papers that go with it are brand new. We've not launched any papers with them before. So that paper that's on that one, that's from the paper pad that we brought in April last month.
Okay.
So I've used that to decorate some of the ones before I actually designed these.
That one that we're holding, yeah?
Yes.
Yeah, so there we go. So that's basically what the exploding box is all about. $15.99 will get you the acrylic template. Again, you've got your cut lines, uninterrupted gap there so you can get your craft knife running seamlessly through from top to bottom. And then the rest of them, when they're filled in, are etched lines for your tiny ball tool to go in to score. So there's no measuring whatsoever. You're guaranteed to get perfect results every single time. So if you went for all of the scoreboards, all of the templates we've got on the show today, that would be just over, be about £64, bar 4 pence for all of them. 1 P&P, and if you wanted the paper packs, of course, as well, or just cherry pick which designs you'd like to make, whether it's the step card like that, whether it's the box card like that, whether it's the pop-up card like that, or the first one, which was the trifold, which is that one. I must admit, I love all of them, but the trifold, I think, is my favourite.
The trifold is probably the easiest one to do as well.
Is it really?
Really easy. I think I can do that one in about 50 or 60 seconds.
Okay. We'll have a quick look at the final paper pack then to go with the pop-up box.
Yep, so for the box card, again, you get 2 designs of each, 24 sheets in total, starting with this lovely floral patterns. Just chop into those. And they sit perfectly on your page, on your card. Then we've got some hibiscus and cactus, some under the sea. So all of these have designed them to work alongside the toppers that you get with it as well. Then we've got a little space theme, some rainbows. We had to pop some rainbows in for Adam. Some butterflies. Again, we've got those feathers. And we've got some clouds in this one. And some polka dots, which I'm going to be using. I'm going to be demoing this one as well.
Okay.
Then we've got a page full of toppers. So there's loads of different, I think there's 5 different sets on there, and some sentiments. And then on this one, we've got a different set as well. So you've got your dream catchers, your animals, butterflies, the unicorns, which is on that sample there. And then we've got the sentiments, and we've got some blank spaces for your sentiments. Again, you get 2 of each page, and you should be able to make, I'm sure it's about 40 cards from each paper pad.
An amazing value for £8.99. Really good value for money, and that's going to complement, of course, the box card that we showed you. Now, if you are thinking, okay, I love the idea of the templates, but I haven't actually got any ball tools to use, Simon's brought us these. Now, these are the perfect size to use with all of these template boards that we've just shown you. And you're going to get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of them. They're double-ended, and each ball is slightly different sizes, and they're $4.99 for the lot.
Yes, I pinched them from Adam. I've pinched them from Adam. Yeah, and I did want to bring the craft knife as well, but they've not arrived, so unfortunately I've not been able to bring them this time, but I will be looking to bring them next
Okay.
show.
Okay, so if you want the actual ball tools, then they're $4.99, pack of 5, and you can use them on all sorts of things, but of course perfect to use on these etched templates that we've got today, brand new from Pearlywinks. EH8135. EH8135 gets you those, and they're all different colours, so if you've got different members of the family that are trying to nick them, you can tell which one's yours and which one's theirs. Okay, Simon, what are you going to show us first?
Right, so I'm going to show you. I'll start with the easiest one. It's, as I say, it's really quick. So I'm just putting it on multi-station. I'm using the template from the bottom of the stamper ring. We've got silicone mats as well, which are on the show.
They're brand new today, aren't they? The silicone.
They're new today, and it just helps keep everything from slipping or moving. So what I'm going to do is I've got my A5 card cut down. So on the outside, you've got an outline of your A5 card. Even though it's on here, and I'm going to be pushing it up to the corners anyway, I'm still going to stick it down just to give it that little bit of extra support.
Okay.
I'm going to get my ball tool. This has got 4 lines going down, and it's got 2 going across. So as I pull this down, I'm going to feel for where those lines are, and I can actually see a slight indent there and a slight indent here. So I'm just going to do that all the way across.
10% of the stock of this board has gone. Josie in Essex, Gillian's checked out, Jodie, Doris, Pauline.
And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to turn my board, and even though it's a cut line, I'm still going to score it just to make sure that I'm in exactly the right place. So again, I'm just going to find out where that line is. Let me turn it that way because it's not coming through on that one.
But you can see where the score lines are.
Yeah. So there's one cut line.
Yeah.
And then I can feel the other one is here. And then I'm going to get my tool, pop it in where the score line is, drag it down, drag it down.
No measuring.
No measuring, and that's done. All I need to do then is fold. So to fold that one, push back on the first one, push back on this one here, push back on that one there. I have got videos online, so don't worry about that. Then go forward on this one, forward on this one, back on that one, and then what I do is I fold it over. I've just done that wrong. No, I didn't.
See, what I'm always worried about is overcutting, cutting further than I need to, but because you've got that cut line in the template, you can't cut further than you need to.
Yeah, so your blade will not go past that line because there's nothing for it to go past to.
No.
So you don't need to worry about that. It won't go past that line. So that's how you use that one. I'll just show you quickly. If you just using the actual paper pad. So it's really simple. I find using this sort of cutter, especially while I'm doing this, really simple. Really sort of like it's easier. So I'm just going to pop this in. I'm going to find my line. Go down. Obviously, it's not going to be as accurate as it would be using that.
No.
The template mate.
Could you use the template mate with the papers or not?
I don't think. No. No, because when we printed it, I've had to sort of like push them a bit closer together.
Gotcha. So you use your basic trimmer.
Oops, I've just gone right through that, but that's because I wasn't paying attention to what I was doing. So I'm just lining that up.
Oh, okay, so you don't actually cut the panels out.
You don't cut the panels out, but you can cut the panels out. Yeah. So you can just do it this way.
Right.
So it just opens it up if you don't want to buy the template mate, so you're not sure how to, or you're a bit worried about it. You've got the option then to...
And you can stick that directly onto the blank card, or you can cut out the elements and decorate it that way, I suppose, if you wanted to.
So there's different ways of using it. So you can cut them out, yeah, and then just lay those over the top and it'll end up with something like that one.
That one there. So yeah, if you cut them out and then just layer them one bit at a time, that's what you end up with. That does look, that's just so bright and cheerful, isn't it? All those rainbows, love it. So if you want that particular pack of papers, there's 24 papers, loads of you coming in for this right now. $8.99 for the folded toppers pack of papers, or the trifold topper pack. 20% of the stock of that's gone. Louise in West Yorkshire, Judy in Lancashire, Anne in South Yorkshire, Josie in Essex, all checked out. Mary's coming in, Pauline, Stephen. $8.99 gets you 24 sheets to go with the trifold. Okay, and the trifold, I must admit, is my favourite one. It's kind of the zigzag. And the template that will give you, of course, all the scores and the cuts where you need it. The biggest thing for me is whenever I try and do anything like this, I always overcut, even if I'm being really, really careful. But because that groove deliberately stops where you want it to, you can't overcut. You can't end up with an unsightly cut where you don't need it. So there we go. GC8174. GC8174. Now, you mentioned you brought the silicone mat for the first time as well.
Yeah, so the silicone mat, I've got two, because I'm greedy. So I've stuck one to the back of my multi-plate.
Yeah.
The reason I've done that is because if I'm working on a surface, it stops it slipping anywhere.
Okay.
So I can either use it for that. I also use it to, if I'm doing any, because I use this quite a lot as a workstation, because at home I've not got a massive area to craft on. Sometimes I'm using this, or if I'm just working on this, I can use that to spray my inks out and do some smooshing, some background sort of things. And I also use it underneath my template mates.
Right.
And the reason I do that is because I'm working with a knife. What I don't want is, for whatever reason, I don't want this to slip out. It shouldn't slip out anyway because it's held in place. But it also gives me like a stop place for when I'm doing my cut lines. So then I'm not marking my plate underneath.
Okay. Well, $4.99 is all you need to pay for the non-slip mat. So size-wise, is it like 7 by 7 or something?
It is. About 8 by 8.
8 by 8. Okay, 8 by 8 square of silicone. If you want that non-slip mat, £4.99. VT8128 is your item number. Multi-order if you want to, because it's got multiple purposes, definitely. Okay, now, what next? Oh, the starter kit, right. Okay, now the starter kit is basically what all these templates will work with and go into, and you're constantly developing new templates, aren't you, together?
Yeah. Yeah, so as I say, at the moment, I think we've got, with these ones, I think we've got about 8 now, maybe 9.
Okay.
We've also got, we're going to be launching a parchment plate for, because Adam does the parchment side of things, but we know a lot of our customers have got my plate as well, so we wanted to be able to include them in it.
Okay.
So we're going to be launching some parchment plates that will work alongside ours, but they'll still work on Adam's as well, but it'll just be slightly smaller so that it fits on my board.
Okay, so what you basically got here is where it all began, basically. $69.99, that is not the price this afternoon or this evening. We're going to give you a special deal on it, but you get lots of other plates with it as well, don't you? You've got the rotating.
Yeah, so if we start at the bottom,
okay.
We've got a scoreboard at the bottom here. So
Yep.
you've got your centimetres across the top and your inches down the side. So it works for both, if you metric or is it imperial.
Mm-hmm.
Then we've got a mat, which doubles up as a cushion for when you're stamping. And it also works for your flower forming as well, if you want to do some flower forming on that. You've also got a rotating stamp plate, so you can pop your stamps on as you would normally, and you can rotate it, and you'd get a square reef, or a square reef, I suppose.
Square design.
Or you can batch make as well.
Yep.
So if you've got 4 different, just for your small cards. So this then doubles up as a guide for when you're popping your card on, like so, to do your stamper ring. And the stamper ring will enable you to create perfect reefs and circles, just like that, using your worker stamps. You can do it bigger as well. So on the top, which is the stampering actual mechanism, you can use your bigger stamp. So if it's overlapping two of these triangles, you just need to turn it every second turn. Okay. So it'll just work out the spacing for you. So you don't need to use a calculator or do any guesswork or anything like that. Also with that, you also get a rotation stencil. Yeah. So your rotation stencil will enable you to create that cute little image. We just wanted to include a bit of everything that we're going to be trying to bring out. So we've already brought out loads of rotation stencils. So we wanted to include one of those in there as well. You also get some stencil tags, which I've not got mine here, but you've got them there. Yep. So the stencil tags basically allow you to convert your normal stencils to work with this system. So if you wanted to batch make something and make sure something's in exactly the same place, you would just pop those onto your stencil and...
Like that? Yeah. So they will literally hold your stencil that you've got, maybe not from Pearlywinks, but another stencil, into the actual template mate itself. So the whole thing should be $69.99. Today, and you also get your two tools as well, don't you? So you can
so you get your scoring tool and a bone folder as well.
Okay, bone folder and scoring tool. $59.99 today. It will be on split pay as well. GS8193 is the item code. This is what, basically, this is the heart of everything that those templates work with. So the templates we've got today to make those wonderful card blanks will fit onto this, your multi-station. And it's today just $29.99, the first split payment of two. GS8193 is your item number if you'd like that today. And there's so much in the starter collection to get you get you started. The rotating stamp to make those wreaths. You get the rotating stencil in there as well. There's so much for your money.
Yeah, it's really good, especially if you do like your craft classes and stuff. You've got a scoreboard on the go, you've got a stamp press on the go, and you've got your tools as well to set with you. And it's nice and compact as well.
Now, where Pearlywinks started, when I first met Simon, it was all sprays in the early days, wasn't it?
It was spray, spray, sprays.
And it's still very much spray, spray, sprays. These are the Inktense inks. Now, you develop these yourself and make these yourselves, don't you? And you've got here all four of these colourways. You've got the pink, you've got the yellow, you've got the blue, and you've also got, is that a black or?
It's a grey. If you do like one spray of it, it's more of a grey, but you can build it up to get to a black. Yes.
More of a charcoal colour. Okay. So you've got your grey, you've got your blue, you've got your pink, and you've got your yellow. And what sort of inks are these then?
So these are water-based ink. Yeah. So you can do your water reactive, faux bleaching with those as well. We did launch something earlier, which is our Easy Blend oxy solution, which will turn these into an oxide, your type ink, and it keeps the ink open longer so you can do your blending on your page, you can do your stenciling, stuff like that. Okay. You can also stamp with, because these are so intense, you can actually stamp with those, which is really easy. I put mine into a little palette with some blending foam, just spray some onto that, and then I can pick it up with my little tools and pop it on to my stamp, which I can...
We're going to get all four of these, and they are so rich in pigment. They are really, really, really loaded, and you're going to get all four of them for $11.97. So basically, it's £3 a spray, £3 a pot. So if you want those, or a bottle, £3 a bottle, just $11.97 your price, ZV8195 for all of those. And this is really where Pearlywinks first started. So this is what they know and know best. It's the heart of their business, to be honest with you. So, and do you paint with them all sorts? Or?
You can paint with them. You can pop them into your water brushes. You can pop them into a palette. If you do pop them into a palette and you finish what you're doing, don't throw that away. Because it will dry in the palette and then you can reactivate it with water. Right. So nothing really goes to waste with it.
Brilliant.
You can mix it in with your pastes as well. You can mix it in with your gel mediums and things, your PVA glue, and it'll give it a tint. Mix them in with your air dry clay. What else can you mix them in with? Like if you've got any white texture type paste.
Yep. Texture paste.
So you can literally pop them onto all sorts. You can spray straight onto MDF with them as well, which is really good. And it does give a good coverage. So this caddy, so that's been sprayed directly onto MDF. It's obviously different colours, but that's been sprayed directly onto MDF. That was made by my sister Donna.
Fantastic.
She's probably watching. She's like, that's where he's gone. So they were sprayed directly onto the MDF. It wasn't primed or anything like that.
Okay.
So the colour is that intense. It will take over.
Well, maybe you're stocking up. Maybe you've run out of some of them, or you've never tried them before. $11.97 for all four is a brilliant price. ZV8195. Demo time, Simon, if that's all right.
Demo time. Right, I'm going to use the box card template on this. This is another really easy one to do. So just going to tape this down in the corners. So on this one, we've got one score line here. One of them's somewhere under here. If you just run across the top, you'll feel it with your... If it's quiet enough as well, you can hear it make that like clicking sound.
But you're not marking the card with the ball tool when you're doing that?
No. If you're worried about that, you can always turn it round because it does tell you, it does show you that the lines are here, and you can use the ball tool to go through the cut lines as well, so don't worry about that. So we've got one line just at the end. 2 lines, and as I say, one's there. 3, and as you do it, you'll just get used to where the lines are anyway. And then my last score line is just down the centre here. Then I'm going to get my knife down there, down there, down there. As I say, we have got videos of it as well, and it does have, it does tell you what you need to make these. So I
just love the fact it's giving you such an accurate cut. You haven't got to worry about it overshooting or...
So I'll just pop that back on there, and I'm just going to cut this little section off there. Then we also need, so that was an A5, so all of these are based on an A5. I think I am going to be doing some that have got the A4 mechanism in them, but I've not quite finished them or finalised them. So all of these will work with your A5 cards. Now, it does say we also need a 12.5 by 2 centimetre card, which is this piece. And what that's going to do, that's going to pop the little bit inside what you stick your things to. So we've just got 4 score lines on this one. 1, 2, 3, 4. And that's as far as we need that for.
And with the little pop-up elements out of the box, would you use like clear acetate so you can't see what's holding them up? Or
you can use clear acetate. I didn't have in it when I was doing my prep last night. So what I've done with mine, I'll just bring in what I've done. So because I'm using the like the watercolour balls, I've just got some little bits what stuck up, and I've just drawn like little, tried to get that pattern as best I can. It's not perfect by any means, but you get the picture. So then what I'm going to do is I'm going to get the EVA. I'm just going to pop some just on this thinner piece here.
And remember, today is the launch day for the EVA, not PVA, EVA glue from Pearlywinks.
When I put that on, I'm going to fold that back, and then I'm going to fold this piece over the top of it. And I'm just going to push that down, hold it.
And this is only $9.99 for a big bottle of the EVA, and you're also going to get one of the fine applicator bottles as well for really kind of tiny jobs. And the big thing about that is it's the quick grip.
Yeah, and you can see it's already grabbed there for me. Then the next thing I'm going to do is I'm just going to pop all my score lines in. Sorry, not pop all my score lines in. I'm just going to bone fold all my score lines. And you do get that bone folding tool with your
multi-station.
With your multi-station, you do get the bone folding tool as well, but I've not brought mine with me. Right, so that's the basics of your mechanism. The first thing I'm going to do here is, before I stick
What sort of GSM cardstock do you use, Simon?
So for this, I think this is 300.
Okay.
But the paper pads are I think 200, 250. I'd say anything from 250 upwards. What I found when I was doing the pop-up box, I found that the 300 was probably a little bit too thick, but that's to go inside your card anyway, that mechanism.
Yeah.
So it's not going to be a card blank anyway, so I'd say probably go towards the 200, 250 mark for the pop-up box.
Cool. So this is the box card we're actually making at the moment.
So,
if you want that template.
Like I did with the other one, like I did with the bit that goes inside, I'm going to fold this over to the middle, and then I'm going to fold the other side over to meet that. And then I'm just going to do the other way as well, just to make sure that it folds in both directions.
Perfect. Just to working out, if you went for the papers and you also went for the box card template mate, you're looking at about just £25 for both. And you can make about 40 cards out of the paper pack. Plus, of course, the board's going to be there for forever, so it's going to last you a lifetime.
And then I'm just going to pop this down. The reason that I do it this way is because if I do it the other way, where it sticks on the inside there, that will be overlapping the top of my page. And it doesn't really matter because you're not going to see that anyway, but I'll know that I've not done it right. And then we'll just stick these bits on as well. As you can see, the EVA is just super fluid and it doesn't crease your card as well. So like if you...
So it hasn't got much water content?
Yeah, so it doesn't bubble your card like PVA sometimes does.
Right.
Which can be really annoying.
And for use with EVA foam or any sort of foam, it's perfect. Remember, it's got a much quicker grab, and that's why it was desired by so many people, but it hasn't been available through Pearlywinks until today. They found a British manufacturer of it, not from the USA, but a British manufacturer. First time it's been on air is here today, right now. So if you want to try EVA for the very first time, be our guest. I mean, once you've used it, I'm sure you'll be hooked and you'll be back for more. Lots of you put it into your basket at the beginning of the show. So yeah, take advantage of it while we've got it.
Right. So for anyone that doesn't know what EVA is like your funky foam. Do you know, like your craft foam?
Yeah.
But you can also get it in thicker sheets as well, and it's used a lot in like cosplay costumes, people that make their own costumes.
Right.
So it's used quite a lot in that. So it's got loads of different uses, and it's really flexible as well, which is great. What I found was when I started just sort of like dotting this, because I tried just dotting some on the silicone there, it's a bit like a rubber.
Mm-hmm.
So it created like little domes.
Mm-hmm.
So if you want to use it as, say, glossy accents, say, on the circles there, you'd be able to, and it is quite shiny as well.
Okay.
So it just adds a bit of texture to your project, and it literally just glides on.
Well, give it a go. It's brand new today from Pearlywinks. They found a UK manufacturer of it, and you can do your own kind of test. Do like a trial run and compare it to your existing PVA glue. This is EVA for $9.99, high tack, plus you get the little dispenser bottle included as well. Well worth a go, and tell us what you think of it, and tell Simon what you think of it as well. But it's got a massive following, but hasn't been available readily in the UK for quite a little while, I don't think.
Right, so for this centrepiece, I'm just going to put some glue on that bit there and some glue on this bit here, and I'm going to fold it so that it's almost flat. I'm going to catch it on this. This bit's a little bit tricky. I'm going to catch it on this side first of all.
Yeah.
And then I'm going to close, whoops. And then I'm going to close the card.
It's alive.
Fingers and thumbs.
Mm-hmm.
Then I'm going to close the card. So I'm going to grab onto this piece. Then I'm going to grab on to that piece there. I'm just going to let that grab for a second. and then I'm going to close it the other way. If you don't do that, what will happen is when you come to close it, it's not going to close right because it's not grabbed exactly the same side on that. And then you'll be really frustrated once you finish the card and it looks absolutely awesome, and then you'll be like, no, it doesn't close. So we'll start with the elephant. So I'm going to pop the elephant right at the front here.
So if you've got any clear acetate, you can use that, or you can use just plain cardstock. It depends whether you want it visible or not. It's entirely up to you.
Yeah, and I think if you colour it in, like it's not that noticeable on there. So if you colour it in to sort of like match your backing paper, whatever paper that you choose to use, it does work. And then I'm going to pop my...
And isn't it nice to know that if you go for your main multi-station, that if you decide to go for extra plates in the future, you're not breaking the bank there for like 15, 16 pounds, depending on what sort of card you want to make, where you want to score, where you want to cut, whether you want to do the pop-up boxes, whether you want to do any of the other styles. You know, just to add an extra plate to your configuration isn't going to cost a fortune. The trifold is the most popular template mate at the moment, which is the one, I must admit, that's my favourite. But the box one that Simon's working on at the moment, that's very popular as well, but this has been on air before. The other three we've got in the show today haven't been on air until today. Look at that.
Right, so there we've got that, and then just at the top...
It's like the animals going into the ark.
I'm just going to pop, you can either pop the sentiment at the top, or you can pop it on just here at the front.
Yeah.
So if we're ready, that will then, fold flat into a C6, I think, half an A5. Yes, so it's C6. So A6 envelope, C6, and then when you open it, it'll just explode open like that.
Fab, isn't it? So if you want to make boxes like this, you'll need the template, obviously, and you'll also need the fantastic printed sheets we've got for you as well. Now, if you want to go for the sheets, you've got enough to make at least 40 cards out of those sheets. Some of the sheets are black and white for sentiments and that sort of thing, but that can be foiled. It's actually toner ink, so you can actually use that. Or is it laser?
Yeah, so you'll be able to, if you pop it through your hot foiling machine or your... Some people use a laminator. With hot foil, it will transfer onto the black. I'd say possibly only do it with the writing because sometimes, depending on the colour as well and the type of toner, it will transfer onto the coloured bits as well. So anything that's black...
Just the sentiments and the writings,
best, yeah.
Okay, so if you want that, the actual template is £15.99, and it's got score lines and it's got cut lines included in it too to make a perfect pop-up box. Now, if you want to go for this one, this is the one that's in the lead. Now, this is the trifold. This is the one that's almost like a zigzag, like a concertina. But when you look at it, when it's up, you think, how on earth? How do I know where to cut? How do I know where to score? What sort of measurements do I need? Well, the template does it all for you. And although you said this is one of the easiest ones to do, I think when you look at it, it looks like it's the most complicated.
Yeah, it looks really complicated. That was one of the first concept cards that I'd done.
Yeah.
And when I did it, it was like measure here, measure there, measure here, measure there, and I was getting really confused with it.
Yeah.
Which is, I think it looks really nice and it looks more difficult than it is.
Absolutely.
So I thought, you know what, I'm going to try and make a template of it, and thankfully I was able to do it.
So this is the plate you need. This plate gives you that. And basically you've got, where it says cut, that is a completely open line that your blade will travel, but it's got a very definite stop point there, and there. So you're not going to overcut by mistake. And then all the other lines you've got on there are score lines. And as Simon quite rightly pointed out, you've actually got a protective film on this acrylic plate when it arrives. So don't think it's kind of cloudy or a bit grey or whatever. It just you peel off the protective coat. That just stops it from getting scratched in transit or in the post or whatever. So £15.99 for that template. You can use it on its own. It works independently of the main station, but it's designed to work with the main station, which I know lots of you have gone for this hour. So if you want the multi-station starter kit, that's available. That will fit onto it, or you can use it independently if you want to, if you want to make your trifold. And if you want the trifold papers, which are, remember, printed and sized so that you can very, very easily decorate your trifold like we did with this one. That's using the papers. Just cutting out the panels, cutting out the rectangles, the squares, and then just decorating the panels up. It just looks so professional and bright and cheerful too. £8.99, you've got 24 sheets in there, enough to make, you reckon, 40 cards?
On those ones, yeah.
Yeah, brilliant.
Yeah, I think the only one that you wouldn't get 40 on is the pop-up, and that's, well, you probably would actually, because each of the designs on the pop-up, just let me find it, last one, just typical. So each of the designs on the pop-up, so you've got one of the main elements, which is the inside of the pop-up, and you've got these two as well, which would be like the front of your card. So you do have an extra one, so that in itself would give you an extra card on its own. So you would get about 40 cards out of that one as well.
Cool. Okay, so all the paper packs are available. If you go on our website and have a little look, all Pearlywinks and Under the Rainbow, you'll find they've both got brand shops on our website, so you can order from them at any time, provided the stock is in stock. Just go to hobbymaker.co.uk and go to the brand shop section. We've got literally 3 minutes left, Simon. Don't you want to show us in 3 minutes?
Right.
Change your plan.
I'll give it a go. Yeah, I'm just thinking, should I do this one? This one doesn't take that long to do it anyway, but this one's just the most complicated one. It's not complicated, but what I mean is you've got to literally feel for all these lines that are coming off this centre line. So you really do need to start there. So start on your centre line. I can feel a point there, and there is another one there. So then I'm going to turn it round. So these are my cut lines. And then it goes across. What I would say, it's probably better to maybe do it without your card on first, just so that you can get used to where the cut lines are going to be, where the score lines are going to be. So then I'm going up here.
We can peel it back as well, just to refresh your memory where they are.
So the cut lines on this one.
And do you find that if you go out of the groove by mistake, it doesn't actually mark the card? It's only leaving the line when you're in the groove?
Yeah, it shouldn't do. Just don't press
too hard.
Too hard. And you will get used to it where they all are anyway. And it does help if you move your station or move it around so that you're working towards yourself opposed to like going up. Because when you're moving down, you don't get that drag.
Yeah.
So there you can see I've got that. I'm missing something there, I think. No, I'm not. And then pop your cut lines in.
It's so good that you can't overcut, because that's what I always do. Whether it's scissors or craft knife, I always go too far. Story of my life, always go too far.
Then what I would do with this once I've done it is just a little bit of a tip. Is I'd fold it over before I put any of the cut lines in, and then I would trim that down. I'm just going to bring one in that I've already done. I'd trim that down maybe a couple of millimetres off the top and bottom, and then that fits inside a C6 card, an A6 card.
Right.
And then that then becomes the pop-up mechanism.
And would you use more of a paper on the inside rather than a cardstock for the pop-up?
Again, I'd probably use a 200, 250. I wouldn't go anything higher than 250 because otherwise you will struggle to, it won't fold as flat, and it's not as easy to get your score lines to feel for your score lines off that.
Okay, well, these templates are proving really, really popular, and the main station's proving really popular as well. Remember, everything Pearlywinks and Under the Rainbow, which is Simon and Adam's brands here at Hobbymaker, are on the website right now for you. You can watch these shows back if you just got in and missed maybe the earlier one or this one. You can watch them back at your leisure on the app and on the website, of course, as well. Thank you, Simon. Good
Thank
to
you
see
very much. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you for watching. I will see you tomorrow from 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Look forward to seeing you then. We'll spend Saturday afternoon together here at Hobbymaker. Thanks for watching. Have a good night.